Radical-9 by Geever. Foreword. Hello one and all to the Radical-9 Anniversary Edition audiobook. The Anniversary Edition of this book has been in the works for pretty much the entirety of 2019, and I'm immensely proud to finally being able to record it for you. This foreword was written the day after I finished my personal edits on December 29th, 2019, and the recording of this audio is on July 26th, 2023. First of all, I would like to give some thanks to my inspirations and to those who have pushed for my continued success. I give thanks as I did back then to the original Radical-9 volume to Reki Kawahara for Sword Art Online, an anime based on some light novels that, while flawed, inspired me to begin this story over 10 years ago. I will always be grateful for my time experiencing SAO, and can say that without all of the stories that I have experienced, my writing would not anywhere be close to the place that it is today. Second, I would love to give thanks to the love of my life, my fiancé and constant fan, my dear Hannah Ladd. We have been together now for nearly 8 years, and you've never missed a single day of supporting me. I want to recognize you forever. I love you. The emotional bit's out of the way. I won't take up too much more of your time. I will put a disclaimer here. These events are fictional, and any resemblance to any real-life event, person, or otherwise is considered a coincidence.
1. February 20th, 2022. Congratulations and welcome to the world of Elysium! A voice boomed from the helmet. I had just plugged in the world's first virtual reality video game, made since the government crashed back in 2013. Gaming wasn't the highest priority in the recovery process, so it was no surprise that it had taken as long for people to get back to the important stuff. Nothing like the old assassinate the president and several high-ranking officials until the people were driven to mass hysteria a bit to keep people light on their feet. Real fun. It wasn't really all that fun. I was only 10 when it happened. I didn't really remember much about it, aside from the fact that it happened. Welcome to the new world, Elysium. Your new Casa de Not Broken Country. The bombastic voice that played whenever the ADATA helmet was plugged in was a little cheesy, I'll admit. But you know what? When everything else hits the fan, sometimes a little cheese can go a long way. But let me tell you, Jen would be searching for the off switch as soon as she heard it. She is not fond of a little personality, I'll call it. She's my younger sister, but you really wouldn't be able to tell. We look nothing alike. She's been in the phase of acting older than she really is, and frankly, I don't understand it. She was so quick to grow up. She even got a job as a waitress at 14. No thank you. I'm good for being me now. I haven't ever tried on one of these helmets before. Apparently, only 5,000 were actually made. Guess that's the benefit of not living in one of the places people tore to shreds like Denver. Aurora's nice like that. I dig it. I slid the helmet over my head, and the black visor blocked everything from my bedroom out. It was a strange feeling, like the weight on my head threw me off balance at first. But then I stabilized. The only thing I could see was a single line of text. Your adventure begins now. The text entered from the left. I followed it as it increased in speed and began to circle around me. It bled into one straight white line and filled my vision with all colors. Words appeared in front of me in flashes, and I could hear echoes of strange sounds under the surface. My body shook, and then I lost feeling in everything. I didn't pass out. The color stopped, and I wasn't in my bedroom any longer. It was cold, much colder than my bedroom, and it was harder, stone probably. My eyes were open to the depths of graying stone bricks built around me, above me, below me. It was a small enclosure, probably only about 10 feet long on each side. The only way out was a low-arched exit on the far end. I stumbled over toward it, and felt the weight difference immediately from my real body. It felt like nothing I'd felt before. I was a little heavier. Jen always made jokes about how I'd never seemed to gain any weight after all. It's never really something I'd noticed, until now, that is. I took one step and let my foot come down. Another step followed, and it was like wading through jelly. As I kept trying, it felt more natural, until I didn't think about it at all. My avatar resembled me. I've never been the creative kind of person. It never made sense for me to make something that didn't look like anything. So, the create a character section was pretty short, sweet, and to the point. Raven hair, green eyes, thin nose, and a skinny face. It took me some time to fit inside my body. Outside the archway was a darkened hallway that I feel against the wall to keep straight. There was a pungent, musty smell that clung to the walls. It sent my mind reeling as I backed away from it to steady myself. I looked down at my hands, more to where they were since it was so dark. They felt like gloves, not quite the feeling of skin, but it was close. "If you focus on your footsteps, you can hear that they thought to make it sound different down here," a voice called out from my right. I jumped and turned toward the source of the voice. I squinted and could barely see thin shapes running from the ground to the ceiling. They were prison bars. I stepped closer and could see through them much better than out in the hallway. The figure was lying on top of a cot hanging by 2 rope strands on the wall. He had long reddish-brown hair tied under a brown headband. The only other part of him I could see, and the first thing after his hair, was the crimson armor he sat in. He shook his head and yawned. "They really put in that little detail, and most people wouldn't even care to listen, you know?" "Who?" I asked. He turned. "Oh shit! I didn't actually expect anybody to be there. I kept imagining I was hearing those footsteps, so I've been saying that hoping it will attract someone to come help me out. I never expected it to actually work." "What are you doing in there?" I asked. He chuckled. "Been in here for a while. I played it when it was in beta, and it seems that progress does indeed transfer over. Just my luck. I basically nuked that account because I assumed the server would be wiped for a release and everybody would start new." "So you got yourself locked in there?" He sat up finally, pivoting and standing tall. He looks like he was a few years older than me. "Yeah, I was a little annoying trying to ask for raid partners. I can be a bit much. Other people said so, and I guess I understand, but I can't really help it, can I?" He raised his hand to the back of his head and sighed. "It's supposed to be a 10-hour timeout. Don't remember if I waited any of it back in beta. Oh, I doubt I did." "You got 10 whole hours in there? That's harsh," I said. "What's your username?" "Klein," he nodded. "You?" "Dex," I said. I'm not stupid enough to use my real name, but I guess it's just like my avatar. An approximate with variants. "You need any help with that?" "I'm new to the game here, so I'm not really sure if I can, but I mean, if I'm able to," I asked. "I'm not too sure. I've never built an Octon here before, but the devs went out of their way to make your footsteps sound differently in different areas, so maybe they put the details of hiding a key somewhere to spring out the jailbirds," Clyde mused. "That's reaching for a fruit on a tree I'm not sure even I can see," I said. "I don't even know what that means. Come on, just go look for a key, okay? If you wouldn't mind, please?" Klein grinned and cocked his head. I let out a breath. "Yeah, sure, why not? I was planning on checking the rest of this place out anyway. I'm gonna need to go find some light first." "Oh, I know where you'll find that. Follow the path down, say, maybe half a minute. You'll reach a large room with torches you can interact with and take with you." "Oh, so you are familiar with this place," I said. He grinned and sat back down on the cot. "I'm familiar with the outside, yes. This is the lowest level dungeon that exists within Elysium. Well, you're new, so I guess you wouldn't know. This is the castle depths. The depths lead up to a wonderful world beyond. Think of this as your tutorial dungeon." "Are you my guide?" I asked. "Fat chance. I'm in jail, remember?" "Right, bad moral compass." "Oh, bug that. I'm not that bad. I just thought the server was gonna wipe. Is that so horrible a thought?" Alright, calm down," I said, holding my hands up. "I'll go check this place out and see what I can find. Who knows, maybe the devs took pity on you after the beta and really did hide a key in here." Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dex. I appreciate it. If you can't manage to find anything, don't sweat it too much. I mean, I can just log off and sleep for the day and get back in." I shook my head. "You already asked me, and I already accepted. None of this giving up talk now. We're getting you out of there, and that's final. Well, if I can. I'll be back." I nodded, turned away from the cell. As soon as I did, the dim light faded, and I returned to the darkness. Klein's voice echoed as if it was half a mile away from me. "You're the best." I continued down the path until I found a large room that Klein had mentioned. At the very rear was a staircase that looked like it was carved for giants. The room was lit by golden ember light of the hung torches. They bathed in the crimson carpet that now covered the stone floor, and instantly the idea that this was a castle took shape. Other than that, though, it was entirely empty. Nobody else was here, it seemed. I walked over toward the nearest torch and held my hand out to grab it, but my hand went right through it. Of course, it wasn't real. A window popped up, asked if I wanted to take the torch. I accepted, and realized it was going to take a little to get used to not grabbing things like a normal person. It materialized off the wall and into my hands, bathing me in the ember glow. I looked around the rest of the room, and once I confirmed there really was nothing left to do but to leave, I started to backtrack through the hall. It was just as empty on the way back. Solid walls were all around me. There were 2 other cells I passed by on my right and left, but they were both empty. One thing I did notice was a sign beside each of them, a small wooden thing tacked to the wall. Punishments decided by Game Master. Beta punishments can be forgiven by an unrelated party. GM. Huh, I said, which alerted Klein back in his cell. What, did you find a key? No, but maybe just as good. I walk a few steps back to his cell and see him grappling the bars like some diva on old sitcoms. There's a sign on each of the walls outside these cells that said unrelated parties can forgive old debts. He looked at me strangely. What? Never hear that? I asked. No, that wasn't in beta. Huh, guess not. Well, I'm pretty unrelated to you. I assume that's so grieving buddies just can't forgive obvious shenanigans. I guess that makes sense, sorta. Boy, am I lucky you spawned here too. It's been like an hour since anybody had. Yeah, you can thank me later. Now, let's see here. I raised my hand to the bars, and a similar looking window popped up from before. Only 2 words appeared. Forgive punishment. I accepted, and the bars slowly vanished from view. He stepped out and shared the largest grin I think I'd ever seen. You actually did it! You seem surprised. Well, don't mind my pessimism, because trust me, your attitude fired me up, but I wasn't actually thinking you'd find me a way out. I totally owe you one. Hey, wait a minute. I can let you join my party. I cocked my head. It makes it sound like I'm doing you a favor. Again, wouldn't it be that you join my party? Potato, potato, said Klein. Who actually says potato? Oh, it's just a thing to say. Well, this place is just a place to be. You'd think a multiplayer game would have more than 2 people in its spawning locations, I said, walking back over to the room at the end of the hall. Klein followed along. Thought everybody'd be spawning here? It's crazy. You do know they have multiple spawning zones set up, right? Oh, I asked, turning to face him as I walked. He made it seem like this was the only tutorial dungeon. There are a few scattered around. Same concept, though. Instanced, you know? Kind of a lame dungeon, if you ask me. I mean, it looks like a straight shot to the doorway. Not any rats or snakes or anything like that. Yeah, no, those things are boring as shit. Everybody expects rats and snakes in the dungeon. Besides, it's more a tutorial for your body. Learning how to walk is a lot different than outside. That's why it's a straight shot, so players can get used to it before they enter the real deal. Ah, that makes sense. Besides, if everyone spawned in here, then it'd be a madhouse in this tiny little hallway. It'd be crazy, and we'd all overload the server, he said. Yeah, that's fair, I said. So, that armor you got, was that a beta drop? Looks a little nice for something exclusive to a beta. How'd you know it's exclusive? Oh, come on, all betas give out exclusive trophies to their testers so they can flaunt it come release. He grinned wildly, bringing his right hand to his chest. I guess that's quite right. I got this sweet stuff from a Terraclops raid on the 2nd floor dungeon. Only a select few were chosen for the beta test, so it's not like many are at an advantage. We only got to explore the first couple of floors or so. Oh, so it's like a roguelike. Klein looked at me with a confused look. You weren't aware? No spoilers. I told you I was coming in blind. That's a lot of faith, man. I shrugged. Or I just heard word and wanted to check it out. It's a very expensive taste to just check out, but you do you. I hope it's worth it. So, where are you from? Don't worry, I'm just curious and nothing more. I'm from Colorado, I said. Well, I assumed, Klein said. Regional servers and all. Town. I'm from Thornton. Oh, sheesh, I didn't know. I'm from Aurora. Sorry, that's my personality getting a little thorny again. I guess that's what people didn't like, said Klein. I shook my head. Don't worry about it. You're not too far, all things considered. I had asked to maybe meet after we logged out of here, but that sounds too much like me asking you out, Klein said. I wouldn't miss out on the post-exit sleep for the world, and I wouldn't have thought it like that anyway. I'm straight. Nothing against you or anything like that, though. I didn't mean to imply... Shit, he sighed. Sorry. I'm trying to be a bit better at handling people like that. That? Don't make me say it. Thorn's a different kind of place. People don't like certain kinds of people, and that's all I grew up around. So sometimes I say stuff that's against those kinds of people and don't realize it. I'm trying to be better about that. I said. I didn't understand really what he wanted me to do with this information. I'm gonna be honest, it's a bit strange to hear such personal issues and I barely know you. And it's more than a bit strange that you'd pass off your feelings towards gay people to your hometown. That's a you thing, not anybody else's problem. He didn't have a response. I'm down for being in your party. I still need some help getting around, but frankly, I'm not that comfortable with oversharing your personal stories, so I won't treat you any mine if you yours, and so on. Right. His face was sullen, and he realized his mistake. Probably not the same mistake I called him out on, probably the mistake of sharing. Yeah, we'll keep it to the game. I stopped. We were just before the room with the staircase. I looked to him and extended my hand. To the game, and smiled. Because in the game, who we really were didn't matter. Wasn't that the whole point? He shook my hand and nodded. Instantly, I could tell something wasn't right. He'd noticed something I hadn't. His eyes darted behind me and slammed his arm against my gut to push me out of the way. I couldn't keep balanced on my new legs. I hit the ground just as a large ball of what looked like fire soared over my head and burnt against the stone wall. I could feel the heat in the air from the trail it left. Actual heat. A remnant smell from the flames sent me deep into my memories. Summer night bonfires that seemed to exist in another life entirely. It had been so long since that memory surfaced, and it was so strong. I cut back and a figure from the shadows pounced into the center of the room. And then another, and then a third. Get up and keep behind me, Klein yelled, pulling a large silver sword out of thin air. At this distance, I could see the figures were all wearing the same heavy-set black robes with blue snake-like markings. I made my way to my feet and looked at him. What should I do to help? I yelled back at him. You have to get up close. We can't hold him from this distance. You should have a bronze sword in your inventory. Get it out and join me. He charged toward the figures who casted more fireballs his way. Inventory, I asked. Of course I knew what an inventory was, but bloody well if I knew how to access mine here. What are you doing? You're gonna... Klein tried to say, but he was cut off when one of the rogue figure's attacks landed just to the side of him and exploded when it hit the ground. Some of the remnant sparks burned against his armor. A health bar appeared by his head and drained about a third of the way down. I was too busy looking at him when I saw the red inferno coming my way just in time. I dropped to the floor to avoid being burned. Where's your sword? He said, grimacing and stopping behind a stone column to his left. His face turned in sudden realization. Swipe the air with your right hand. I hope you can manage it from there. I nodded. I selected the sword, and it forms on my back as its own sheath. I leaned forward, adjusting to the new weight on my back. I pulled it out and found that it felt best in my right hand. I followed Klein. Seeing the fireballs up close made it a lot easier predicting where they were going to travel. I felt like I ran a lot faster here in Elysium. There was more weight propelling me along. It was an exhilarating feeling. We closed in on the robed figures who fired more rapidly as we came closer. Klein moved in first with his sword glowing with a blue aura as he raised it upward and impaled the rightmost robed figure. Their health bar dropped to 0 instantly. He fell to the floor and vanished. The others were startled by the attack and readied their close combat spells. Dex, now's your chance! Use your sword skill! Klein called out. I took a look at my sword and remembered the blue aura that surrounded his sword. I could do that too? I raised the bronze sword above my head just like Klein did, and it began to glow. albeit a much duller glow than his was. I thrust it out to stab the centermost robed figure, but the light left my sword completely, traveling to my left hand, forming an entirely new, similar sword made entirely out of red light. I get a glance at the words dual wield out of the corner of my eye, and thrust my left hand forward to join my right. The bronze sword made a cut on the robed figure's arm, which cut out a small portion of their health. The light sword went right through his chest and drove through fully, bringing him down to half his health. Klein finished it up with a vertical slice that ended his game before he could send out another spell. The last robed figure cast a new spell. A large black hand extended out in front of him that grabbed me around fully. It was interrupted by Klein, who slammed into him from the side, Elysium. I dropped down and the second sword in my hand dissipated. Temporary, huh? No matter. I ran toward the both of them and swung my sword and watched as his health dropped to 0. The battle was over. I was breathing heavily. Klein was silent. The only other sound came from the crackling embers in the torches. I knew it wasn't real, but it still took a lot out of me. Klein walked over to me, clearly not out of breath as I was. He was, however, looking at me with awe. How did you do that? The dual wielding, I mean. I shrugged. Like how you did. I just raised it up and boom. What, is it a rare skill or something? I asked. To my knowledge, not even any of the beta testers were able to get that skill. You're the first I've seen to have it. I guess you're totally useless in battle, he began chuckling. Thank you, I said. You gut punched me out of the way in the first attack. I didn't actually expect there to be enemies down here based on what you said. I didn't expect them either, but those weren't normal enemies. Those were a bunch of members of the nasty guild that started back up in beta called the Pythons. They drive on PKs. I cocked my head. What's a PK? He interrupted. It's shorthand for player kill. They found it fit to loot from other players' inventories instead of earning their own keep. They started small in beta, but must have gotten new members through referral at launch. People who knew beta testers in real life got referred in and started early with some of their gear. I haven't met the leader, but I've seen a few of the admins around on raids. Not a fun group of people to be around. Well, these guys here didn't really seem like they knew anything about anything, to be fair. Don't underestimate them. Don't underestimate anyone, really. These three were not exemplary of the group. They probably started around the same time you did. And to be fair, if I wasn't here to save you, they definitely would have had you cornered. Yeah, that's true. Are these pythons allowed to just up and fight anybody anywhere? Klein shook his head and showed off a gentle smile. No, not just anywhere, thankfully. Towns are usually a safe haven. That doesn't count for personal duels, those can happen anywhere, but that requires both parties to agree to it. Out here in the starting zones, we're sitting ducks, though, he said. I stood, stretching. Well then, let's get a move on into a safe zone for the night, huh? I've got to go to school and all in the morning. I'm remembering that I did mention I wasn't going to be missing the sleep for the world, I said. Yeah, okay. First town should be located through those doors. At least the entrance to it should. What time was it anyway? I asked. Well, according to my menu here, it's about 1 in the morning, Klein said, looking down. 1? Yeah, we better head in before any of those guys respawn and come for revenge, Klein said. He walked towards the giant door at the top of the staircase, but didn't have any visible way to open it. It easily towered over us, probably 3 times as tall as that one. How did we get through here? Same as you did with the cell door. You just tap the air in front of it, and another prompt should show up. I turned back to the door and repeat the process. This time, the dialogue prompt said, "Enter Elysium." I accepted, and saw a white light that formed all around me. I was bathed in a cocoon until a slow hum began to rise. I was on my way forward. This was amazing. Several new viewpoints were erected with the old landscape's data. Just as the castle walls rose around me, so did several buildings, not unlike anything like an Aurora. They were made of stone with old roofing. In a matter of moments, a small but bustling town was in front of us. Behind us, a large gate connected to a wall that encircled the town on every end. It seemed to go on and on. When I saw that Klein was by my side, we started to walk into the town proper. The road began to clear up as we came closer. I saw people, tons of people as we entered. Smiling, laughing people of all colors and assortments, all shapes and sizes. There were several small groups of people talking amongst themselves. Some vanished into buildings, and others appeared out of nowhere from other doorways. The whole town had a very noticeable Victorian aesthetic. The buildings themselves looked to be made in Victorian time. My mouth was left hanging off my jaw onto the floor as I looked at it in its entirety. Yeah, I was amazed the first time I saw the level transition too, Klein blurted out, placing his hands on his hips and looking forward. I blinked to make absolutely sure I wasn't imagining anything. I looked up toward the sunny blue sky. So we could just log out of here too, right? Fully safe? Yeah, this is the place I had visited on my first time through. Novus Dande, Klein answers, taking in a deep breath of digital air, letting it all out slowly. Strange that it's day out, but the host server must be in a different time zone. Don't know why they make all the regional servers be on the same schedule, though. I swiped up the menu and stopped listening to him when I noticed something seemed off. Klein must have done the same thing because he asked the question that was on my mind. Hey, where's the logout button? Klein was hurriedly going through all of his menus, desperately searching. Maybe it's a bug? I bet you someone's getting fired over that one, I said, trying to make myself believe it as much as I was trying to get him to. Come on, Dex, let's go to the center of town. Maybe someone else knows something about this. He was running now. He pushed past some of the other players. Some of them regarded him with confusion. Meanwhile, others yelled at him in a rage. I chased after him, apologizing to the other players as I slipped by. One with a forceful grip grabbed me by the arm and pulled me back. Hey, excuse me, but what the hell is your buddy in such a rush for, Tiny? I looked around to see a man with bright blonde hair that curled just behind the nape of his neck. I'm sorry, I really can't speak right now. I have to... Oh, mind me, Mr. Important. He held up his hands, irritated. I looked to the side and saw several different signs, some announcing the name of the town, Novus Dande. Others announced the location of the inn, and even a marketplace. They all seemed to be empty. I continued past the one that mentioned the town square. I finally made it. Everyone was crowded together a mile down. I spot Klein in his gigantic armor amidst the other players wearing the same visual getup as me. There was another armored fellow or gal every so often, other beta testers, but the majority were plainclothes. Everyone was chatting and even yelling among themselves. It was hard to hear anything above the growing crowd talk. I caught my breath and looked around as the world beneath me started to vibrate. The sky dimmed to a dark crimson, and text filtered across so everyone could see. Incoming message. The sky parted down the center. A ball of light floated down from the void and took the shape of a 50-foot figure shrouded in golden robes with red accents. The figure's face was hidden beneath the robes, but it wouldn't have been hard to guess that this was the Game Master. Hello, players of Elysium. I wish to welcome you to this world. It is unlike any you have ever seen. I bet you all have some questions. I will lay them to rest, he said. This game isn't like many games out there. You do not rely on experience points to grow stronger. We aren't using arbitrary numbers here to demonstrate your strength. We're going off of pure strategy and skill. The goal of the game is to reach the top floor of this world. It is there you will find me. By now, you may notice that there is no logout button on your menu. This is no bug. This is how Elysium is to be played. You may also notice there are a lot less of you than when the game originally started. Or you may not have, but this is the truth. The crowd was silenced. Approximately 4,000 of the original 5 have lost all of their health in this game already. All complacent little ants who got way in over their head. When your health depletes to 0, he trailed off, letting the suspense work its way in like a maggot into a corpse. You die. Panic screams emanated from the crowd. People began panicking and ran for any exit they could get to. It was futile as any exit from the town square was blocked with some sort of force field. Klein and I were standing in horror, jaws agape. The crowd in turn stopped attacking the force field and turned toward the Game Master. Let us out of here, you freak! One player yelled. Yeah, how do I know we aren't lying? I want to leave! A female player pitches in, her voice is in shambles. You can leave, but only if you win the game. Find and defeat me on the top floor, and then and only then will the logout button be restored to every player that survives. It truly is quite a pitiful state. I mean, I wouldn't want your families to find your brain-dead corpse rotting away in your bed now. About 4,000 families are already going to experience this in a few hours when they go to check in on their sons or daughters. I stared at him with mad disgust. Oh, or even better, if a small child finds their mommy or daddy in that condition. I almost wish I didn't have to miss that. The crowd grew wild again, shouting things like, "You monster!" and "Heartless!" Now, this is the punishment for death in Elysium. Don't die, it's that simple. It looks like my time here is up. I hope to see you all succeed, but we all know that not everyone standing here today will make it out alive. Look to your left and right and be grateful you stand now, because that privilege may just be taken from you. Whether it be from a monster, or maybe even another player. Who knows, maybe it will be me that gets to take that privilege from you. I would certainly like that. It's been nice chatting with you all, and I hope we meet again soon. He lifted his right arm up and then dropped it again. Oh, I almost forgot. A parting gift from me. He swiped his hand in front of him. A giant mirror appears, and he pressed a button on the hilt of the mirror. White lights enveloped every single player, and they changed to look like a completely different person. Some people changed drastically, while others were only minimal changes such as eye color or hairstyle. I shrank a few inches, my hair flopped down shorter than Dex's. My eyes changed to a lighter shade of green, the green I was used to. I'm no longer Dex, but myself. He changed us from our avatars. Our clothes remained the same, but nearly every person had changed from the white light. Game Master transformed back to the ball of light and vanished without another word. The sky rejoined together and returned to the previously bright and sunny blue. Every player in this game is subject to die in the real world if we die in this one. A horrible realization dawned on me. I remembered those players we encountered back outside Elysium. I saw their rope figures being cut down one by one, each one shattering to nothing. We had killed them. One of my rules broken, just like that. With a swing and a bunch of zeros and ones, a life had been taken. I took a step back and Klein noticed me. "Hey, Dex, are you okay? You don't look so good." He walked up to me and put his hand on my shoulder. I backed away, taking one step after another. One more back and I tripped over my own feet. People began stampeding around me, trying to find an exit. At least a way up to the next floor. The force field must have left when the Game Master did. I felt like I was going to throw up. I was sure if this were the real world, I'd have broken some bones in the stampede. Yet I lie here, unharmed in this world in which we are prisoners. In this world where I was a murderer.
Two. February 21st, 2022. Gen. 1. It was a quiet morning. It's only so because Andy's still asleep. That doofus always woke up at the volume of 10 trains. Everything was loud with him. It didn't help that the walls separating our rooms were paper thin. My bed rested right up against the corner of the room. Right behind my bed was his room. I sat up and stretched a second before lifting myself off the bed, and I made my way to the window. As I pulled back the curtains, sunlight filled the room, and instantly I felt 10 times more comfortable. Outside, the blinding whiteness filled the vision from last night's snowfall. It was so strange how I could fall asleep to a green yard and wake up to a white one. I shuddered at the thought of playing yesterday's game with all the snow out there. Heck, if it kept up, there might not have been any school at all, but I knew any better than to get my hopes up. I walked out of my room, and when I passed by Andy's, I knocked twice. "Come on, doofus, it's time to get up." I continued on. I might have added the responsibility of waking Andy up to my morning resume, but at least I get first crack at the bathroom. There wasn't any feeling greater than being the first one in there. Nobody else was there to knock or hurry you up. Once I finished, I knocked on Andy's door once more. It usually takes a couple of tries to get him up. Downstairs, I heard the hum of the television turning on. Mom must be up. She's usually up pretty early for work. "Is Andrew up yet?" she asked. I knocked on his door twice and he didn't respond. "I think he might have been on that game all night," I said, walking closer toward her. "Boys and their games," my mom said, shaking her head. "You go get some food and I'll go wake him." Okay, if he doesn't get up right away, can we do the water trick? I asked. No, you cannot do the water trick. Aw, come on. No. Fine, go get him already, I said, walking into the kitchen. The water trick was classic. I took out some cereal from the cupboard and poured myself a bowl. Took a bite and walked back into the family and swiped the remote in my hand. I grabbed some milk from the fridge and took a bite, walked back into the family room and swiped the remote into my hand. I scrolled through the 6 channels we can receive. The same 6. 2 were based on reruns of old cartoons. 2 were sports channel reruns again. And the last 2 were news stations for the different halves of Colorado. Each state had their own separate broadcasts. We were a bit more standardized than some of the other places out here. We were lucky to be out here in the east. Reporter Jessica Taft was on the screen when the news came up. She was the most frequent reporter for Colorado East. Brightly colored bangs hung low in front of her eyes. She was standing in front of a building I recognized, our local TECHNODOME. It was owned by TECHNODOME Entertainment, one of the fastest growing business chains in the city. It was full of all kinds of gadgets and almost any variety that still work. There weren't many of them around the country, but there's still enough of them to matter. People are lined up for the popular new title, Elysium. It's the TECHNODOME's most popular, successful business ventures with partner and producer of the popular virtual reality video game, ADATA. The popularity for this title is a first for many things. It's bringing the dormant gaming culture back to the forefront. An attempt to escape would be my guess, she laughed, looking at the people waiting in line behind her. My guess is also that people need to get themselves some real work, but I can't really control others, can I? She said, looking back again. Waste of time or not, this game was heavily sought after for another reason. It's a technological invention compatible with it. It's the first technological invention compatible with the ADATA technology, the ADATech. Now, I guess these people can truly escape into their fictional worlds. Suddenly, the tone shifted on screen. Breaking news interrupted the normal news story for a headline that sent me back against the wall. 4,000 dead in virtual reality video game. My eyes went wide. Abe Donahue, the breaking news anchor stationed back in Thornton, was on screen talking about reports of kids and adults all around the state being found dead in their rooms from playing the hit new game Elysium. Mom? Mom? I called out, scrambling for the remote to turn the volume up. What is it? Get down here now! She started to come down the steps. Line. It was developed by TECHNODOME Incorporated and produced by ADATA, both of which have not responded to the claims that the ever-so-popular virtual reality video game Elysium has had a casualty count of over 4,000. Players of this game are unable to log out or exit the game. Our reporters are working hard to figure out why this is, but we have no information to report about at this time. We suggest all of those who know anybody who is currently inside this game to make sure they are still breathing, and do not try to remove the helmets they are wearing. The helmets seem to form some sort of cerebral connection to the player's subconscious during gameplay. It was unknown exactly how long into gameplay that this connection was made, but we do know that interrupting this connection can be fatal to those inside the game. It was unknown exactly how long into the gameplay the connection was made, but we do know that interrupting this connection can be fatal to those inside the game. Mom, please tell me Andy's okay up there, I said. She didn't say anything. She was frozen in terror, staring at the screen. Mom, I repeated, but I began running up the stairs. He can't be gone. He's good at these kinds of games, right? Oh, what if Mom unplugged it when she went up? Shit, why couldn't he just go back to the debate club and leave the stupid hobby behind? He was himself then. I ran past my door and threw open Andy's. He was lying in his bed, uncovered. My heart jumped for joy when I saw his chest rising. I ran to his side and stared at the helmet attached to his head like a leech. I moved his body slightly and saw that there was a cord from the helmet running down and into his neck. It was fused with his skin. Mom, call the police now! I screamed. I fell to my knees and leaned myself against Andy's dresser. The tears came and I couldn't stop them. I was out of breath and I heard my mom coming up the stairs. She walked into the room and picked me up in her arms. Mom, that thing is stuck in his neck, I said in between breaths. She nodded, pulling me closer and wrapping her arms around me. It's okay. Police are going to be here soon. There have been a lot of calls in the area, so they're doing their best, she whispered. I let myself break in her arms. The police arrived a few hours later. People all over the state are succumbing to a fate worse than Andy's. They passed while playing Elysium, this game that was touted as an escape from reality. You didn't need to escape. You needed to stay here and be with us. We need you. 2 officers and the chief of police knocked on our door. The chief was my best friend's father, so it wasn't any surprise he felt it necessary to see how we were doing personally. The two officers began speaking with my mom, and I went upstairs to Andy's room. Everything felt like such a blur, I didn't even catch their names. My mom and I had been downstairs in our living room talking to Mr. Carraway, a spitting image of his son, Jake. Or the other way around, at least. He had high, hardened cheekbones. Jake said he would have been here if he could, but I didn't want him to be close to a possible crime scene, Mr. Carraway said. It's okay, I'm not really in the right state to be seeing a lot of people anyway, I said. He nodded. I'm so very sorry for what has happened. I assure you we're trying our very best to find out more to help these who are like your son now. Who are like Andy now. Who are like Andrew now, trapped within this game. Do you think we could relocate him to a hospital or something? I don't know how well I can keep him fed with work and everything. He can't sit here for too long, my mom asked. I don't personally know of any high intensive care units that aren't filled, he began, and with that I saw my mom droop from her seat. But I can work some things out that he does get personal care. A friend of mine who works as a nurse can take him in and make sure he gets the proper nutrients until further action can be taken, he said, placing his hand on her shoulder. Really? Oh, that would be wonderful. Oh, thank you so much. She burst into tears. Do you think I can go see him before you guys take him? I asked. Honey, I don't think that's a good idea. The other officers are in there, and we don't want to be a burden, my mom said, wiping her eyes. I could feel my heart break. I can't let my last time seeing him alive being me calling him a doofus. I can live with it if he's perfectly okay, because he'll call me kid right back and we'll laugh. So a brother is. Makes fun of you, but only because he loves you, and knows you'll grow up and be able to make fun of him back. God, why did this have to happen? Can't even believe something this horrible would happen. I can allow it. Who would I be to separate a sister from her brother in this sad time? Mr. Carraway asked. I can ask my men to step out so you can have a private moment. I nodded. Thank you. It's no problem. He nodded his head and returned and stood to his feet. I took no extra caution as I made my way for Andy's room. I had to keep my hopes up. He was going to be just fine and calling me kid again in no time. There was no way he was going to let himself die here. I opened his bedroom door and stepped inside. I saw the faces of the officers turn as I entered. The one on the left, his badge showed me his name was Mendez, walked up to me, probably to tell me I shouldn't be in here. But he stopped as he saw Mr. Carraway behind me. Are you and Carlson finished here? He asked, fiddling a pen between his fingers. We just need a few minutes, sir. We've learned that the helmets connect to the brain, specifically through the cerebral cortex through the back of the neck, to stimulate the gimmy's images, sounds, and feelings into the wearer's subconscious. Makes them believe they're really experiencing whatever's going on in there, Officer Mendez said. Looked as if he'd been working in the bomb squad. His uniform was layered in a thick coat of sweat. Any on his face seemed to have run into and been absorbed by his thick mustache. Carlson, on the other hand, was working with a deft hand, his dark face working with smooth precision. He stopped. There was something I liked about him more than Mendez. Do you think you could wait a few minutes? Mr. Carraway asked, and then motioned with his eyes toward me. Sir, I really think... No problem. I understand you might want some time with your brother here, Officer Carlson interrupted. I knew there was something about him I liked more. Mendez stroked his head over to Carlson, but only returned a dismissive gaze. Mendez sighed and nodded. We'll be out. Mr. Carraway walked out with Mendez and Carlson. I ran to Andy's side. He lied on his back. His helmeted face was looking upward. Oh, Andy, I'm so sorry I didn't stop you from playing that game. I just want you to come back. Please make it to the end and come back to us. I teared up, but I blinked to hold the tears back. I gave him a quick hug and kissed his cheek. I nodded at Carlson and Mendez, who returned to Andy's room. I walked down the stairs and sat on my couch, sinking into it and staring into the ceiling. Mom? I asked. She turned to me, her eyes wet with fresh tears. Yeah? I hope he's okay, I said. She nodded, sniffed, and then cried again. 7:13 p.m. It was dark. The lights outside Andy's room had just shut off. Mr. Carraway had him moved to a sort of interim hospital room where his friend, Miss Melanie Moon, stayed to observe him and kept him fed. I've been visiting him for the past 3 days, checking up on him and the like. I've been the only one who's been there beside for Miss Moon. Mom was too distraught with absolutely everything. It was like I was my mom's Miss Moon. Anytime that I'm not at work or cooking at home, I'm here, watching over Andy. It's hard to believe he could be so close to me, yet so far away at the same time. I guess it'd be the same if you were in a coma or something else. Except those who are comatose aren't being held hostage in a virtual prison by some stupid helmet that hardwired its way into their brain. If I could just maybe shake him awake and everything would be okay, like he just overslept or something. My mind was a whirlwind of questions, most, if not all, that will never be answered. Some are like, "Dear benevolent deity, that may or may not watch over us, how would you let something like this happen to us now? Why now, of all times?" Others are simply, "Andy, why couldn't you just choose not to play the damn game this one time?" I slinked over to the wall and sat down. If only he would just wake the fuck up! I had to hold the wall to keep me up. In between breaths, I grabbed my bag from my chair I was sitting in and decided to head home for the night. I hated not being able to do anything to help. Before shutting the door, I looked back into the room. "Please come back to us. I miss you more than anything," I said, letting the words fall flat as I shut the door behind me. 3. February 20th, 2022. The crowd dispersed. I was still on the ground out of sheer shock at what had happened. My eyes were darting back and forth. I don't know how long has passed. Klein stood off to the side, leaning against the town fountain, spouting its water as if it were normal. "Hey, Dex, I don't know what to say, man. I'm not good with this emotional shit, but we can't sit here. We just can't, or we'll end up like..." Klein stalled off, not knowing how to finish. He offered his hand to me. I didn't even notice it before, but his face hadn't really changed at all. This was his real face. His hair was no longer a vibrant red, but sort of a reddish brown. His changes were more subtle. He still had his armor and headband equipped. I nodded and took his arm up in mine, and he yanked me up. "There you go, up and at 'em," he said. We killed those people," I said. I started to hyperventilate. We killed... "Hey, Dex!" Klein grabbed me with both of his arms and shook me. "Hey, come on, man, I know!" He broke out. "I know. Shit wasn't supposed to go down like this." He was shaking. "I've died plenty of times in beta. I logged out several times. I cut those guys down like it was all normal. This shit is so fucked. I know that, but man, I've been on the dark sides of the internet. I was 14, about a year before all this shit with the government went down. I saw all kinds of fucked up shit. Things I can't even think back on now because I repressed them. I'm not trying to say that feeling it like this. It's much, much more, but what I do to process this kind of bullshit is I keep on moving. If I stop, if I sit and process every single iota of everything, I break down. It would kill me," he said. "What do you suppose we do then?" I asked, trying to keep my heart still. I could feel my voice growing hoarse. Klein looked around for a few moments and then finally back at me. "I say we go look for the way to the second floor. Somebody around here's got to know where it is. And if we can somehow catch up to some of the other players, maybe we can join up with them. Strength in numbers, right?" I took a deep breath and realized he was right. We needed to beat this game and to get back to our real world, our real lives. Images of my mom and Jen flashed in my mind. My hand shook. "Let's go." "That's the spirit," Klein smiled back. "I say we should head to the information center. Seems like the best course of action given the current circumstances," Klein remarked. "The information center? How's that going to help? Shouldn't we go where everyone else went?" "One thing you learn about exploring places you have never been to, Dex," Klein began, wagging his finger at me, "is you always find a map as soon as you can. Those people are going to be kicking themselves in the leg when they end up dead and have no clue where to go," he said. I nodded in agreement and we walked the way. "You have anybody waiting for you on the other side?" His tone was quiet and somewhat pitiable. "Yeah, my mom and my sister," I said. "They must be terrified right now," I thought. Klein stopped walking. I too stopped and turned to look at him. He was looking down at the ground, holding his arms behind his back. "Maybe after all this is over you could introduce me?" he said in a hushed but hopeful tone. He then turned to face me, his toothy grin showing. I stared at him back. Is this really the time? No. I continued walking. Klein ran around. "Come on, bros are supposed to do things like this." His hands were clasped firmly together. I could start to see tears welling up in his eyes. I've yet to tell if it was this desperate or if they were just fake. "We're done talking about families," I said, I continued walking until he pulled me back by the collar. Hey, I told you before I could finish. I fell to the ground ahead of him. He let me go, and I fell to the ground, gasping for air. I don't recall you remembering where we're going, so why are you bleeding again? He asked, his question laced with sarcasm. A poison, oh, so familiar to me. And I know what he's doing. He's using humor to take my mind off of, that. I know we're looking for the information center, which should clearly be labeled by a sign. Oh, you think? He retorted, crossing his arms and smirking. He walked alongside, his head turned toward me. Yeah, in fact, I'll be able to lead you there, and then along the way we can talk about how you're asking me if you could fuck my underage sister, I chided. Dude, that happened so long ago. I can't believe you keep bringing that up. I don't even recall if it happened as you said. I think you might have been hitting on my sister, he said, elbowing me in the side, chuckling. You don't have a sister, I said, smirking alongside him. And how exactly do you know that? He asked, turning to face me again. Because you would have mentioned something about your little code there about bros, and don't even say that you were worried she was underage, because that line was crossed long ago, I said, pointing at him. Oh, jeez, okay, Mr. Lawyer, man, I plead guilty, fuck. Remind me to never borrow any money from you, he said, laughing. I shrugged my shoulders. I was co-captain of the debate team at my school, what can I say? Oh, you were such a nerd. Why not captain? Klein sneered. It would have been, but the guys who started it were upperclassmen. They had charm and charisma that I didn't. They're graduated now. I didn't really have their drive to keep the group going, so it kind of dissolved. And really, you're about as much of a nerd as I am. I'm a geek, thank you very much. There's a very clear difference. He puffed out his chest. No, there isn't, I said. Sure there is. A nerd is someone who gets shoved in his locker because he can't shut up about chemistry. A geek is someone who takes pride in, geeky stuff. Dude, you're so full of it, I said. Oh, we're here, Klein said. Oh, of course we are, just in time for you to avoid explaining. I'm cut off by him walking ahead. I could see a large white stone building to our right, a few. So far, it was the largest building I'd seen in this town. It was about 3 stories high compared to a normal 2 or 1. I jogged out to catch up to him. He knocked on the door, bringing a prompt up in front of him. Following his lead, I did the same. The scenery changed, and I was inside of a somewhat large room. It was almost completely filled with other players, others who decided it was smart to come here as Klein had. I noticed they were all high-level looking armor, so they must have been beta testers and known that the map would be helpful. I found Klein speaking to a woman behind the counter in the corner of the room. I shook my head and let out a small chuckle as I weaved my way through the other players to get to him. Come on, wouldn't you say this armor's a sweet piece? You have to admit that. Klein finished with a wave of his hair and leans on the counter. The woman looked over to me, her long brown hair falling over her shoulder piece. Are you with him? She pointed to Klein. I nodded my head tersely. She sighed. Just as well. She opened up her menu. I'll give you the beginner's manual for free if you take him away from here. He's quite annoying. My menu opened automatically with a request for a trade. Okay. Klein looked visibly hurt for a moment, but only for a moment. His goofy grin returned like a boomerang tossed aside. I pressed the accept button, and now in my inventory was Beginner Guide to Elysium. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, Klein, let's get going. I grabbed him by the arm, and he didn't even put up any resistance. His feet dragged across the floor like a sad dog, but his face looked like he was about to burst into laughter. Come on, that's all I want, Dex. Just give me the ladies, and I'll be set for life. You're out of your mind. I could feel his fingers twitching in my grasp. I almost lost my grip as he headed out. I opened the command prompt and dragged him beside me. We have to go. Let's check whatever fantasy you have in your pants for now, I said, pressing yes on the question to leave. Once we were outside the information center, I reopened my inventory. I selected the guide, and Klein looked over my shoulder as I opened it up. Go to the table of contents. We don't have any time to waste actually reading through this thing. Map should be in the back, Klein said, about ready to rip the guide out of my hands. I flashed him a look of annoyance, but ultimately complied. There was one section on dungeon crawling that could help, so I flipped to that first. Dex, Klein begins. Wait, I'm looking, I said, reading. Hey, look at this. Seems like there are recruitments going down to scour the higher floors, I read out to him. Yeah? Do you even know how many floors there are? Is there a map like he asked you to find? I don't know about the map. It doesn't say in here. It mentions a mysterious amount of floors within the castle Elysium. I read off the page. Okay, then where are they being held? The recruitment sign, he asked, crossing his arms. It said, Glory Park. Klein looked around. They changed a few things about this town since the beta, but the layout's basically the same. I don't know where everything is, but last time I was here, Glory Park was just a bit south from the information center. He explained, his hand stroking his chin. Well, okay then, we'll start looking south, I said, closing the guide. It dissipated into pixels and flowed into me. I don't think I'll get used to that, I said. Klein nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what the devs are thinking. If it were me in charge of this game, I would have just made it straight up blood, he said, grinning. I wouldn't expect anything else, I said, chuckling. What does that mean? Why is that funny? Thinking of you in charge of a game, that's actual responsibility, I laughed. Hurtful, he said. We walked to the south. The sun in this world had almost set. It was about 2 a.m, according to the clock at my menu. We found our way to the park. There was a crowd, a little smaller than the one at the town center. There was also a bit more that we were wearing the default plainclothes like I was. Although I also did see a few players in long trench coats and others in barely anything at all. I wonder why the developers decided to censor the blooded when they chose to add in some of these more revealing outfits. Some of them I wonder if it was even practical to fight in. This park was unchanged, Klein muttered. So, about those changes. Is that why you don't know where the other ways the other floors are? I asked. Klein nodded his head. Well, what are we waiting for, then? Let's go sign up, I said. We joined ourselves with the crowd. There looked to be a grand meeting with someone speaking all to the rest. I took a peek and noticed that there was an armored player standing on a podium. His hair was dark black, just about as black as mine. He was wearing a heavy set of deep blue armor. It looked to be even bigger than Klein's. He looked to be about a year or two older than me. I propose that we all form parties and make this way to the end of this game. He unsheathed a shimmering golden sword and raised it skyward. The crowd cheered. I whispered over to Klein, You know this guy? He nodded a short look. He was in the beta. His username's Eldon. I heard that he was the highest level beta tester. He's got quite the street cred here. I looked back toward Eldon. I tuned everything else out as I stared into his deep blue eyes. We've uncovered the entrance to the second floor, and our reconnaissance teams have discovered it's a dungeon. That means that at the end of the dungeon's a boss. If any of you wishes to participate in the scouring of this dungeon, then form a party of at least 3 players and meet back here before the break of dawn. He pauses. I sincerely hope you can all make it along with us, because we're going to beat down this boss together. Time began to slow to a halt. I could feel my heartbeat pound in my chest. There was a new voice screaming inside my head. I couldn't understand what it was saying. I tuned out everything around me except for Eldon's faintest movements, and then it stopped. Everything was moving along like normal. I was staring and I couldn't stop. What the hell happened? The crowd shifted as they looked for players to join their raid parties. A window popped up in front of me, and pulling me out of myself, it was from Klein. I looked over at him confused. Might as well get it out of the way early, huh? He laughed. Go ahead, accept it. It just means we'll travel together through the dungeon. I was still confused about everything slowing down there, but I shook it off. Okay, I responded and hit the accept button. There, now we just need one more party member. Let's split up and find one. I mean, it's no harm if we both find one, right? 4 is better than 2, anyhow, Klein suggested. Right, I agreed. He walked away, but then walked back. Oh, but do try to find a chick that, I don't know, might be interested if you tell her I have this really sick armor, okay? He asked, practically begged. You are desperate, I said, shaking my head. Desperate for lovin', baby. He sang horribly off-key. You're so weird. I think if I told anybody that, they'd have you arrested. I said, weird for... Okay, please don't do that again, I said. He laughed. Remember, sexy chick who loves dudes in armor, he yelled as he ran off. I made my way through the hectic crowd, weaving my way through the congestion. Where to begin? I picked a direction at random and started walking. It wasn't like I knew my way around this place, so getting lost really wasn't a problem. I couldn't be any more lost than I already was. I turned a corner on one of the side roads beside the park and saw a large building made out of a smooth marble down the way. The sign on the front read, Artist's Guild. I'm not a connoisseur of the arts myself. That was something about how people could explain themselves through art, which was a little, well, bullshit, to be frank. Oh, I made the square blue because it demonstrates the human fight for survival. Please, You made that square blue because you ran out of purple on the triangle. Even if I didn't understand it, maybe I could find someone here that'd want to join our raid. I mean, stranger things have happened. The building was taller than I thought from far away. It was about 3 times the size of the information center in both height and length. Inside there were statues and busts that rested on podiums and stands in front of me. The whole place emanated a calming vibe. I saw a sole player behind one of the statues. She stood tall with her hands behind her back as she looked up at a painting hanging on the wall. "It's quite a show, isn't it?" she said without turning. "You mean out there?" "Yeah, I guess you could call it that," I said, walking closer. "Stop." I did. She turned slowly. Her figure was lean, her auburn hair fit snug on her skull. Her face was a little rough, but there seemed to be something else about her eyes. They were calculating. They analyzed everything around her, stripping everything down with a glance before moving on. Now they were set straight on me. "You're not here to join the Artists Guild. You're much too antsy, too little focus." I moved to speak, but she continued. "If you aren't here for art, maybe you're here because you're lost. That could be it. Your clothes paint you as a newbie, probably fresh into the game, maybe an hour or two. You look sweaty, maybe it's the big announcement that's got you so worked up. Listen, I came here to see if I would maybe partake in some sort of adventure, to go higher in this castle." "No thank you, I'm quite busy here," she said. "How did you know I was going to ask that?" I asked. She looked me up and down once more. "You're practically dripping with it. Plus, you're not the first. I don't do fighting anyway. It's not all this game has to offer," she said. I paced around the room. "So, you just do this?" I asked, looking at the statues of different people. "No, these were here when the game began. Developers coded them in. There's no way I could have created them all in this short time. But I am planning on adding on to it." "How do you plan to do that?" I asked. "This game isn't all about the fighting, like I said. There's a huge library of things to work with in the arts here. Devs thought I was doing good with their materials, so they made me head of the art guild." "I don't really see anybody else here," I said. "People are too upset with the current circumstances. Art isn't the thing that's on their mind right now," she sighed. "And what about you? How are you handling the situation?" I asked. She shrugged her shoulders. "I was planning on staying in this town anyway. If people go out, then they deserve whatever happens to them." "That's horrible. People are dead, dying, even right now, in fact," I said. She clapped her hands together and shuffled around the room. "People die all the time. It'd be no different if they were traveling through no man's land during a time of war. People live and people die. The ones who live simply choose to not interact with the obviously deadly," she said. I felt like I was arguing with a wall. I wasn't going to be convincing her of anything anytime soon. She was obviously wrong. There was a need for us to continue playing this game. I wasn't going to let anybody die here. I wanted to save as many as I could. Without another word, I turned to walk out, but right before I could leave, I felt her grab my arm. "You know, you could stop." I was silent. "You could stop now and say that you'd join up here, join the guild. If you go up to try to beat this thing, it is going to kill you." "I couldn't stay here. I'm much too antsy for stuff like this. It's as you said. This whole thing isn't right, and so I want to fix it," I said. She looked at me and let go of my arm. She nodded her head slowly. "I don't know what I'm going to do now. Just keep on walking and see if I can find somewhere else. Somewhere like a guild set up for combat or something. Maybe I could find..." My thoughts were interrupted as I tripped over something hard. I fell before I even knew it. I tripped over someone's foot as I turned a corner. I hit the ground. My vision went a little hazy. "Ow, watch where you're going," someone's high-pitched voice yelled at me. I looked up, and there was a girl standing right above me, giving me a dirty look. She was wearing what looked to be some sort of swordsman's garb. It was like a one-piece suit coat that parted near the bottom. It was white with a red trim. She had shoulder-length dark hair and serene blue eyes. Even with her staring holes into my head, I could think of no other words to say. "What? Are you just going to sit there?" she asked, stepping back. "What?" I asked, snapping out of my trance. "What, me? What, you? What are you staring at?" she barked. I stood up. I'm sorry, I was just walking in, and you just so happened to trip over me," she interrupted. I started to go red in the face. No, I seriously didn't mean anything of it." "Uh-huh, I saw you over there with the large crowd. You just so happened to trip accidentally," she said. What? No, that isn't that at all. Why were you watching me? I asked, my own humility starting to fade. She looked at me for a second, then noticed her mistake. Watching you? I didn't say that, she said. There was something in her voice, a sort of discord. You just said that you were watching me. I'm not deaf, nor am I dumb, but there is one thing I am. I began. It's time I take control of the conversation. What is that? She asked. I'm curious, I said, letting my confidence build back up. If you'd be interested in accompanying my friend and I to the second floor. We were looking for a way out of this game. Are you trying to ask me out? She asked, her face hardened. I asked what I asked, and what I asked was rather simple, actually. We need a third person to go with us. And can I assume that you don't want to be trapped in here? She took me in, not sure of what to say. You don't seem to be a beta tester, or even a player that looks like they have any skill. Look fresh out of the oven, yet you think you're going to win this game? What's so special about you? She asked. I leaned against the side of a building, and I threw on a smirk. I'd like to think I can be pretty special. I'm going to be getting out of this game no matter what. That isn't the issue at hand, I began. I'm giving you an option to speed up that process. She gave off a sarcastic laugh and walked by me, turning around. I don't think attitude's going to be enough to win it. I'm sorry. It took a moment to think about everything I was working for, everything I needed to get back to. You have family out there? I asked. This caught her off guard. Yeah. I do too. And so does everyone else in here. And you know what? There are some families that have lost people they love tonight. I'm not letting my family find me croaking in my bed. I'm not staying in this game for much longer. Fuck that. Fine. I'll join you, she said as a matter of fact. She opened up the window and sent the invite. But don't be mistaken. I've got my own reasons for getting ahead in this game. It's just for one floor, she added. I accepted her invitation and let loose a grin. In that case, I guess it'll be a pleasure to work with you. I'm Dex. I extended my hand. Athena, she said, leaving my hand in the air, her arms folded. Like the Greek goddess? I asked, letting it drop slowly. I met with a stare that seems to say, what else would it be of? You still have your default sword, she said, looking around me to my sheath. Passion and attitude can only get you so far. You're gonna need to outfit yourself at the armory. There's one in this town, just follow the road down from here and go past the pub. I want you dying on me right when we start because of a default sword. Where and when should we meet up after? I asked. I have some errands to run myself. You know the big fountain in the park? Should have been near where you were, she said. So you were watching me, I said, a grin plastered on my face. Not now, she shook her head. I'll be there in a few hours. I'll only stay until 7. If you're not there, I'm gone. Got it? She had her hands on her hips, looking at me dead in the eyes. I can do that. Good. Now hurry up. I'll get what I need done, and I expect you to do the same, she said, then walked off. I watched her coattails trail behind her. She turned a corner, and then she was gone. I waited another 10 seconds, and then I could feel my whole body go limp. The adrenaline was still rushing through my veins. I'm pretty sure it was the only thing keeping me talking. Athena, I said quietly to myself. It's just the adrenaline from this whole ordeal. Nothing more, nothing less. It's gonna be just as she said. We're gonna team up for this next floor, then part ways. No attachments. A notification popped up in front of me, alerting me that I had a message. It was from Klein. OMG, dude, I didn't think you'd actually get us a chick. I got the notification that Athena joined our party. Is she hot? I took a look at the sky and laughed, letting the humility and insecurity return and the adrenaline fade. Yes. 4. February 21st, 2022. Gen 2. I've been looking after Andy in the time since he was put in the hospital. Mom hasn't done many mom things for a very long time. She's mainly gone to work and come back home. I've been frustrated that I'm the only one who's managed to see him somewhat frequently. I work at the grocery store that's a few blocks down from our house. But this behavior of hers wasn't exclusive to her. Andy's gotten a free ride for a lot of things. He used to be so motivated. He was on the debate team, the mock trial, even the newspaper club for a short bit, but lately, he's just stopped. Stopped everything and forced me to be the one who has to worry, who has to care. It shouldn't be his burden, but it definitely shouldn't be my burden. It's these feelings inside me that mixed and swelled together. I want nothing more than that big dumb idiot to wake up right now, but so can I yell at him and tell him to get his act together. It's not fair that this ADATA take him away from me. He's my brother. My mom was asleep by the time I got home. I tossed my back onto the bench into the front hallway and headed up the stairs. I wish I was so lucky as to be unconscious right now. I pulled out my phone from my back pocket and pulled up the message chain with Jake. My last message to him was letting him know when I'd be home from seeing Andy. I had my phone off then for obvious reasons. He hadn't said anything back. So I shut off my phone's display and held it down as I made for the top of the steps. Andy's room was right across the hall from my own. It was hard seeing it when the police officers had filled this entire hallway several hours ago. I walked in my room and set my phone on charge. I lied down on my bed and just took in breaths slowly. Everything seemed much more real when it was just my mind in the dark. I heard talk that people consider 3 to 4 a.m. the ghostly hour, the time where the scariest phenomena happen in our world. I don't think it was a particular time to be blunt. I think it's more of a mindset when everything was dark and your mind isn't distracted by the little details in life, when it was left to its own devices and the scary parts of our own minds became clear. I sat up and adjusted my pillows behind me. I could hear my mom snores through the wall, always with the thin wall. I always heard her and what seemed to be everything else in this house. I was able to hear Andy practicing for his debates in his room, cursing at himself whenever he messed up or missed a beat. And he's really self-conscious about how he presents himself. It's almost he has like a second pair of eyes that are watching all of his actions so he can judge. It was kind of funny to hear him get flustered every once in a while. It makes me know that even though he was good at what he did, he was human. When I heard from my mom's side was more sad. It was a tense silence that was only sometimes broken by quieted fits of crying. She never liked to show herself upset, but as bad as it was now, it just got worse at night when she believed that nobody else could hear. Ever since her dad died, she'd been like this, according to Andy. I only remember the past few years. It felt like eons ago when I was little, like another person had lived that life. I was still little now, but at the time, not. It was a really weird age, 14. You're past the boat of finally being a teenager, but you're still not 16 yet. Still not 18 yet, even. It made me feel small. My mom's room was a lot more loud ever since Andy got stuck in that stupid game. She didn't even try to hide it anymore. She sounded like a wailing animal just waiting to be put out of its misery. I'm not gonna lie, I've been a wreck myself, but I realized that we couldn't both be wrecks. Someone has to hike up our jeans and provide for us, and it sure wasn't Mom. I haven't been to school this past week. Work has kept me so busy. The store was owned by a neighbor of ours, Eddie Hankton. He kept one of the 2 open grocery chains in Aurora alive by employing kids at the school who needed to help their families out. After I got home from seeing Andy, I sat on my bed and began to drift away. And then, tap. The smallest of sounds. My eyes darted open. I wouldn't have even heard it if I'd been speaking out loud. I listened, and there it was again. Tap, tap. I looked around my room, my eyes fixated on my window. I saw pebbles ricocheting off the glass. Tap, tap. More pebbles joined the ones before. Confused, I walked over to the window and propped it up, my arms screaming for rest as I tried to shake myself awake. I looked outside, hanging on the pane by my armpits, and reached my head out. I felt a small sting as a pebble smacked my forehead. I looked down and saw Jake standing in my backyard with a handful of pebbles in his grasp. He was dressed in his dark red blazer and a pair of blue jeans, a grin plastered on his face that emanated his love for being a thorn in my side. What the hell are you doing? And where did you get that many pebbles in the middle of winter? I called out to him. What, aren't you glad to see me? I mean, you haven't been in school all week or anything, he called back. You didn't answer my question, I said. Come down and maybe I will, he grinned. What about curfew? I asked. Curfew schmurfew, do you remember who my dad is, right? He said, laughing. Yeah, I know you'd never actually pull that card, I said. Jake was very particular about his dad's work. He had some issues growing up with people only being friends with him because his dad was the chief of police. Putting that into perspective along with the shit Jake normally has to deal with was also adding onto the pile. Deep down, he wants to be as low-key about his dad as possible. You're right. Call it a trump card then. Now, come on, it's cold out. One moment, I said. I walked over to my bed and leaned up with my ear to the wall. I heard silence from my mom's room. I grabbed my coat from my closet and threw it on. In any other situation, I'd feel the need to make myself look pretty before heading out, but it was different with Jake. I felt like I could go out after spending an 8-hour day at the grocery store and be totally fine. He's always been a little different. Jake has this disease called vitiligo, where patches of skin on his hands and his hair lost their color. His hair was completely white, and his hands had small patches of almost toneless color. His eyes were a really bright green, almost like a natural neon-like color. They worked so well at capturing moonlight, and they glowed down in the dark. It actually reminds me of Andy a bit, pre-fuck the world. That's what I always noticed first about him, and what I did when we first met. Everything about Jake stuck out like a sore thumb, and that was why he was my best friend. Well, not just for that reason. The main reason was that he stuck up for me in elementary school. That was when I knew he and I would be best friends. I was back in my elementary school classroom, November of 2016. I was 8 years old. "It's about time you gave it up, huh, Jennifer?" Miss Keene said. Her face always looked like it was being pulled back by 2 clothespins. Either that or being wound up like a towel you were trying to wring out. "Yeah, give it up, give it up!" a small boy called out. "Give what up?" I asked. "You took Tony's pencil, didn't you?" Miss Keynes asked. "Yeah, I saw you take it, and now you have it!" Tony screamed. "Okay, Tony, that's enough screaming," Miss Keynes said, facing the small child. It only seemed to make him more agitated. His face turned 3 shades darker, and Miss Keynes turned her attention back to me. "Now, Jennifer, it isn't okay to lie, especially to an adult." "I am not lying! I didn't take his pencil!" I said. I remember my cheeks getting redder by the second, becoming more flustered with each passing moment. Miss Keynes knelt down beside me and her tone became more hushed. "Now, you all know you have to respect each other's things, right?" Miss Keynes said. "Yes," I said in between sniffles. "If you don't admit to taking the pencil, then you'd be breaking our code of respect, right?" "But there are no buts here. You have to—" "Stop!" a voice called out. The whole class turned to look at the boy in the back of the class, the boy who, up to this point, had been eternally quiet, the boy who had freaky white hair, the kind you couldn't ask about because it would be rude, but at the same time you were just so curious. "She didn't take Tony's pencil," he called out, rubbing his eyes with his sleeve. Miss Keynes turned up and stood back. "Oh, what do you mean, Jake? Jennifer didn't take Tony's pencil because I did. I didn't know how to ask him, so I took it. I am sorry," he said, taking the pencil off his desk and holding it out. Tony walks over to Jake and roughly grabbed the pencil out of his hand. He then stuck out his tongue and did anything the kid would do to someone they didn't like. "Now, Tony, you know that is uncalled for. And you, Jake, you're going to take a trip down to the principal's office. Maybe he can teach you some manners on how to effectively ask your friends how to borrow their pencils." Jake nodded his head slowly and left the room, trotting with each step seeming like a journey of 1,000,000 miles. Later that day, I saw him out on the playground drinking from a juice box he had in his lunch sack. I walked over to him to thank him for standing up for me. "I didn't take his pencil," he began. "What?" "Tony's always losing his things, don't you notice it?" "No, he is a little weird with his pencils," I said. "Yeah, but I was watching him. He tucked it away in his backpack. When he went to look for it, he didn't remember as much, so he just pulled out the card of it being stolen." "Why were you watching him?" I asked. "What else would I do?" I didn't answer him immediately. If I had the mindset of me now, I probably would have pushed him on it, but my 8-year-old mind didn't think of it. "If you saw him put it in his bag, why didn't you just tell him you did?" "He would have called me a liar. That's how he is. You would have gotten in trouble for just the same." "So, it was to stop me from getting in trouble?" "My dad's a cop," he said. "I learned from him that sometimes people lie. They lie to get other people in trouble. I want to be like him when I grow up. I want to stop those who lie. I want to save the people who get in trouble." "Yeah, that's pretty cool." The memory faded back into my mind. I smiled back on the 2 children standing next to each other on the playground. I opened the door behind me and started to tiptoe through the hallway, making an effort to not stop too hard on the creaky floorboards. I took each step of the stairs as if I were 2 years old and just learning to walk. Once I reached the first floor, I was almost free. I slipped into my shoes and eased the door open. Jake was standing there, his back up against my porch railing. The very same grin I saw out on the playground stood on my front porch. "Hey, sup?" He laughed. His face grew into a sarcastic grin. I punched him in the arm. "Hey, ow!" He rubbed his arm. I walked out in my front yard, which was completely illuminated by moonlight. Jake followed. "Okay, what's up? Why the whole Shakespearean act?" I asked. "Well, I have a jar of pebbles sitting in my windowsill from my trip to New York," Jake said. "You asked where I got those pebbles from. I gathered some in a jar with my mom when we visited New York when I was younger. You remember that trip in the summer of 17, right?" "Okay, well, I know you didn't come up here to show up some pebbles, so what's up?" I was worried. You haven't been in school, Jake said, standing straight. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been so busy with Andy and this whole situation. I've had to pick up more hours at Eddie's, I said. Ah, so it is about Andy. Of course it is. I've been meaning to get word to you, but between work and Andy, I've just been so busy I could barely even breathe, I said. Then you might want to hear this. I think I know somewhere where we can find out some information on his situation, Jake explained. How the hell did you find that out? I asked. He smirked, placing his hands in his pockets. How else but dear old Dad? Well, okay, not specifically him, but he's been really busy lately. But I think if we sneak into his office, we might be able to find out some information on that company, ADATA. What about the other one, TECHNODOME? I asked. We might be able to find some info on that too, but I have a gut feeling about ADATA, he said. Why is that? Nobody's seen hide or tail of this mysterious ADATA. TECHNODOME's all out in the open, but this mysterious producer company is hidden from the public eye. Something's got to be going on there, he said. I can understand that. How are we going to get there, to your father's office? I asked. I'm a little surprised you're so open to breaking into the office of the chief of police, he said, laughing. I assumed since you brought up the idea you had some sort of plan in mind, and I'm willing to do anything to find some answers on how to save my brother, I said. Well, you're right on the plan. I'm going to take the light rail, he said, his arms outstretched. Would they really let us on that late? It's automated now, the whole system they've got going on. There's nobody willing to keep up with the job, so they set up a system to allow certain people through after curfew. And how do you know we'll pass the check? He smiles and put out a card that's been hanging on a chain around his neck. Dad's ID, he said. Lead the way then, I began. He walked into the darkness, and crazily enough, I followed. I was done waiting around, hoping for answers to pass me by. It was time I took this bull by the horns and did something about it. The light rail was a replacement for the subway system in our neck of the woods. It was installed here a few years before the government shut down. Full development was halted in the installing it through the country. But the several testing states were still equipped with them. They ran off of light energy from the sun that charged during the day, transported people to different locations by splitting up their molecules, rearranging them in a different location. It was somewhat like that Wonka vision from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I guess they still called it a rail system for nostalgic purposes. Come on, are you coming or what? Jake said as he walked up to the front doors. Yeah, I'm coming. I was just admiring it a bit, I said. What, have you never been here? He asked. I haven't had any reason to. Well, then you're about to be amazed, he said. He went to the door and swung it open. Inside I saw the walls and ceiling were translucent like glass. On the insides, and beams of light colored the walls. It was breathtaking. There was a layer of bricks on the outside, so the light was in between the glass and the brick. The room itself was rectangular and largely empty except for a small tablet in the back and a door on the opposite end of the room. This place used to be a library, that's why there's so much empty space, Jake said, walking inside. Library? I thought this used to be the entrance to the old subway. Yeah, it replaced the subway, but it's not physically where the subway was. Too much hassle out here getting the tech to work underground. Must have been something with the consistency of the runs. So, what happened to the old subway? It's still there, I bet. Don't want to imagine what kind of people are hiding out down there doing Lord knows what. Sheesh, I said, shivering. It gives me chills. He held the door open for me as I walked through, escaping the chill outside. Happened to the books they took out? I asked. Probably gave them away. Maybe burned them, he said, gauging my reaction. I stared at him hard. Just kidding. I don't know. Dad said they didn't get to outfit it with the furniture yet because they were so preoccupied with getting the actual transport to work. When they did, they decided to leave the interior decorating to the workers who came in after their break. But those workers never came in, I said. Yeah, exactly. They quit when everything fell through. That was 9 years ago now? It's so weird. I was alive for it, but I barely remember anything even changing. I can understand that, I said. Anyway, we're wasting valuable time, he said. Jake walked down the long hallway. I joined behind him, staring at the spaces the books upon books once rested. He took out his father's ID card and swiped it across the tablet surface. It blinked on and rung a sound of acceptance. He walked to the wall beside it and then pressed against it as if there was a button there, and then a sound chimed. A small slot in the wall opened up and Jake inserted his father's ID once more. It seemed to suck it up, and after a few seconds it spit it back out. The door beside us opened. Inside was a small space about the size of an elevator shaft. We headed inside. The doors closed and a light sealed us on the inside. The ceiling lowered until it was barely above our heads. To our side were glowing beams of light that shone as bright as they did in the large room. The floor was a solid white, but it was colored with a thick layer of glass the walls were made out of. Is this a dead end? I asked. Jake said nothing, but instead he pressed another would-be button on the wall. Blue lines glowing of light streaked across the walls and the floor, giving it a more futuristic look than it already had. The room begins to shake. I put my arm to the wall to keep myself from falling. After a few seconds it stopped shaking and I took my hand off the wall. Let's go, Jake said. Go? We didn't even do anything, I said. Didn't we? Jake said, and then he walked to the wall beside us and pressed his hand against the wall. A line of light shot up and formed a rectangle on the wall and then split into two, and opened in front of us. I was left standing there confused. I began to walk out of the enclosed cube, chasing after Jake. What I saw was totally unexpected. It wasn't the library-like train station, but a totally new room. Its walls were paneled with various kinds of hardwood, the corners rounded off to extend toward the next wall. The floor was a darker, harder wood, covered in red carpet. Jake, what the hell happened? I asked. I expected a huge light show or to feel all discombobulated or something. Function over form, he replied, which confused me even more. He noticed and then shrugged. It's just how the light rail is. Pretty cool, eh? He asked. How is that even possible? Don't ask me, he said, laughing. I just know about it. I didn't make it. It was one thing to hear about it, but to actually feel it, it's like we didn't even move. But what we feel and what we actually happens to us are two different things, right? Now, come on, we're only a few blocks from my dad's office. It's not too bad, I said. We exited the light rail station. It was still dark outside. I saw trees beyond trees and then some buildings even beyond the trees. Where are we now? Glendale. It's only 7 miles away, Jake said, and then coughed into his arm. Did all of that for 7 miles? I asked. Beats walking the whole way. I looked at him funny. Isn't that a little off? I asked, walking behind him. In what way? He asked, looking back at me with a grin. I just feel like we could have walked it. 7 miles isn't an insane amount. We weren't walking 7 miles at 1 in the morning in February, he said. It isn't that bad out, I said. It is if you're walking 7 miles. I didn't realize he was going to continue on this, so I let it go. We passed by some buildings on our left that looked like they were abandoned. There seemed to be an increasing amount of them. What's up with all the houses here? I asked. Getting closer to Denver, that's what's happening. I had heard of Denver, that it was the kind of place you never went to, even in case of emergency. After the government shut down in 2013, people that rioted here, and the things got crazy. Things kept bubbling up until 2018 when a huge bomb went off. That was the extent of what I'd heard about it, and I never bothered to dig any deeper because why would I? The police station was a 2-story white brick building with a dark gray roof. There were flower pots hanging next to the windows on the 2nd floor, but other than that it looked dreary. The building stood 3 stories tall, taller than any of the other buildings surrounding it. I peeked inside, squinting my eyes through the glass door to see anything, but it was so dark I couldn't make out much. I was about to walk inside when Jake stopped me by putting his arm out. What's up? I asked. It's going to be locked. You wouldn't have access to a locked police station, unless you've got something to share with me, he asked. No, I wouldn't, and I'm going to assume you do with your father's ID. Of course, he said, sliding the card into a reader that sat beside the door. It blinked twice, then opened. The lights inside turned on, and the door slid open, and we headed inside. It was painted a mint green on the inside with white and yellow checkered patterned tiled floors. The receptionist desk sat right in front of us off to the left. It was a heavy-set wood. Behind the desk was a bunch of mail cubbies, a large American flag, slightly faded, and a door that said Chief of Police Randolph K. Carraway. In the center of the first floor there were 2 benches facing opposite ways. Behind the benches lied another door which had a plaque on it, Interrogation Room. The atmosphere was not friendly, but when would a police station be? Come on, my dad's office is past here. You have to use the door behind the receptionist's desk, he said, worming his way past the big wooden desk. I followed behind him. It seemed to get colder as we neared the door. He grabbed the ID card around his neck and swiped it across the scanner beside the door. I could hear it unlock from the outside. Do you think your dad will notice coming in here? I asked. He looked back at me, running his hand through his hair. He actually left town yesterday for a business trip. What kind of business does Chief of Police need to do out of town? I don't know, he didn't say. It was just after he left you guys' house. Jake turned back the door and grabbed the handle, opening it up. Inside was a square-shaped room with a large desk in the center. Alongside the walls were corkboards with various pictures tacked up. saw a picture of Jake when he was younger beside a photograph of John Lennon. There was a desktop computer sitting on the desk. The tower must have been underneath. What we're looking for will be on that, Jake said, pointing to the monitor. And how sure are you of that? I asked, walking around the desk to face the monitor. It was black. Because I know the police department has been trying to digitize all their records in case something happened. The idea has been in the planning stages for years, but was finally put into action when the government fell. So anything they have on this data should be accessible through this computer. If there is anything on there, I said. If there isn't, then we'll check out Technodome. Do you know how to access that information? I asked. I can find my way around, he said, smirking. I've been brushing up on a lot of things lately. Did you know that computer systems they use at Technodome run on the same server as our school? No, I didn't, she said. Wait, are you saying you could get into it like you did at the library? He flashed me a grin. Our school wasn't a savant, according to him, when it came to security. Nothing more than a flimsy firewall was what he said was able to unlock the computer from the library to all different kinds of websites. It's just a first step. It's basically just walking through the front door. If I had an hour or so with it, I'm sure I could find all of our school records and not even alert anybody that I did. It was better with computers than I could understand. I was looking at him now in the present, and his grin warmed my heart. Yeah, he said, but that'll only be if we can't get what we need here. He ducked below to turn on the computer. The monitors flickered on. It only showed for a prompt for a name and a password. Do you know his details? I turned to him. He stood back up and dug into his pocket. Nope, that's why I got this, he said, pulling out a small blue thumb drive. It's a software on it that'll crack the password. It runs through all the possible options until he gets the right one, to put it simply. That's either really ballsy or really stupid. About a bit of both, he asked as he slid the thumb drive into the computer. The screen went black for a minute again. It took about 30 more seconds until the screen came back, past password prompt. Jake's dad's computer was now ours for the searching. Now, this next part comes from dear old Dad. He's told me stories about the programs they used to organize their information on occasion. I don't think he intended to at first. When Mom left, it kind of worked his way into telling his stories to me. He'd vent about what was bothering him, or whatever something worked in his favor. Jake put his hands to the side as he coughed, turning his head. That's why he's been so keen on telling his stories. He loves the attention, and at times he definitely deserves it. He does a good job here. Even though we didn't like others to know about his dad's work, he really was proud of his dad. Hell, I would be too. It isn't easy being chief of police in a chaos like this. Anyway, I'm sorry for blabbering, Jake began, scrambling to the computer, pulling the keyboard close toward him. My dad said all the information was held in this program called the Vault. It was sort of like a virtual recreation of something like an evidence locker, but on a much larger scale. Jake clicked through some of the menus on the computer, and he opened up a window that held even more menus on the inside. This looks like information overload to me. How are you going to find what we're looking for? There must be thousands of different things, if not more, locked away in this so-called vault, I said and leaned in close. I can do a search of key terms, so if I include something like ADATA and Technodome, then I'll condense all this information to things relating to those. I understand the basic concept of keywords, Jake, I said. Right, sorry. Don't apologize, search, I said. He looked over at me with a face I could only look for a moment without bursting into tears laughing. Excuse me, ma'am? He asked, cocking his head to the side. I'm 14, I'm not a ma'am, I said. And I said to hurry up. If it's one thing getting in here, it's another thing to do this and get out quickly. I am working, he said. He stuck his tongue out at me and begins typing. I saw the list of objects disappear, words entered, and left the screen. It was so fast I could hardly keep up. I was absolutely awful with computers. I have always preferred the less electronic methods. It kept the body in use. The words stopped on the computer screen. Jake scanned his eyes across it, and his hand rested just under his chin. This actually has information on ADATA. A lot of it, actually. It looks like there were some business deals done in the past, Jake said. Really? Something with the whole department donating to the company. It said they ran a sector of the American Lung Cancer Association located at the raffle place in Denver, he said. Nobody in their right mind would situate themselves in Denver. There's absolutely no business opportunity there. But maybe it's the secrecy they wanted? I asked. Maybe this is all guesswork. Still, it isn't showing any other offices, just the one in Denver. There's a lot of records here, though. There seems to have been some correspondence between the police and ADATA, Jake said. What does that mean? It could mean anything from good to bad to I don't even know. It didn't say anything other than the base contact request. It could have been anything from an accidental dialing of the department to an arrest. Oh, maybe if we go and check it out, we might find out something? I asked. Are you sure? I was okay with coming here because I know Glendale's safe, but Denver is much riskier business, Jake said, and backed away from the computer. Well, is there anything else more about that Technodome? Nothing that's not redacted, he said. Oh, I personally haven't seen Denver, I said. It's nothing pretty to look at, trust me. Oh, then I won't be looking for real estate, but I do want to go and investigate. He looked over to me. His face screamed uncertainty, but it shifted quickly into a somber smile as he nodded once. Let's take a trip to Denver, but don't say I didn't warn you. 5. February 21st, 2022. I met up with Klein inside the pub only a few minutes away from Glory Park. When I found him, he had just finished getting turned down. He turned around, his shoulders sagged. How'd you find me? He asked. There were 2 women at the booth to my right. One wore really skimpy outfits that I'd seen earlier, and the other was dressed more modestly. There's booze and women here. It would be like being surprised that fish are found in water. You're painting me as an alcoholic and a creep, he said. And you aren't? I asked, turning my head. Right. Anyway, I'm done with my partner search. We've got 3 people, and it's getting kinda late out, I said. Yeah, okay. I don't think we're gonna find anyone else here, Klein said. I don't think you're finding anyone at all unless they have boobs or booze. Besides, finding them and having them agree to join you are 2 different things. Right, he said. She said she'll meet us by the fountain once we're done equipping ourselves at the armory. Ah, I see. I don't really need an upgrade. My gear is kind of overpowered for this section of the game anyway, but I definitely could see why she would want you to. The armory should be a few blocks down from here, that is, if the rest of the town is the same. I know the guy who runs the joint. He was a beta tester, so we should be able to get some nice prices. He boasted and puffed out his chest. Prices? We actually have to pay? I asked. We started to make our way out of the pub. Klein joined beside me. What game don't you pay, Dex? He stepped down 2 steps at a time, dismounting on the dirt road below. What game doesn't give you gold to pay? Last I checked, we're broke, I said. You're broke, little dude. I have gold saved from the beta. The only enemy you've gone up against is another player, some of which didn't seem to have any loot on them, may I add. You gotta get the good mobs for the good loot. Wild orcs, ferocious boars, he said, acting out the various creatures. Wait a second, that's weird, don't you think? I asked. My acting skills are not weird, I'll have you know. I was top of my class and... No, not that. Those Python players, they had no loot. Shouldn't they have dropped their weapons, gear, anything they had? Well, in the beta you drop everything but your essentials. Obviously they're not going to have characters running around in the nude, so think of those default clothes as your essentials. That and your sword. They had those robes, I said. Well, those players chose mage for their starting class. That would be their starting attire and spell, Fireball. Robe is a unique code unlock if I remember right. You had to know a Python member to be able to start as one, Klein explained. We made it to a large-scale building that looked to be made entirely of stone brick. A dingy sign hung atop the door. It read, Gregor's Armory. So, you're friends with this Gregor fellow? I asked. Yeah, after beta I guess he was contacted by the dev team over at Technodome, asking him to join up to be a part of it all. They must have seen something in him from the beta, I guess. I've got another friend who works up one of the higher floors also. I haven't seen him in quite some time, he said. What was his name? I asked, turning my head. Oaken. He's quite a character, that guy. Sounds interesting. Klein nodded and looked back toward the giant wooden door. I followed his gaze. It looked like it was made for a man twice my size. I opened my menu and headed on in. The scene shifted and we were inside the grungy main room. Spiderwebs amassed underneath the countertops, which were glazed with a vermilion shade from the torchlight. Klein walked over to the empty front desk and rang the bell. Hey, Gregor, get out here, you lazy oaf! He called out, ringing the bell incessantly. A large red-headed man similar in stature to something like a Viking stumbled out from the back room and rubbed his eyes. What want? Gregor is sleeping, he said in a thick and grungy accent. He opened his eyes and yawned a big hearty sound. It sent vibrations through my body. Oh, he's only you, Guile. What do you want? He looked over at me and left. Guile? I asked, turning my head. Klein only slightly cocked his. My last name. I just used my real name as my username. I had the Guile bit after beta just because it rolls easier with Klein. Who is the puny boy here? He looks like he has a skeleton who forgot he was dead. He laughed up a storm. Klein chuckled. I didn't. This is Dex. He and I are going to go out to the dungeon on the second floor. Oh, you're going to solve the game, yes? Save the day, Gregor asked. Correctamundo. I need you to outfit Puny here. He rested his arm on my shoulder, to which I shoved him off. With the latest and greatest. You think you could do that? Gregor looked from Klein back to me, and studied as much as Athena did earlier. He isn't bad, but needs work. You owe me. I am supposed to be sleeping now. Klein navigated through his menu. As 50 gold sound. Sounds like we have a lot of work to do. Come, Schlapka. We have to get you fit for battle. He stepped into the back room. I looked over to Klein. What the hell is a Schlapka? I asked. Klein laughed. It is you, my friend. You are the Schlapka. Gregor re-emerged from his room, wearing his gear. Come, Schlapka, I introduce you to blacksmith. We make you a new sword, and that make your old one cry in the river of shame, and then drown in said river. Oh, that's a little dark, I said. No, it is quite bright enough. I have enough torches to keep the armory lit, silly Schlapka. Gregor said and shook his head as he stepped past me. I nervously laughed as he looked back to Klein. He gave me the thumbs up and winked. Something told me I was going to regret this. I followed Gregor up the stairs to the side. The staircase twisted and bent to proportions that would be impossible to create in the real world. It looked like something straight out of an M.C. Escher painting. Gregor stopped at a large metal door and knocked heavily. The force resounded through the room beyond. It took a few seconds, but it finally began to open and creaked as it slid against the brick floor. Inside was a girl near an anvil. Her back was turned away from us. She had a short-cut purple hair dye and was wearing a black-stained apron and a heavy pair of gloves. Hey, Beth, we have a Schlapko who needs a sword. Fix him up one, yeah? Gregor heved out. Beth turned around and looked at me with an annoyed look. It's not really much up for talking. I apologize for that, she said. Especially when he doesn't tell me we have more customers, she said to Gregor. Gregor sighed heavily, letting it sink into the whole room. It felt like the air just got heavier. It sounded through the entire room. Fine, let's do this, Beth said, nodding her head slowly. Gregor pushed my back and I stumbled into the room, almost tripping over myself. He then shut the door and I could hear his humbling footsteps as he trudged down the stairs. So, another new player in need of a weapon. Just what I need tonight. Do you have any materials for me? Materials? I stammered out. She groaned, throwing her hands up in the air. Why does he always give me the difficult ones? Okay, materials are the loot that you get from monsters you've killed. You have killed monsters, right? I shook my head. No, loot, sorry. My friend downstairs is willing to pay, though, I said, pointing to the door. Gold is one thing, but to actually make the sword, I'm gonna need materials. This is gonna be a long night, she whispered. We can use some of mine. I have spares, but only because I want to end this as soon as possible. Okay? I need sleep. I nodded my head. Okay. She walked over to the desk beside her and clicked on the window prompt. She emptied the desk of its contents into her inventory and walked back to the anvil. There is also another condition I have. I cocked my head. What's that? She grinned. Since I'm selling out my rare materials for your sword, you'll have to pay me back. Since you're heading out to the higher floors, it shouldn't be too hard, right? It's a win-win situation. You'll be chopping up monsters, getting all kinds of rare loot. Just bring me back an equal amount to what I'm dishing out here and we're set, she said. Terms accepted. I'll pay back in full. I swear it, I said. You're really brave or stupid to accept so quickly. I was expecting a little haggling, but that's totally fine. Let's get to working on that sword. She pressed on the command window on the anvil and added the materials. I couldn't read what they were, but they sure did look weird. Various metals and what looked to be claws of various animals. The materials were then enveloped in a white light and then merged into one object. It began to grow and shrink simultaneously. She equipped her hammer and began to work out the kinks. The whole process was awe-inspiring, and then it was complete. It was an azure blue blade with an edge that looked like it could slice a cinder block into pieces. Its name is Elcor, Beth said and handed the sword to me. Elcor, I repeated. Each weapon forged is different than the one bought in the store. It has its own item name. I'm going to be honest here, that is the highest level sword I've ever forged. I didn't expect something like that with my blacksmith level, especially something from just the first floor. It's a wonderful sword. Thank you, Beth, I said, sheathing it. I turned to leave. You know, getting a little bit more of those materials than I originally asked for might inspire... Don't worry about it. I don't have plans to stay here long. Any materials I get, I'll bring them here, I say, and then head out the door. Thank you. I walked out of the door and continued down the confusing staircase. Klein and Gregor were making small talk as I got back to the lobby. Klein looked straight at me as I walked in. So, Dex, where's this new sword of yours? He asked. I pulled out Elcor from its sheath, and it glowed with a faint aquamarine aura. I found myself being mesmerized by it. Whoa, dude, you have to let me borrow that. That's so cool, Klein said, practically drooling. I'm pretty sure it's class exclusive, dude, I said, unable to take my eyes off of it. What is important is not the sword, but the man behind the sword, Schlupka, Gregor remarked, his arms folded. The sword is pretty important, Gregor, Klein added. The sword may help, but what Gregor think is better is the armor. Sword doesn't help when your folk can stab your squishy parts easy like. Gregor will outfit you with the nifty armor of the century, Gregor laughed. Okay, Schlupka, I know you have no materials. I heard Beth yelling at you upstairs. I always hear her yelling. It get tiring. So how about we make the same deal? It easy, yeah? So you want me to fetch you materials too? No problem. I'll already be out fetching some for one, so for two it shouldn't be so bad. Gregor smiled. Yeah, it's good. He clapped and opened his menu. Now, here's some armor. He sent me a solitary black coat. I did like how it matched my hair. The only thing was that its buffs for defense were almost non-existent. It was barely better than the clothes I had on. This is it? I thought you were going to make me some super rare piece of armor that won't get me stabbed, I asked. The disappointment drained from my face into my voice. Yeah, he's good rare armor. He's about as rare as Mother's steak dinner. I equipped the coat and read its name as I did. Shroud of Darkness. Oh, Gregor almost forgot. Armor has special ability. Shroud can shroud wearer for time short. Schlopka become poof gone. Huh? I opened my menu and saw its description. Wearer of this item can become invisible for up to 30 seconds in battle. Oh, that is so cool. Thanks, Gregor, I said. Ah, there you are. That's your new gear? I'll be honest, Dex, the sword was a bit more impressive, Klein said. Gregor snorted. Schlopka doesn't see fine art when it bites him in the rear. Dex boys see potential in the armor. Klein's jaw dropped. Oh man, now I'm Schlopka? What does that even mean? I rolled my eyes and chuckled. Not so fun when you're under the butt of the joke now, huh? I turned to Gregor. It's just Dex. He waved me off as I told him the moon was made of cheese. No problem. Just remember you made deal with Gregor, so Gregor hold you to deal. Yeah, sure, I'll keep the deal, I said. Good, good. He laughed once more. Klein paid Gregor the 50 gold and we exited the armory. Once we were outside, Klein led the way to the fountain back in Glory Park. The moon was full as we crossed the park. Not many people were out this late in the game. I checked the clock in my in-game menu. It said it was 6:50. We had 10 minutes to spare. The only ones in the park here were the ones who were taking charge with us to the second floor. Athena was waiting for us by the fountain, just like she said. She was leaning up against the side of the fountain, looking up at the stars. The moonlight was shining through her hair brilliantly. She hadn't seen me, us, looking at her yet. I needed to stop. I need to focus on the current objective. We're not here to stare at girls. Our goal is to get out of this world and not to gawk at pretty, soft, flowing. No, stop. Get a hold of yourself. I was shaken out of my trance by Klein. Hey, dude, you okay? You look like you just saw a ghost or something. He looked over and saw Athena. His eyes came back to me, and the smallest of grins formed on his face. No. It grew. No, I repeated, nervousness creeping into my voice. He was smiling enough for two people. Say a word, any word, and I'll kill you right here, I said back. He flexed his arms. Well, you'd have a pretty tough time with that, Dex, he said. Come on, just tell me you like her, he taunted. No, I don't. Now, please shut it before you get too loud, I said. Too loud for what? Athena jumped into our conversation. It's nothing, he's just being an idiot. I ran my hand through my hair. This is Klein, by the way, I said. I could tell I was turning crimson. She looked from Klein and back to me. You didn't tell me your friend was a beta tester, she said, her eyes narrowed and a certain venom entered her voice. I didn't think it'd matter. In the end, we have someone with experience. What's wrong with him being a beta tester? I asked. She walked past both of us, not even turning back. Wait, Athena, where are you going? I grabbed her arm, and then I was met with a katana pointing right at my face. Beta testers are scum. It matters a lot. I'd rather cut him down here than work with him on anything, she said. Klein pushed me aside and strut. Listen, I don't know what I've done to insult you. The katana shifted on him now, inches from his face. Your existence insults me, she said. Don't you know that health doesn't decrease in towns? Slicing him up here won't do anything, I explained. You don't think I know that? Towns are safe from player killing, unless that player is part of a duel. Athena began. duel? I asked. Klein wore a straight face. It was the first time I'd seen him serious. You're challenging me to a duel, then? He asked. Athena shades her blade. I would. Are you man enough to accept? She asked. I stepped back. Guys, we don't have to. Klein put his hand up. Dex, let me do this. If Barbie here needs to be taught that I'm not a bad dude, then so be it, he said. Did not just call me Barbie, she said. Hit a nerve? He asked. Accept the damn duel already and I'll show you exactly which one. She barked. I will, but how about we up the ante, shall we? How do you mean? Athena asked. Klein swiped open his menu. If you win, you can hand out whatever punishment you deem worthy on me. I will not resist. Athena had a glint in her eye. I'm listening, and if you win? Klein raised his hand. Simple. You explain why you hate beta testers so much. Athena looked surprised. That's it? No sex fantasy, or you forcing me to tag along with you? Klein shook his head. I only want the explanation, that's all. You're free to do whatever you wish afterward. Athena showed off a small grin. Okay, I accept your terms. Klein raised his sword, a silver blade named Mitsurugi, its blue aura surrounded by the sleek silver rapier as if it was bound to the light. Athena reflected his pose and brought out her katana. She charged first, closing the distance between them in a matter of seconds like a bullet fired from a gun. Klein stood unmoved. She swung her katana with both of her arms, reinforcing every single slice. The arc of her blade shone with a bright green hue. I was amazed. She worked her sword as if it was an extension to her body. Klein didn't seem so amazed. He just stood there. His health wasn't decreasing. He was stalling her out. Klein let out a small laugh which caught her attention. What are you laughing at? She looked over at his health, and her face filled with terror when the realization hit. What? Why haven't you? Klein raised Mitsurugi skyward, and he slashed it down to create a shockwave headed to her confused Athena. She was thrown against the force field, where she sustained heavy damage. She looked up to find Mitsurugi pointed at the tip of her nose. I win, Klein said with a slight grin on his face. How is that possible? She stammered. The force field around them dissipated, and the arena sunk back into the ground. Klein sheathed Mitsurugi, and offered his hand to help Athena off the ground. I saw the other players begin cheering. Some walked away with a disheveled grunt, hoping for the underdog to win. Up on the arena, Athena hesitated for a moment. She shook her head and stood up by herself. I don't need your help. But you do owe us an explanation, Klein reminded her. She sighed and sheathed her sword. Fine. It's all about my brother. Out there, he's the only family I have. It wasn't anything that could have separated us. He's only a few years older than me, so we've always been real close. She fiddled with her thumbs. Then he found out about the beta for Elysium. It started as all addictions do, a little at first, the taste, if you will. He met a lot of new people. I loved seeing how he glowed after he got off. He had so many stories to talk about. At first, I really loved it. At first, I said. I probably sound like I'm policing his hobbies. That isn't close to the truth. I want him to enjoy his life as much as I knew he wanted me to enjoy mine. We didn't like all the same things. I feel guilty because I encouraged this, though. He spent more and more time in this world with the people he met in here, the other beta testers. She lowered her head. He was doing online classes for college, but put less focus on it, until he just stopped. The only college in the whole goddamn state that was so selective about who they let in, and he dropped out just to play with his beta buddies. She was breathing heavier now and clenching her fists. I had to save him from degrading into nothing. Klein took a breath. I don't think it's fair to blame me for your brother's habits, he said. You're all the same. You kept him here, she yelled. I don't know if it's my place to say it isn't, Athena said coldly. Anyway, if your brother stayed here, then it's because he found enjoyment here. Enjoyment he wasn't getting out there. If the other beta testers weren't here, he'd find something else. That's just how people like us are. People like you? She asked. Us. People who actually play these games to find escape in these made-up worlds. Maybe your brother was going through a rough time. That's how we all start, I said. Either that, or we just don't want to deal with what's outside. Rightly so said, Klein agreed. If anything, you should focus your hate on the Game Master for making this hot mess. That's what we're doing, I said. Athena was silent. She studied my face. I apologize. Apology accepted, I said. She sighed again. I didn't know what kind of state he could be in. Things happened so fast, and you... She looked at Klein. It was your armor, wasn't it? Klein asked. Your armor that made you impenetrable, she said. I admit the armor's secondary effect does come in handy from time to time, Klein said, smirking. Secondary effect? I asked and turned toward him. Yes, it blocks all physical attacks under a certain level. You were wondering about this armor when you first came here, right? That's why it's so rare. It doesn't help me against magical attacks. Those are my Achilles heel, so to speak. That sounds completely overpowered, I said. For this part of the game, sure. I have to say, while I do like some of the gameplay, barring the obvious death gain, it isn't all balanced too well. Maybe the time that should have went into balancing went into turning into this mess, I said. Athena looked up at me, straight-faced. Are you ready? She asked. Ready? She turned and stared up in the sky. Ready to move on to floor 2? Wait, you're coming with us? For real? I asked. Yes, I'm gonna follow your advice. I'm gonna focus my anger on the creator of this ridiculous game. You two are gonna help me save my brother, she said, her eyes up hardened to a burning gaze. I nodded. I'm happy to certainly try. You know, you have quite the knack for picking friends, Athena said, looking back to me. Oh, me? I just woke up with the guy. I spawned in the same place as him. Luck of the draw, I guess, I said, shrugging. Yeah, luck of the draw. You know, you're the first person I personally know who picked the assassin class, Klein said. I turned, confused. Huh? Really? Nobody else picked this class? No, of course others have picked it. I just mean of anyone I know. I guess it's just the low defense that scares people away initially. You have to really know your shit to go through with it. Or be really reckless, Athena added. Hey now, I handled myself in battle before, I said. You've handled yourself in a battle. Floors ahead are going to get much tougher than simple Python mages, Klein said. And what about you? I asked Athena. You seem to be as new here as I am, and you even lost a duel. How can you call me reckless? I've been in here since the stupid game came out, she said and looked off to the side. I'm sure you would have done some heavy damage if it weren't for my armor. You seem to know a bit about how to control your sword in battle, Klein said. Oh, thank you, Klein. Athena nodded slowly. She took a deep breath. I hate to say it, but I do feel more comfortable searching for my brother with company. I don't play these games, so I've been winging it since I've come in. Well, we're lucky to have you, Klein said. I think we're ready to go. Let's go meet up with Eldon and the other players, shall we? Who now? Athena asked. Guy leading up the way to floor 2, Klein begins. The guy who was conducting that speech that happened to be spying on me, I said. I was not spying. I told you I was looking at... Wait a second. You were spying on him? Klein asked, his goofy grin returned. Okay, listen, I was not spying. I was walking by and saw the commotion, and I happened to see you, she said, an angry look in her eyes. Okay, I said, holding my arms up defensively. I could just forget it. I'm sorry I brought it up. Let's just go before the others leave us behind, I finished. Okay, Athena said and nodded. Let's go then. I'm aching to kill some monsters, Klein said. His grin grew wider. And it's going to be so good to finally be able to let out on some mobs. Fighting against other players the whole game can get so... samey, he said. We walked back to the center of the park where the rally had begun. Over the top of some of the other players' heads, I could see the top of Eldon's. Hey, come on guys, let's make sure we're all allowed to go and that... I don't know if he's taking a head count or whatever, I said, pointing him out. Athena tried to stand out on her tiptoes, but couldn't manage to break the crowd. She was only a little shorter than me, maybe an inch or two. She looked disappointed, but nodded her head. Fuck being short. Not that short, I said. Shorter than you, she said. Doesn't have to be compared to me. There are plenty of people shorter than you, I said. And there are also people taller. I let her response sink into the crowd. Klein led the way through. Excuse me, pardon me, he said while snaking through. Grass is always greener, I leaned over to say as I followed Klein through the crowd, noticeably less smooth. Other players' elbows dug into my ribcage, and several of them yelled, Wait your turn! Back the fuck up! You wanna fight? We picked up our pace to reach him. He was already talking when we caught up. Well, what an odd way to encounter an old friend, isn't it, Eldon? He said, more so yelled to make his voice heard. Eldon turned his head, slowly at first, and then looked right at Klein, a fire flicker in his eyes. Well, I can honestly say I didn't expect to see you here, Klein. What the... His eyes shifted to Athena. What are you doing here? Athena looked stunned, but she regained her composure, if only slightly. I've come to get you out of here, that's why. You've been obsessed with this game, and you don't belong here. Just stay put here and out of the way. You don't know what you've gotten yourself into. Eldon glared at her. It was a glare I hadn't seen from anyone else. Athena wasn't having any of it. I come all this way to save you, to help you get back to your life, and I don't even get a thank you? Not even a care that I'm here? Athena asked, placing her hands on her hips. I never asked you to come in here, and I never asked you to save me. I'm not asking you to stay here, I'm telling you. I'm not letting you interfere with my life. This is my life. Eldon's voice was fierce. The fire I'd seen in his eyes had been turned up to 12 notches. His face looked something feral, completely different to the Eldon I'd seen earlier in the day. Athena stepped back. Her determination was replaced with a mixture of hurt and shock. Hey, you know that's uncalled for, I said, stepping up. Both Eldon and Athena turned toward me. We need every person we can get on the front lines. Or did you forget that we need to escape this game? The whole purpose of not dying here? I said, stepping closer toward Eldon. His fiery look turned on me. Who the hell are you? What the hell, Klein? Bringing some punk kid who doesn't know his place? We'll never do any good here, he barked out, facing Klein. Listen, man, Klein started. Aaron, stop! He's just trying to help us all get out of here. Athena stepped back up. I don't want to get out of here. This is my life, Eldon snapped. Before I knew it, Eldon had the sword pointed out and directly at her. She shouldn't have come here. You gonna seriously say that after all we've been through? Are you kidding me? She barked back at him. What was your plan exactly? You're just gonna waste away in here and leave me to take care of you? You're the reason we're in this situation. And finally, when I have a way out, you're here to ruin it. Like always. I'm done. I'm cutting the cord and moving on. I'm not letting you do that, she said. You don't have any... Fight me, she said. And I crowded around quieted in a request. If you're so stubborn, I'll beat you at your own game and get you out of here myself. I'll smash your ego to save you. A terrible look crossed her brother's face. You don't want to do that. Come on then, she commanded, sending the invite. I'm stuck in this game too, so I'll hound you to the ends of the Elysium. Just go ahead and accept if you're as good as everyone seems to think you are. I leaned over to Klein. What is she thinking? She isn't, he said. Eldon's eyes grew manic, and the request was accepted in an instant. I tried to warn you. I try, and you still... He pulled out his sword and held it out. Don't listen. The arena rose up around the both of them, and the force field reflected around the perimeter. The others around took a step back. Above each of the combatants' heads was a small info menu. Above Eldon's was a unique marker. Boss, Klein read, his mind whizzing by at unimaginable speeds. Aaron, Athena looked at her brother with growing fear in her heart. Is that... I told you you didn't want to fight, because now I have to kill you. He looked down and gripped his sword tighter. Fuck, why couldn't you just what? Athena cut him off. Wait around and die? Eldon's eyes glanced to the other players and then back to Athena. Everything. I did everything to save you. I had everything and I sacrificed it all so you would be okay. I lost everything and you can't let me have one thing. The one thing I have left. That one thing is responsible for the deaths of other people. Fuck everybody else. Athena brandished her blade. I see. I didn't know how much you felt. A tear slid down her cheek and she wiped it away immediately, gritting her teeth and readying herself. I hate this part of you. I don't hate you, he said. But I have to because you brought us to this point. You chose this fight. Athena shook her head. No, you chose it by remaining as you are. I trust you didn't know this game killed people at the start, but that excuse is now used up, worn away. If you continue after our fight, what do you plan to do? Are you going to lead these other players into a sense of security only to gut them as a trick? He didn't say a word. And you're not just going to give up on this spot and join us legitimately in working to escape this game because you think it's so special, right? Because fuck everybody else, right? Again, he said nothing. Athena nodded, bit her lip and closed her eyes for a moment before she rushed Eldon. She whipped her blade, a silver katana named Wodao, arced right. Eldon threw his arm out and his sword, a broadsword named Oblivion, and caught Wodao at its peak. The two blades connected, and the sound caught in her ears, elongating and distorting. It pounded and repeated until it formed a rhythmic beating in the back of her mind. It was the worst beat she'd ever heard, and she's lived it for the longest part of her life. Flash, pump, flash, pump. She ducked underneath his blade to cut at his back. Flash, pump, flash, pump. He spun on his heels and grabbed at his back plate. It separated from his armor and became a heavy shield, which he slammed right into her blade to throw her off balance. He threw out his foot and caught her in the gut. She slammed hard against the ground, and the rhythms in her head only grew more intense. She started to writhe and spasm as her eyes rolled to the back of her head. The pain of remembering was paralyzing her. "You just couldn't let things be," Eldon said as he walked over to her. She tried to move out of the way, but he stepped down on the arm that held her sword. She yelled out in pain as the full weight of her armor set in. "You just had to shake everything else up like you always did. I had everything!" Outside of the arena, I felt a pounding headache rush forward. I threw my hands up to my face as I felt my aids shaking back. Klein noticed and turned, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Art," was all I could make out. I heard nothing else as the headache roared past everything else. I blinked, and then was looking up at a towering shadow that loomed over me like a demon. As I stared up, it only grew taller and taller like a mountain over me. I blinked again, and it was back outside the duel arena. Eldon raised the sword over his sister's throat. It hung for a moment, before her eyes rolled back into place, and she looked at him with a mixture of fear and anger. Something snapped inside her, and she yelled out. He hesitated, and she swung out her legs in an arc and caught him off his balance. She rolled out from under him and bounced back to her feet. She spun around him and sent 2 cuts running up and down his now bare neck. The wounds were deep, and he cried out. She threw her blade into his back and held it tight. Her hands were shaking, and she couldn't stop her tears now. He was silent, slowly turning his head around to catch her gaze. You're going to have to kill me." His hand reached up near his neck and pulled out a necklace from underneath his cuff. It was a single band that carried an orange crystal that was almost comma-shaped. "Because if you don't," he coughed out. He was shaking just as much as she was. "I'm going to kill you." The crystal glowed with a soft light that pulsed in rhythm with the reverberations inside her head. His legs started to buckle, but he was standing up. The sword was still on his back, but he was still moving. I can't," she said, realizing it. Tears filled her eyes and her hands were losing their grip. "I can't. I thought I could. Say you was him, and that would make it easier, but it doesn't." "You can," he said. "Face me as you would him. Do it, or everything I gave up would have been for nothing." "I can't. Do it! I can't! I hate you!" he screamed. She swallowed and tightened her grip on the sword. Her sight went far, and without another word she plunged it deeper. He straightened as his eyes grew heavy, and his body split into pieces and vanished into nothingness. Athena was frozen in place, just staring at the place that her brother was. But now it wasn't. Everything else was silent to her. Everything but the pounding beating even hardening. Flash, bang, pump, bang, flash, crash, bang. The crowd was murmuring among themselves. The common thread of conversation was, "How did a newbie kill Eldon like that? Dude, didn't you hear? That was his sister. She killed her brother like that? He was gonna lead us out of here. No, you idiot, he was gonna lead us into a trap. I don't believe it." The force field dissipated, and as the arena sank into the ground, the crystal that hung around Eldon's neck floated in the air in front of Athena. She clasped her hands around it and held it close to her chest and closed her eyes. I stood, staring at her. The pounding slowed to a halt as she came to an inner peace with what she had done. It only pounded faster in my head. I felt lightheaded, and I tried to move my hand up to my head. It was weightless. I fell back, almost as easy as breathing, as letting go. My hand reached out toward Klein, and Athena almost by habit. Time slowed exponentially. The shadow returned, and it started to smile at me. 6. February 21st, 2022. My eyes opened slowly. It felt like a single moment passed since I fell. I was in the infirmary. I was still in the game, but alive. I closed my eyes, and all I could see was the last thing I saw before I blacked out. Eldon shattering into nothingness, and Athena's face. The terror she felt the whole situation. There were so many questions. Where did Eldon receive that crystal? Was it a bonus he got from the beta? Or did he receive them from picking up a job as a boss? I slid out of the bed. There was a knock on the door, and instantly I was on edge. I didn't know where I was, much less anybody who would walk in on me while I was supposedly out cold. My shoulders relaxed when I saw Klein materialize next to the door. I relaxed and sat back down on the bed. Good to see you're up and moving. I got a notification in my party memory you woke up. Don't think I'm stalking you or anything like that. I whipped my hand at him, brushing the subject off. What happened? Klein walked in and grabbed a chair, pulling it over and sat down. You passed out. Through the whole fight you looked queasy, so I guess I'm not really surprised. Athena bailed. I could tell the whole mess was devastating for her. I don't blame her for needing time to herself. On the bright side, we did get this. He reached out to his menu and swiped through quickly to bring out the gem that he had hung around Eldon's neck. It was the only thing that remained of him when he... his gaze dropped. I nodded. Do you know anything about it? I've seen one of them before, yeah, but never up close. They're called keystones. This one's dubbed the Heart of Ares. They're supposed to unlock a great treasure higher up if the 8 of them are collected. And they're held by bosses? I don't know about all of them, but I'd say it's a safe assumption, though. What happened to the other players, the ones who were going to go to the second floor? I asked, turning my head. I saw a few on my way to the armory, I said. Now that I think about it, so many people would have died if Eldon led all those people to the second floor. I'm sure with all those people he would have gotten taken down eventually, Klein said. But you're right that he would have taken many people by surprise. It isn't possible to think of how many would have died to that momentary loss of composure. Both of us were silent until Klein looked over to me. Well, that didn't happen, so we can shove the idea of it aside. I'm thinking of heading to the second floor myself. Are you feeling okay enough to tag along? I thought about it for a second. I didn't know if I could just shove Eldon's scream aside, but I realized that was what Athena was probably doing this very moment. Shoving it all aside to move farther, faster, stronger. I refused to believe anything else. If she was moving forward, then I had to. I had to do whatever I could to move us all forward so we could get out of here. I'm already at a disadvantage by not playing the beta. I have to do everything in my power to make up for my losses. I looked at him and nodded firm. I'm ready. We left the inn, the exterior loaded up before my eyes. We were standing out on the balcony of the second story of the inn. It was bright and sunny outside, meaning a few hours must have passed from when I passed out. I looked out and saw the armory was just a few buildings down by the inn. It was so close, I could definitely believe Klein did a little woman hunting during his supposedly long trip to talk with Gregor. We were actually going to stop by the armory real quick, Klein said. I'm going to let Beth and Gregor hold on to this for now. Why? I asked. He walked out in front of me and started down the steps. Plenty of people saw Athena give it to me before she left. These things are rare. I don't want to cause us any issues if someone gets any wise ideas about them. We walked and made our way inside the armory. It built itself around me like it had the first time. Gregor was tinkering with something in the corner of the room, and he didn't seem to notice us right away. I started to feel a little queasy, but I tried to suppress it. I need to start feeling better if we're going to make any progress. I'll be outside. I might need a second, and I just need some air, I said, and returned back to the steps outside the armory. I anchored my left arm into one of the railings outside, cringing as I moved it. I needed to be more careful, or else I'd end up like all the rest of these people who've died already. Or those I killed. I flashed back to the entrance dungeon. Of all those people's lives I helped end, those were real people that had families, pets, friends, people, more that would notice their death, would dread their death, might even do worse things because of their death. I slammed my hand on my face to keep my tears in. Stop! You didn't know. You thought it was just a game. Just stop it. But I knew those were just excuses. What I thought didn't matter. People were dead, and people are gonna keep dying. I rested my head on my arm and took a deep breath in. I felt a familiar presence and went with my gut reaction. How long have you been looking at me? That's a loaded question. A better one would be, how long have you known? I didn't look up. I recognized the voice immediately. Only just now. I'm not on my best game lately. You took the words right out of my mouth. Something like that, I said. Listen, Athena started. I understand it's probably not the wisest decision, but I need to be alone for a bit. I have a lot I need to unpack, and I could be cause of a mistake if I'm bogged down. Are you sure? I asked. We could use every person we can get. She gripped her fists tight. I'm sure you'll find more than enough help. I can't. She turned on her heels. I am glad you're okay. You passed out back at the fight, and I think for the slightest of seconds I knew why. She looked back to me for a second and then shook her head. Ignore me. Stay alive and beat this game for us, alright? She turned and continued away from me. I watched her leave and returned to my spot by the stairs. Okay, the crystal is safe, Klein behind me said. He looked down at me. Hey, you feeling okay? I was looking out where Athena had been. Part of me wanted to follow her, but that was creepy, right? She was pretty, and she was hurting. Obviously, there's way more to a person than those two things. I just stopped thinking of her like a trophy or a broken thing. I refused to follow her for those reasons. So that means I have to put her out of my mind. She'll sort herself out, and I have to sort this out. At least I have to try. What do you say we go for a change in scenery? I asked. What? We're heading for the second floor, of course. It should be a cakewalk without the boss there. Am I right? Just strolling on through with only local mobs to deal with, he said. We just need to find out how to get to the next floor, I said. Klein smiled. Oh, it's not like I didn't know how to get to the second floor. That's not why I recommended we go to the park. I thought we could use some manpower with the other players. If we had Eldon on our side, we were guaranteed an easy floor. To change floors, we need to find a large pedestal, sort of like this stone that's embedded into the ground. And all we have to do is use an item called a teleport crystal to warp to the next floor, he said. Where would this pedestal be? Back in beta, it was past Glory Park, so we just have to take a walk down there. I nodded, and we headed off toward Glory Park. I saw the pedestal in the distance. It was small and gray with various markings tattooed across the surface. So this pedestal will bring us to the second floor? I asked, tapping it with my foot. Yeah, since we're in a party, we only need one crystal for the teleport, he explained. Gregor was kind enough to sell me one, so we'll be more than fine. He stepped onto the pedestal, and the teleport crystal appeared in his hand. We were enveloped by light, and my vision was filled with all different shapes and colors. Greens and yellows filled the world around me, and they melded to form a lush jungle. Trees sprouted up all around us. The deep blue spilled into the sky, but the sun was absent. We were right in what seemed to be the heart of a jungle. Even Klein looked to be amazed. What's up? You've been here, right? He shook his head. No, this was different. The second floor was a desert the last time I was here, he said. Well, this shouldn't be too hard. We just need to find the exit. It's, like you said, a cakewalk, I said. Yeah, I know I said that, but that was when I had an idea of what the floor is going to bring us. Something about this just doesn't sit right with me, he said. Don't let your guard down. I nodded. A blood-chilling scream jerked us to full attention. What was that? I asked. I don't know. Let's find out, Klein said. We narrowly dashed through the wall of trees as they swiftly popped into view. If we weren't in such a rush, I'd stop to gaze at the scenery just a bit more. We broke the final lining and stopped as we entered a clearing. The whole world opened up. Dead center of the clearing was the source of a scream. A kid with scraggy blonde hair who couldn't be more than 10 was encircled by a pack of mutant wolves. Each of them had fleshy arms that protruded from their backs, all reaching for the kid. One of the wolves from the back pounced and lashed onto the kid's leg, eliciting another loud scream. That was a sign enough for me. I ripped Elcor from its sheath and looked over to Klein. He caught my gaze and held it, nodding once. He was about to charge. But then I held my arm out and he stopped, looking at me confused. Let me try something. Move after me. You'll know the signal. Are you sure? Klein asked. No time. Just wait, I said, and then held my hand up to my chest. Following the logic of the sword skill, this should activate my gear skill. My hands vanished in front of my face, and I looked back up and kicked off the ground toward the kid. I've got 30 seconds. I have to make him count. I should have just enough time to... I vaulted over one of the wolves and rolled onto the ground in between them and the boy. A quick glance and they hadn't noticed me. Perfect. I dashed over to one of the wolves, the alpha of the pack, and thrust my sword in a downward arc in its neck. It yelped and shattered to pieces, startling the other wolves around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Klein hurtling toward the group, 2 of the wolves readied themselves to charge at their prey, while the rest diverted to Klein. The kid screamed, and I spun behind him and cut one of the wolves with an uppercut. The second tackled him to the ground and stood over him, drooling while the arm on its back flailed wildly. My shot's effect wore off, and the wolf looked up to me with hatred in its eyes. Of course, I was interrupting its kill. The child looked up at me and slowed his crying. "It's okay, I'm gonna keep you safe," I smiled at him. The wolf jumped, and I held my sword up in defense and slammed it against the wolf's head. Elcor charged, and I transferred the energy to my other hand, and the second blade formed. I thrust it through the wolf's chest. It didn't shatter right away, but there was an intense focus in its eyes as the arm on the back wrapped around and grabbed Elcor's blade hard, tossing it to the side. As soon as it left the grip, the blade of light vanished from my hand. The wolf fell to the ground, the wound from its blade opened, spilling onto the ground below. It dug into the dirt and dashed to me. I reacted as fast as I could, bracing my stance, and I grabbed the hold of the arm with both of my hands. My insides shuddered as I felt how squishy it was. It bit me once in the leg, but I used my position to swing it over onto its back. I clasped my arms around and dug both of my hands into the wound. The wolf let out a cry as I dug deeper. "Come on, you must be close to..." The wolf shattered completely, and I fell to the ground with a thud. I blinked and saw the kid standing in front of me. He offered me a hand to help me up. Thanks," I said, taking it, but using my own weight to stand up. "I'm pretty sure I'd take you down too." "I thought I was a goner," the kid said. "I'm not gonna let that happen," I said. "What are you doing out here?" He said, "My dad put me here." He started to get choked up again. "Have you seen my dad?" Klein patted my back and gave me a jolt. I looked at him and saw the other wolves had been taken care of. Of course, that armor of his must have been hard for the wolves to make any sort of dent in. "What kind of parentage is their kid here?" I asked, looking up to Klein. "Kid's astray? Jeez, that sucks." Klein chose his words carefully. "I just want my dad," he bawled out. Okay, calm down," I said, kneeling down and placing a hand on his shoulder. "You're not going to be alone, okay? You're going to have us as bodyguards." I looked up to Klein. "Right?" "Yeah," Klein crossed his arms. "Can't very well just leave a kid here by himself." "Bodyguards?" the kid asked and wiped his face. "Yeah, we'll try to find your dad and bring you back to him. And until then, we'll make sure you don't get hurt anymore," I said. "Here, take this." Klein offered a potion up to the kid. "I see the button you're like, it must hurt. This'll make that feel better. And it doesn't taste like crap like normal medicine." "Klein!" I called. "What? Don't tell me you're gonna scold me for saying crap. What are you, 10? The kid took a swig of the potion and downed it in one big gulp. "Yeah. What are you, 10? He coughed once and patted his chest. "My name's Sam. Who are you?" Clever kid to redirect his sass. "I'm Dex, and this here's Klein. We're trying to make it out of this game." His eyes opened wide. "Yeah, I couldn't get out of here. My dad said it was impossible." "Well, it isn't," Klein started. "It's just not available right now. We're trying to fix that. We're trying to make our way to the top and beat this game." Sam nodded. "That sounds good. I want to beat this game too. I want to come with you." "Well then, it looks like we're in agreement. But you need to stay safe, okay? Listen to us and don't do anything dangerous," Klein said. "We'll handle the monsters," I added. "Speaking of..." I stood back up and walked to the side and grabbed Elcor, sliding it back into its sheath. Sam walked up to me and offered up his hand. "Does this mean you're my friend?" "Sure, little buddy. Friend." I shook his hand. "Dex, I think we might need to do some protecting earlier than we thought," Klein said, standing tall and gripping his sword tight. "What do you mean? More wolves?" I asked, looking back, but then I saw it. A figure looming in the underbrush, human-like. I didn't know how long it had been there, but it began to move, slowly at first, with a sort of grace. I stood tall and gripped Elcor's hilt. Sam hid behind my leg, gripping the legs of my pants hard. The figure emerged into the light, and my suspicions of it being human was correct. It was a woman, probably in her mid-20s. Her crimson hair was tied behind her. She wore black armor with a red trim, and a spiked whip coiled around her shoulder. Oh, there you are! I've been looking everywhere for you, darling, she said. Her voice was smooth, but strong. She slowly walked over, every step perfectly calculated. Sam cowered behind me further. Hand over the kid and you could scamper along and pretend we never met. That sounds fair, does it not? She cocked her head. And who are you? I asked. Me? Oh, I'm this boy's caretaker, don't you know? I've been simply so distraught with worry, but now that I've found you, darling, I don't have to worry anymore. Do you know this woman, Sam? My eyes shifted down toward him. Of course he does. And all this extra stress you've been putting on the boy is certainly getting to be too much. So now I'll take him and you can move along. You're an admin of the Python Guild, are you not? Klein asks. What? The woman asked, turning toward him with a newfound confusion. How do you know that, Klein? I may have, spoken to her before, he responded, his voice cracking. A realization crossed the woman's eyes. Her mouth hung open slightly, and then returned. You're the creep who kept asking for my number. I knew you were familiar from somewhere. Damn, she spit out. And to think I was gonna have this end easily. Well, that stinks for you now, doesn't it? What makes you think you can take us? It's 2-on-1. Do you really believe I'd be searching for the boy all by myself? You're more foolish than I thought. As she said it, 20 other players emerged from the trees, wearing variations of the robes I'd seen on the players in the castle dungeon. I bet you're really regretting talking back now, one of them called. I want the small one, another laughed. Well then, if you're both ready to die, I guess I can fit you into our busy schedule, the woman said. Unless you want to hand the boy over. Last chance. I gripped the hilt of my sword, and that was the answer enough for her. Okay then, your choice. Men, focus on the night with me. We'll get the run after. They continued toward us, making the circle they trapped us in smaller and smaller. The woman licked her lips and cracked out her whip. The tendrils smacked the grass and left scorch marks at her feet. And before you die, you can remember my name. It's Rose. She licked her lips and cracked out her whip. The tendrils smacked the grass and left scorch marks at her feet. They charged us all at once. One of the assassins made it to me first. He cut into my side with his knife, and I felt it and grazed my teeth. As fast as I went dark, thanks to my shroud, I swung Elcor up and caught the assassin off guard, sending him off his feet with a new cut on his chest. Why don't you come here and let me carve a smile on that face, pretty boy? Show yourself, he growled, and a healer behind him were looking around. She began healing his wounds. Where the fuck are you? He yelled. I twisted my blade and sent his knife flying into the air. I charged him and sent his body falling on top of his healer. I kept Sam behind me as I scoped out our situation. Klein had 8 people surrounding him on all sides, including Rose with her thorned whip. I leaped back with Sam's arm gripped tight and just barely missed being charred alive by mere inches. They're going for range now, huh? Looks like I'll just have to adapt. I turned and charged up my sword, sending an arc out like an arrow of light that nailed the mage that had been aiming for us. He fell onto his back. I had to act quickly as the assassin was back in my face with his knife, gripped tight. I brought my sword down and held it against his blade, which was nearing my throat. Just get off, I said, and kicked once at his legs. It caught right at his knee, and he bent over in pain. I held my sword above my head and was about to bring it down, but instantly I thought back to the others I'd killed, and in an instant my resolve washed away like sand in an ocean. No, not again. This time there would be no excuse. You know that you're killing people. I sheathed my sword and bent down. Climb on! And turned toward Sam. He did, and we started to run. Klein was still balancing all of the others. There were 3 less there than there were last time I looked. He had killed them. He killed them. That simple fact existed, and it kept echoing through my mind. Where are we going? Sam asked. I don't know. We're not strong enough to... My leg was grabbed and dragged to the ground, hard. Sam, being on my back, squeezed the air out of my system. There was a tingling sensation around my ankle. I looked back to see Rose had me pinned with her whip. The tendrils on the end had dug into my skin. You're not going anywhere, dear. I scrambled for my feet to try to free myself, but the pain paralyzed me. It was now like fiery claws digging into my leg. Rose made a sound that dragged my attention away from my leg. It was of pain. She was on the ground before I realized what had happened. Standing on the edge of the clearing with a bow and arrow aimed right at her was a young woman who bore the resemblance to Artemis, goddess of the hunt herself. White hair that ran neck-length, and brown eyes that pierced the distance between the two of them. Rose looked up at her assailant, and a vicious look crossed her face. "You bitch!" With unwavering speed, the woman knocked an arrow and sighted Rose down, letting it fly. It passed over me, and I could only watch as it sank into Rose's side. "You don't look Python. Can you fight?" She was at my side in seconds. I jumped to see her next to me. "Can you fight?" Yeah, who are you?" She let loose another arrow into a mage who was preparing a spell and caught him between the eyes. "Luna." She turned and raised her bow skyward, firing 3 arrows that refilled between her fingers as the previous let loose. She dodged a rogue knife thrown her that way, and sank another arrow into the thrower's leg. "Never mind, I have the situation handled," she said, looking back to me. Her final shot was made without even looking. The 3 shots she fired came back down as Rose making her way to her feet. 2 of them stuck her legs and stuck in the ground, pinning her down. The third waited until she reached down with her right hand to pull one of them out. It stuck right through the back of her hand into the ground. Her screams echoed through the forest. Klein kicked back one of the mages that had been assaulting him and slashed Mitsurugi out across the stomach of another, headed his way. A second mage on Klein was readying up his attack, and I found my in. I got to my feet and helped Sam to his. "Stay next to me, got it?" He nodded, and then I charged up my sword, sending 2 bursts of light to the mages attacking Klein. It distracted them enough that he could down a potion and get the upper hand on one of them. Luna dashed with a speed faster than he could keep up with. She shot 2 arrows out to stun the fleeing Python member, and all that remained was Rose, who was still in agony on the ground. "There," I said, my hand starting to tremble. "Whew, thanks for the assist," Klein said, nodding to Luna. She regarded him with a smile. "That was quite the hairy situation you boys were mixed up in. You're lucky I came to save the day." "Save the day? We had that totally handled," Klein argued. I shook my head. "We didn't." "Honest and cute," Luna said, and then immediately turned to Rose. "Now, it's mighty fine time that I finally caught up with you." "You conniving bitch," was all Rose could mutter out. She was too weak to pull the arrows out of her body. "Do you 2 know each other?" "We used to be partners in the Pythons. I left when the game turned out to be real shit, so she put a hit on my entire group. Couldn't take the fight herself, so she had her thugs and her clan do it. I was the only one who made it out of the ambush, and so then on, I made it a goal to make her pay her dues." She looked at me. "I'm sure you have your own reasons for fighting, so in that sense for this fight we had a common interest." "Don't kill her," I found myself saying. Luna looked back to me, confused, but not unsatisfied. "Mercy against the most ruthless of Python's elite." Yes, I found my resolve returning to my body. Too many people have died in this game. I can't even begin to process the lives we just took in that fight, because every single one of those people was just as important as the last. They aren't mobs of faceless enemies. "If we don't put an end to her, she'll only go on to hurt more people down the road," Luna countered. I know that's the first answer, but I don't believe it's the right answer. Not if we can avoid it. I don't know how to prevent her from doing more damage, but some solution has to exist. There has to be a way to stop the needless killing. Luna grinned with her eyes and glowed with the same passion as when she was in combat. Now see, that's exactly why I left the Pythons. They were all about offense since the beta, but ever since the real consequence of death was revealed, they've only seemed to double down on their stance. "You were a beta tester?" I asked, and then looked at Klein. "I've never met her," he shrugged. "I caught it on the tail end. I didn't get to play much, so it's not that hard to believe. She then only seemed to notice Sam. "A boy this young." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Oh, jeez, what kind of nightmare is this turning into?" "My name's Sam," he said. "I'm looking for my dad, but she came to try kidnapping," he pointed to Rose. "And that's where B came in," I said. "Username's Dex, and this is Klein." I motioned to him. "I see. Well, I hope it's not too forward of me, but I would like to ask if I could accompany you boys for the foreseeable future. We both seem to be lacking sufficient numbers, share similar morals, and," she turned to Rose, "have a common enemy." Really? You'd want to join us? I asked. Oh, she'd turn tail just like she did with us, Rose spat. Piss off, Luna turned to her and sneered. It's called having a backbone. She turned to me. I would like to join up with you. Yes, if you wouldn't mind. She clasped her hands together. I looked at her, then to Klein, who nodded his head. Yeah, sure, we'd love to have you. Great. She nodded and opened her menu to send the invite. Now that you're all buddy-buddy, can we not forget that I'm still here? Rose said. We didn't forget, Klein said. Just don't know what to do with it quite yet. A cataclysmic roar belted out from far away. It was so loud that it shook the very ground beneath us. I instantly looked at Rose. What? She looked back at me. How could I have done that? I'm a little indisposed of at the moment, if you don't remember, she said, then continued to blow a stray hair out of her face. You two scope it out, Klein said. I'll keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't try anything funny. What about me? Sam asked. You can stay here. If it's something bad, we don't want you in harm's way. Sounds good to me, Luna said. How about you? I nodded and looked at her warmly. Stay safe, Klein offered. Break a leg. Ooh, maybe an arm too. Maybe even get your spines, Rose added with a forced smile. I've got her, dude. You both go on, Klein said. I looked at him and nodded. We started off toward the sound. The world shook again under the roar. Trees toppled in the distance. We both saw it and kept pace. We kept running and leaping over fallen trees. That was when we saw it. A terrible creature. But that was the thing. It didn't really look just like one creature. It had looked like a bunch of them meshed together. It was much larger than the wolves Klein and I had seen. Much larger. It was the size of a building. It looked to have the body of a lion, but on the back of its head where a mane would be, was a second head, one of a goat fused together with the lion's. Instead of a bushy tail near the creature's rear, was a thick, scaly snake that took its place. It stood at its full height and let loose another terrifying scream to the heavens above. What the hell is that thing? I yelled, ducking behind a tree. Luna was wide-eyed as I was. The enemy window said it was a boss. Its name was the Ultimate Chimera. Wait, what's that around its neck? Its neck? I asked. I hadn't thought to look at the neck since I was so preoccupied with the outlandishness of the rest of it. I saw a small orange crystal hanging from the beast's neck like a pendant. The shape easily came to mind. It has another keystone! Keystone? They're treasures supposedly held by bosses that are supposed to unlock something if they're gathered together. Well, looks like if we want it, we'll have to take this thing down, she looked at me. I think it sees us, she pointed. It reared down on its gangling body. Ah, oh, damn it, I said, swinging out at Alcor. Are you ready? She prepped her bow, and as soon as the beast pounced, we dashed out of the way. It closed the distance between us in mere seconds. I'll cover the front, and you take the rear, I called out to her. How gentle of me of you to save me the rear. She fired 3 shots at the head of the snake to get its attention. I was standing near its front paws, and I could see the snake from behind turn straight to Luna when it felt her shots. It looked like it was ready for its next meal. I didn't even want to know if they went so far as to program where its meals go. Luna deftly dodges the snake's biting and gnawing. She took her bow in 2 hands and pulled it apart to reveal twin knives. She sank one into the side just under its left eye and ripped downward. I caught a glimpse of its crimson fangs that looked like they could have punctured a school bus. Maybe if I could get on top, I could get better control of the situation. Control is what kept me alive. I ran at the beast, who for a second looked confused in why its prey was offering itself so easily. I jumped, stabbing Elcor into the beast's leg, hanging on with my other arm. I heard a roar of pain from all 3 heads, but I kept going. I felt like I was climbing a mountain of fur, using Elcor as my stability on the way up. The goat head had enough of me stabbing its side. It started shrieking out a sound that made me feel dizzy, but I hung on. I could see from the side that Luna was keeping up with the snake head, getting in a few cuts here and there on the scaly exterior. The goat head closed its mouth and puffed up its cheeks. It spewed out a nasty green bile. It landed just past me on the ground in the nearby trees. The ground began smoking, and some of the trees began to rot away. You okay up there? Luna called. The beast spun on itself. The snake was tired of being irritated and not getting to eat its fill, so it gave the task of the girl to the lion. My body swung alongside as it turned. I yelled as my hands threatened to let go. It took everything to hold on to my grip. The goat had spewed another dose of acid. I ducked close to the beast's fur as it hit the side of the lion's face as it turned around. The creature screamed a hoarse coughing sound, causing the others to scream as well. I lost most of my hearing. I couldn't keep up with the intensity of their screeching. It was all just ringing now. I could see half of the lion's face had melted off, showing a skeletal interior. It almost looked like that Batman villain. I glanced over my shoulder and saw that Luna had chased the snake and stabbed both of her knives into its right eye, missed of its screams. She removed them and stabbed at its other eye, blinding it fully. I think I have the snake covered. Do you think you can take care of the projectiles? I can't predict those if I'm focusing over here. Sure thing, I tried to call out. Thanks! And she grinned and backed up to dodge the snake's whirling head. I refocused and kept climbing up the side of the chimera. The second half of the climb wasn't as unstable as the first, but it isn't a picnic at the top either. I'm almost face to face with the goat head. It shrieked once more, and now that I was this close, it pierced into my very being. The goat's head began puffing up its cheeks once more, and then an idea formed in my head. I waved my arms around, taunting the goat's head to fire. It opened its mouth and the green acid flew at me. I jumped out of the way, causing the acid to land on the chimera's back. The acid had already ripped through the fur and flesh of the beast. Part of its spine was visible, and the flesh seems to be breaking around where the acid had made contact. Before I could do any more damage, I saw the snake tail rising toward me. There was hesitation in its movement as both of its eyes had been gouged out. Luna was grabbing tight to the top of the snake's head. She thrusted one of her daggers into its skull, and that gave me an idea. I ran to where the acid had burnt the beast's flesh, and dug Elcor inside and ripped it back as I cut open an even larger wound. I ran toward the beast's rear end, and it had been too much. The beast fell to the ground and vaporized. We both fell and landed hard, Luna harder than I did. The keystone clinked to the ground as a remnant of the battle. My breath was short. I looked over to Luna, who had gone the same things back to me. Well, that wasn't too bad, she said, in between breaths. I guess you did okay. I smiled small and let out a hearty laugh. I can take okay. Well, that's a shame, because I was selling you short. Great idea to make its own acid work against it. Yeah, idea, I said. The totally on-purpose plan that I enacted after seizing our mighty foe up, and totally didn't accidentally use to our advantage. She bumped against my shoulder playfully. Okay, fine, I take back my praise. She looked over toward the keystone and picked it up, gazing at it in the light. So, this is what you were talking about. I nodded. Yeah, fortunately that means we just took down the boss of the floor. She started, rubbing her temples. I'd never heard of these things in beta, but I guess that really can't be helped. It's the Heart of Artemis. Artemis, huh? Another Greek god. Goddess, she corrected. And another? I assume they're all named after gods and goddesses? Yeah, I nodded. The boss on the first floor, he carried the Heart of Ares. It seems like this here gives a buff to archers and a poison immunity for your party. Oh, I guess that makes sense with it being Artemis and all, I said. Mind if I wear it? Luna asked. I shook my head. Oh, go ahead. I don't have a bow or anything like that anyway. Thanks, she grinned. I was totally gonna fight you for it if you said you did anyway. She grinned and winked. Well, Miss Artemis, I bowed. Might we perhaps take our spoils back to Klein and Sam? She nodded and reconnected her daggers back into the bow, the weapon I now saw as Failnaught. We stopped through the forest, back where we battled the pythons. It was easy to tell when we were nearing the trees nearby were still being marked by the scorch marks from Rose's whip. They had been fading since our battle, but it was still clear enough to be seen. The only thing was that nobody was there to greet us in our victory. Klein, Sam, and Rose were nowhere to be found. 7. Klein? Where are you? I called out, cupping my hands around my mouth to amplify the sound. Luna paced back and forth. They couldn't have gotten far. They were on foot, and I'm sure since Rose was tied up that she wouldn't be running. Assuming she is still tied up, I said. Suddenly, the idea came to me. I swiped open my party member and saw Klein's name was still visible under Party. Luna looked up and smiled when she had seen what I had. Okay, still alive, that's good. Where could they have gone? Luna asked. Logically, I'd say it makes most sense that Rose found some way to escape when they went to pursue. I looked around but couldn't find any unique landmarks within view. The trees stood tall, looking exactly the same. I don't know. They could have gone anywhere, I said. Well, see if the tracker works. Click on his name there. I did, as she said. A transparent arrow glowed underneath her foot and shot outward. Come on, let's go. She nodded, and so we followed it into the tree line. I followed behind, not letting her out of my sight. The arrow shot to the left, and we turned with it. You been here long? Luna called to me. About as long as the game's been out. I've been thankful to have met someone who knows what they're doing. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's what I felt like when I first met Rose. Don't tell you how she wasn't really all that bad when you got to know her. A glimmer of a smile formed on her face. No, she's not really changed at all in the past few months. Being a savage online doesn't usually mean too much when lives are on the line. It's easier to justify being in that kind of guild. We all have characters we want to designate as the bad one. I guess so. I don't blame you, if that's what you mean, for being a part of them. If I didn't find Klein down there where I started, and one of them showed up trying to recruit me, I'm sure I would have gone along. It's nice of you to say. That actually isn't true, I said. Huh? I'm pretty sure if someone came up to me and asked me to join a guild ride, I would have told them to fuck off. I don't really do well with other people. It kind of defeats the purpose of why I'm here in the first place. Why are you here? I joined this game to ignore a lot of things. Shitty people out there, personal problems, shitty things with me. Being around other people reminds me of those things all the time. Well, excuse me if I'm intruding, but you really can't blame other people if you do the things you think are shitty. But see, that's the thing, I don't blame other people, I said while scratching the back of my neck. I just don't want to be around them. If I do something wrong or dumb, then only I have to pay for it. It doesn't have to come down on anyone else. You don't seem to be so lone wolf in here. Well, of course, my actual life is on the line. It'd be suicide to go in this game alone now. I'd be dead if Klein wasn't where he was and we joined up. You don't sound too happy about that. I'm doing a thing where I turn into a therapist. Promise I'm not one. I'm just curious is all. Figured I'd get to know you a bit. It's because it's also the time I first killed someone. Of course, in the moment I thought it was just a game. We all did. I'm sure I don't have to explain the rest. She nodded, and then said, oh, yeah, that part we're all gonna have to live with for the rest of our lives, I think. Some people are gonna die here, but not all of us. You think? I do. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of us that get out. Some people will drink to forget. Some will load up on as many drugs as possible. Die that way. Others will be okay. They'll move past it, and try to live as best they can considering the circumstances. Which do you see yourself being? She took a moment to think about it. The wind whipped across my face as I looked at her, contemplating it, her hair the color of moonlight flinging behind her. I hope I'm out there with someone who understands this. It's a real mess, and I don't know if I'll be able to move past it alone. The air was silent after she said it. It almost seemed like an invitation, but I wasn't sure that it was. And if it was, then I doubly wasn't exactly sure who it was for. At least, not until she spoke again. I think I'd like to see you out there, Dex. Me? Why? You seem nice. I do? I asked, not believing it. I knew of all things I tried to be nice wasn't one of the things I was good at. Maybe decent at best. A bother, or worse, most likely. Well, not nice per se, but friendly. Well, friendly enough. You sound like you're trying to convince yourself of it. She shrugged. You think you have a lot of yourself figured out, but it's clear that you don't, so you hold it on your wrist like it's a bother. It's not exactly a healthy mindset for you, or for those who want to get close to you, she said. So, what was this about wanting to be with me? You're cute, she said. Can't that ever just be enough sometimes? Seems a bit backwards, I said. She shrugged. You look like you could be okay with yourself, but aren't yet. That's not your responsibility, I said. And I'm not taking it as one, she said. I don't expect anyone in here to be okay with themselves for a very, very long time. I just think it'd be easier to heal with someone who is also healing. Someone who knows how to pick up pieces is all. I don't quite know how to respond to that, I said. That's fine. I'm not pressuring you or anything, she said. I think that's on me to decide that, I said. Am I? I thought about it. There was a lot that I was running away from when I booted up this game. A lot of responsibility that I couldn't bear to face in the real world. But was the fact that I was able to say that a step further than I had been back then? I don't think I could have ever admitted it to myself. Well, you think on it, she said. I don't want to force you into anything you don't want, but I don't think that you don't want it. I saw how you looked when I came to your rescue. I don't know, I said. I don't know how to feel about this right now. I'm gonna need some time. There was someone else that I thought I liked, and things didn't progress well with them. With her, you mean? Yeah, not a huge blow to the ego since we'd only just met, and it did swirl a bunch of feelings in me either way. Is it wrong of me to tell you this? No, not particularly, she shrugged. I liked a boy here before that didn't share those feelings with me. He actually looked a little bit like you, coincidentally. I guess I have a type. Oh yeah? I asked. Yeah, something about you just, I don't know, makes me burn inside. Is that wrong of me to tell you? No, I said, and I left it at that. My cheeks flushed, and I looked away at anything to distract myself. Luckily, we reached as far as the arrow would bring us. Unluckily, Klein, Rose, and Sam were still nowhere to be seen. We exited the brush to find a giant amber wall that reached higher than we could see. There was giant writing inscribed on the face of the wall. 05 19 03. What? Are you kidding me? I asked, banging my head against the wall. Who progress locks this early into the game? The bigger question, Luna said, pointing down below to the arrow, which extended past the wall and curved right into the distance, is how Klein managed to get to the other side. As she pointed out, the timer went down to 05 19 02, meaning that we'd have to wait almost 5.5 days, according to this, to get through. That's way too long, I said. Anything can happen back there. It must have only just gone up. I kicked the wall hard. Damn it! Maybe there's a way through. Maybe Klein and them found a hole somewhere. Let's split up. You follow it down that way, and I'll follow it this way. If we find nothing in 10 minutes, we turn back around and meet up here. I sighed, not convinced that there'd be anything of note, but knowing that if we didn't check, there definitely would be. Yeah, okay, meet you back here. And so, we split up. And met back when we didn't find any way to get through the barrier. Our weapons were useless against it. It was impregnable to everything we tried. I guess we'll just have to wait, she said. There isn't anything we can do. God, you don't know how much I hate having to wait in here. I'm sure I do, but I get your point. Everyone was in such a mad dash to get out of here. That and the GM must have wanted us to slow down. To marvel at his masterpiece, I spat. Yeah, probably. I groaned. Alright, guess I'll be the first to head back to the floor and find something to pass the time with. She nodded. A glum link crossed her face, and in an instant, I reconciled within myself that I never wanted her to look like that again. The town wasn't as bustling as it had originally been when I'd entered it the first time. There was a tension in the air that everybody felt, but nobody addressed. People eyed one another suspiciously, even though towns were safe locations from player death. That didn't stop suspicions from rising. The sun rose brilliantly in the sky, a complete contrast to what time it had shown in my menu. 8 o'clock in the evening. There was something cartoony about how the sun radiated, almost as if it were an arid desert and the heat waves were all centralized to one small point in the sky. I wondered if it would be possible to reach space from this world, or if you would just smash into the sky like some flat border. I heard it was quite the scene when the GM descended from the sky, Luna said, walking past me and staring up. The sun shone off of her brilliant hair and made me feel a warm sort of feeling inside. You didn't see it? I tried to steady my own thoughts. She shook her head and then turned back to me. No, I was in the forest away from all the chaos when it went down. I didn't know until I saw people on my friends list dropping like flies. I heard about the whole thing afterward from some players who weren't alive anymore. The forest got to them. Imagine that. She chuckled without any humor. It's a weird thing to laugh about, you know? You see people 1 second and the next. She mimicked an explosion with her hands and then just let her arms drop. Part of me wishes I could have seen it, so maybe those guys wouldn't have died the way they did. Maybe if I took responsibility for my own lack of information. It's easy to blame yourself for things you couldn't have known, I said. That's life. Yeah, that's life, she nodded, and then bent down to touch her toes. All right, enough of this mopey business. She sprang up and reached her fingertips to the sky. What are you doing? I asked. I'm doing a full body reset, getting rid of the bad energy and starting a new mindset. Where'd you learn that? Didn't really learn it from anywhere. It just feels right, you know? I guess. Come on, don't doubt it, she said, pouting at me. You have to do it too, or else your bad juju will follow you around all day. I don't know if there is such a thing. Of course there is. Now, come down. Bend down. Okay, you only have to ask once. I never asked. She grinned and winked. I bent over and stretched out my hands to my toes. Our bodies in here didn't strain out like in the real world, so I felt no physical benefit to the stretch. But when I closed my eyes, I could almost believe that a shadow was lifting from my body. You cannot change what has happened to you, only what you can do about it. I never really was a religious sort of guy, but when the perfect, simple sort of advice comes to you, what else can you say but, thank God? I reached my hands up into the air and can bet plenty of people around me were giving me strange looks at the weirdo doing yoga inside a video game. Don't worry about them, she said. So there are people looking at me, I asked. And how did you know I was worried about it? You made a face. What did it look like? I asked, my eyes still closed. Your brow furrowed. I can't really show you what it looked like with your eyes still closed. I opened my eyes to her face approaching mine, and her lips on my lips. It lasted a second, but I looked back in shock. I'm not sorry. I wouldn't want you to be, I said, fumbling for the right words. You know what they say about anonymity, that people express their realest selves behind masks, right? We're hardly behind any masks here. The GM removed all of our altered looks, I said. Yeah, but my body feels different. It may not look different, sure, but what else could be the greatest mask than this? Are you implying that you're not like this out in real life? I asked. Like what? She asked. Forward, brave, whatever you want to call it. She laughed, trying to hide it with her hand to her lips. Oh my god, no. I never had the courage to even talk to an old boy I thought I liked. I only watched him from afar with wonder. I guess I know what that feels like. Is that how you were with this other girl? Yeah, but it was in here, no less. I never really felt that way about any other girl I knew. I mean, I knew plenty from my school. Ah, so you're a public school kid. You kinda have to be. Are there any private schools left in Colorado? Not that I know of, she said. I was homeschooled back in London. London? Can't you tell by my accent? She asked. No, not at all. Huh, weird. How about now? She talked in a very forced British accent. It sounds like you're faking it. Huh, I didn't really notice it. I'd lost it. Guess it's one of those things you don't notice until it's gone. So, you were from London. I've never met anyone from outside the US, I said. Yes, it is quite rare around this place, she said. But I don't really remember much of my time there. I was a lot younger when we moved. So, you probably don't remember then if London was all messed up like we are? She thought on this, and then shook her head. I don't know. I never really left my house. If anything, I think this country is a bit more free because of that. Free isn't the first word I'd think of, I said, but I guess it works. Well, it is a good name to call us any, but I guess it doesn't really apply to us here, she said. No, most definitely. I agreed and looked down at my hands, clenching and unclenching them into fists. I felt anxious about waiting so long until we could move forward. Hey, do you think we could train a little while we have the time? Her brows furrowed, and then she nodded. Yeah, that's a good idea. I really need it. Thank you so much. I really don't want to have to kill anyone, but I figure learning to defend myself better is only in my best interest. She smiled small. Yes, we could all use some more preparation. Come on, I know a place where we can go. 8. February 1st, 2022. My sword sent sparks flying off of Luna's dagger as they collided. I felt the grinding inside as it dragged down my blade nearing the hilt. I flexed my wrist out to repel it away. Come on, Dex, you should have accounted for my other hand at some point. She held her left arm upward, and the second dagger catching Elcor's hilt, the perfect point where my wrist was flexed. Elcor flew out of my hands and into the dirt. Yeah, sorry, I said, walking over to my sword. I was thinking of using my dual wield, but I thought you would have seen it coming, so I sort of froze up. Luna had led me to a sparring hall that was on the artsy side of Novus Dande. I had just been across the street from the Artist Guild that I had stumbled upon when I first entered the town. I was glad that I didn't have any awkward interactions as we passed. We had found an open arena that sprawled out 30 feet by 30 feet, and she had promptly proceeded to show me my rear end. She rolled her eyes and motioned for me to hurry up. Yes, considering that was your trump card the last 2 practices, I did expect you to try it again. You have to stop overthinking things. I just don't want to become the definition of insanity, doing the same thing again and again for the same result. Well, doing nothing may be different, but it's still nothing, she said. Thinking ahead and being prepared is good, don't get me wrong. But being so far ahead doesn't happen in real life. You're not an anime hero with some incredible foresight, but that's okay. You just have to see what you have and what you don't. Think according to that, she said, then stepped closer to me. There's a natural rhythm underneath all the fighting, and the best fighters are the ones who learn that rhythm. It's kind of like dancing. I laughed. You know how to dance? She answered with a straight face. Of course, Shannon, my housemaid, taught me. Oh, but I'm not talking about American dancing, the kind where you just flail your arms about all haphazard-like. I'm talking about actual poised, elegant movements. Oh, then you can count me out for knowing how to dance, then. All I know is the awkward flailing. I think it's just a requirement to get through middle school. Luna clicked her daggers together and back into its bow shape and then hung it over her shoulder. She took another step closer to me and held up her hands. Oh, no, thank you, I said. I couldn't. It'd be way too embarrassing. She didn't budge an inch. If you cannot find your rhythm, then being embarrassed will be the last thing on your mind, because you'll no longer have one. Besides, you're not going to keep a pretty girl waiting, are you? I blushed a color better than fire. Oh, so you know you're pretty then? It came out stranger than he'd hoped, but it was all I could think of to diffuse the color in his cheeks. She smiled warmly. I could see the color start to fill hers as well. Of course, if I didn't, who would? Now stop messing around and take my hands. I did, and immediately regretted how nervous I felt. Glad to know I'm not the only nervous one, she said, smiling. I looked at her confused. You don't seem it. You seem in control. This is what makes me nervous, she said. Now, come on, follow after me. She took a step to the left, and I followed. She swung around in an arc, and I kept pace until we were in sync. We flowed, and it felt natural. I'm surprised I haven't stepped on your feet yet, I said. I'm thankful. She grinned. That kind of thing only happens in the movies, or with really clumsy people. You're not too clumsy, but I can't believe that you spoiled what grace you have on that American flailing. I can't help it, I joked. It's just how I was raised. It's all I knew. You can always help yourself. If you choose to follow what you've been taught, then that's really on you. None of that passing blame game. You're right, I said. But I guess I can let it slide since you came all the way here to meet me so you could learn how to dance. She smiled brightly. I flushed beet red, and she laughed, pulling me close. I was intimately aware of how hot my face was feeling. Thank you for being nervous at first. What does that part have to do with about training me? I asked, trying to deflect the heat once again. Don't be dumb. And she pulled me close for a hug. It's nice to have a friendly face here, that's all. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I do appreciate you taking the time to help me out. I really do appreciate it, I said. We extended our arm's length and I spun her, and she dipped down. I caught Elcor by the hilt as Luna's second dagger came up to knock it back, just like before. I had let the sword go just before the dagger had connected and dove to the side, and caught the blade as it was cast off. I caught the look of momentary surprise Luna gave off, but it was just that, momentary. I rolled, landing upright on my knees, and swiveled to face her. Luna bounced back and connected her daggers back into the bow, fail not. She drew the string back and an arrow of light knocked between her fingers. She didn't taunt or compliment me on the move, but she didn't need to. I saw it all in the grin she wore. She shot an arrow up to me, low so I couldn't duck under it. Think you're in my shoes, Dex, she said. Imagine you're up here dancing with me when you don't know which way I'll step, but your body finds the way. The arrow caught my leg, and it sure stung like hell. I braced myself to rip it out, but as I moved to do so, the arrow started to vanish. It must respond to my touch. I thought about the two of us gliding across the field. how her hips swayed to the left just before she was going to step right, how she'd lean deep into her pivots and slow herself down so I could keep up. I knew that I was naturally pretty clumsy. I didn't fall because she didn't let me fall. She was constantly compromising for me, and that was what she wanted me to see. If your opponents get used to you, then you can still use that info against them, I imagined her saying, and I got it. I gritted my teeth as the arrow faded completely away, and I got an idea. Luna knocked another arrow and let it fly, this time at chest level. Another surprised look crossed her face when I didn't move to dodge the arrow, but instead reached for it with my left hand. I spun as I grasped it tight and hurled it back at her. She was so stunned she didn't even move to block the beam of light back. She didn't need to, as my aim was a bit off from the spin, so it ended up crashing into the wall behind her. How did you catch my arrow? It's supposed to dissipate if you grab it. I held up my hand, showing the piece where the arrow had cut into my hand. I didn't, and I pointed behind her. She turned to see, impaled on the wall wasn't an arrow of light, but a sword. As she realized what I'd done, she turned around and was surprised to see I was right up in her face. I may have missed with the sword, but I think this would count as an honest win, I said, my sword pointed at her neck. With a shallow gulp, she looked me up and down, but held close to herself. I know it was unorthodox, but I promise there was an actual strategy, I said. Also, thank you for being first. This took her by surprise, and I told her I could read her expression as clear as day. That was the first time I'd seen her blush. Well, I think we've had a successful training period, she stammered and regained her composure. Looking at the time now, I think we should find someplace like an inn to rest for the night. Rest? I asked. Work doesn't feel like work here. I'm sure I could train for much longer than that. You most definitely could physically, but mentally you'd collapse under all the pressure. When was the last time you gave yourself the chance to rest? I thought about it, and it must have been when I fell unconscious after watching Eldon die. It's been a while, I said. Right. If you keep chugging along, you'll burn out. I want to get out of here as fast as you do, but we're human, and unfortunately that means we must find balance. I guess you're right, I said. Do you happen to know a place in town too, or... I do, thankfully. There's an inn over by the blacksmiths in town, but I have to ask something. Yeah? She looked at me inquisitively. Can we get separate rooms? The question reddened my face. Oh, of course! I hope I didn't imply anything before. She smiled and cocked her head. Don't worry, you didn't. That was the answer I was hoping to hear. We started our walk back through the town, passing the odd and end player. She turned to me suddenly. So, about your friends that disappeared with Rose, she began. I guess if I'm going to stick around, I should get to know them a little bit. I don't know much about Sam, the boy. Clyde and I only had just found him before Rose ambushed us. Said he was looking for his dad. Do you think his dad is dead? I don't know. Anything could be possible. And what about Klein? I sat on the thought for a minute. He's difficult to pin down, I said. I met him in here. He was the first person I met, actually. Oh, really? Yeah, all spoken. He doesn't have a lot of desirable traits. I mean, he's kinda homophobic. I guess there's no real kind of about it. I guess that phrase kinda softens the blow. He's also not all that respectful towards girls. If it has a face and a chest, he's amped to hit on it. She let me continue, nodding me along. And all that's bad, I fully get that, and I've said as much to him. But at the same time, if it wasn't for him, I would be dead by now. We were ambushed by Python players in the starting zone, and if it wasn't for this thick armor and the knowledge of the battle system, they would have killed me. And again at the forest when they attacked again, I wouldn't have been able to hold them off for as long as we did until you showed up. Much less fend off the wolves that were there before they showed up. She cocked her head. Hey, it's okay, she said. You seem like you have a pretty good head on your shoulders. You don't have to beat yourself up trying to justify your friendship. Sure, I'm not excusing that other stuff too if it is true about him, and I guess I'll see for myself if it is. And if so, I'll have some plenty choice words, but you're allowed to feel gratitude toward another human being. As many choices as we make, we're not our worst ones. Part of me thinks that, I said, but I guess a part of me has always felt like our worst choices are what are remembered in the end. Well, we're not near the end yet. So all we can do is work to make better ones, right? I nodded and gave her a smile. That's right. God, how are you so wise? She shrugged. It comes and goes. Besides, it's not really so much wisdom as it is sense. We all change at least a little as we meet new people. We don't exist solely for ourselves. Maybe you're the friend that helps him see the error of his ways. Maybe you're the start of his redemption arc. Okay, now you're just talking cheesy anime bullshit, I said and laughed. I'm being serious, though. You never know until you try. She was onto something. I really didn't consider that I could be as much of a friend to Klein, a help to him, as he has been to me. And his views did seem to be because of his experiences in not branching out. Maybe I could help. Maybe you will, she spoke my thoughts. Or maybe not. Boys who think like that most often don't change, but hey, I'm an optimist, so shoot me. I imitated a gun with my thumb and forefinger and held it up playfully. Bam. She laughs and shoves me. It doesn't hurt to see the sun once in a while instead of the clouds. No, I bet it doesn't. She surprised me. She grabbed my hand in hers and looked into my eyes. I saw hers glowing almost like the leaves of fall. Now, that you're not afraid to call yourself someone's friend, I'm happy to report that you not only have one friend, but two. I don't know what I dreamed of, because it left me as soon as I heard the knocking on the door to my room, and my eyes opened. Whatever it wasn't anything good. My body felt restless, and I could feel the strain from the day, even though these bodies weren't supposed to feel that physical exertion. I sat up and walked to the door and opened it up. Luna stood there and braced her arms together. Can we talk? Yeah, are you okay? I asked, and stepped aside. She walked in. I'm sorry, I must have woken you up, she said, but it's important. No, don't worry about it, I said. What is it? I sat down on the edge of the bed, and she followed. It's about me moving here. There's a lot I didn't tell you about, and I feel bad. Okay, I'm here, I said. She nodded. So, I told you I was born in London, but I didn't tell you a lot of the context. I know you probably don't know a lot of what's going on outside of this country. I barely know what's going on outside of the state, I said. I'm from Aurora, and our news only covers our region. Right. Well, you must know that things are bad everywhere, right? No, I thought we were on the short end of the stick, I said. Didn't we lose the war? The war being World War II, of course. Our history books tend to stop around there for global news. Once England turned around and fought from two angles, using our attacks on Japan to extend themselves as the world's superpower, things haven't been the same since. Yes, but just because England won doesn't mean that everything's perfect over there. They have really strict laws over there for practically every facet of your life, including the number of children you can have. What? The Queen is really big into population control. If there becomes too many people, she fears you'll be overtaken, and chaos will fall to the land or some bullshit like that. Families are restricted to one child. Anyone caught breaking the law will be jailed, and the children... What? They're killed? Her silence was answer enough. Did you have a sibling who was? She looked at me fondly, and then a passing sorrow covered like a blanket. I was the younger sibling, the illegal-born child. You know, I'm sure most people could get away with living with multiple children if they kept to themselves, but my family, we had a much harder time of it. I don't know anything about my mother, she wasn't around, so it was just my dad. He was in a place of power, he was the Secretary of State for Her Majesty, so it was very bad for me that he had such a public position. It must have been very hard on you. She nodded. I had to stay hidden in my house. That's why I was homeschooled. The only people that knew of my existence were my father and Shannon, my housekeeper and teacher. Wait, what about your sibling? She cocked her head and tapped her fingers across the bed. He was a few years older than me. His name was Matthew. No, he didn't know I existed. My house had a few secret hallways hidden in between compartments that Matthew didn't know about. My room was inside in one of those secret hallways. I only knew about him because, as luck would have it, my room ended up being right next to his. You just never knew that there was anything beyond his wall. Wasn't it tempting knowing he was just next door? Did you ever think of letting him know you were there? All the time, she said. She carried herself with a lot more weight as she said it. But I was so scared that he'd do or say something to alert someone. If anybody found out. Anybody. I was as good as dead. It was a risk I couldn't take. She took a deep breath and prepared herself for the next. I was discovered. My room was on the far end of the house. Of course, there were no windows in my room. That'd be foolish. But just outside my wall was the outside. And unfortunately, since our house was so big, it was common that animals would find ways inside and not be discovered for a sizable time after. I've twice found mice in my own room, but how this story turns is that these mice loved to gnaw at the innards of the house. One cold winter, there must have been an especially large group of mice active around our home. because there's a hole eaten through one corner. I was able to see into Matthew's room. Was he able to see you back? I asked. If he knew the hole was there, he probably could have, but I don't believe that he did. What I didn't know was that it wasn't just one hole that was made. One was made to the outside. She nodded. It was small, but I guess it looked largely on the outside. If I had looked around and found it earlier, I could have told Shannon, and we could have gotten it patched up, but since I didn't, I was tempted to look outside. I had never seen it and got greedy. Unfortunately, someone saw me looking out. They got curious and discovered my hiding spot. The police were called, and Matthew was killed. Whoever saw me didn't catch more than my eyes, but that was all they needed. Matthew and I had different eye colors. Matthew shared my dad's eyes while I looked more like my mother's. At least, according to my father. So when the police came to our house, they only found Matthew. My father had been out at work and Shannon was at the market picking up groceries. They never found the secret hallway, and they never found me. They weren't thorough. It felt like they were just checking off a list. They found a kid, and they killed a kid. He was younger than I am now, and I hate it, but I watched. I saw through the hole. They had swords, or what looked like swords. She imitated a motion of sending a blade through the straight throat all the way to the brain. Jesus, I said. I'm so sorry. My father wasn't happy when he found out. Of course, that's the understatement of the century, but he couldn't just leave his post. The Queen is very resourceful, I hear, and could easily track him down, but obviously it wasn't safe to stay. So he put me in Sharon's care and sent me here to escape facing a similar fate. Similar fate? This probably sounds stupid, but why would it happen again? My brother was known by the public. Being the son of the Secretary of the State wasn't hard to be known. I, however, remained hidden for all my life. What would the public think if all of a sudden I started to appear as my father's heir? None of this is your fault, I said. This surprised her. That's probably been something you've been held close to your heart, right? If I hadn't been born. Yes. I shook my head. Not even an inkling of the truth. You didn't ask to be born, where and how you did. It isn't fair that you had to hide as you did. The one responsible for your brother's death and your separation from your father is the obvious answer. The Queen. Anything else is only added stress that you don't need. Deep down, I know that's true, but some nights I can't help but think I'm partly responsible. I know how that feels, I said. When I was younger, I witnessed my father kill himself. It was extremely scary. He'd just come home one day, blabbering nonsense. I was either 4 or 5 at the time. It was the middle of the night. I'd woken up because I heard my mom screaming. I remembered the word gun and not understanding what it meant. Then I climbed down the stairs and the both of them were standing there in the living room and I held my fingers up to my temple in the shape of a gun and fired. She held her hand to her mouth and gasped. Sometimes I wonder if there was anything I could have done to affect the situation. I was barely aware of anything until it happened, but maybe if I got his attention, he would have seen something to live for, and... She put a hand up to my face. I know it's contradictory, but... Can I stay here with you? I think we both could use it. I nodded slowly, and smiled at her. Thank you for listening to me, she said. And you, me, you're the first person I've ever told that story to. We both lay next to one another, and she reached down and grasped my hand. I held it tight, and my breathing fell in sync with hers. What's your name? She asked. I looked at her and smiled. Andrew. Do you prefer Andy or Drew? Andy, I said, but whatever's easiest for you, I guess. What's your name? Aria Avery, at your pleasure, she said. That's a beautiful name, I said. She blushed and looked into my eyes before closing her own. She mouthed my name silently before her chest began to rise and fall, slower and slower. Before I fell under, there was a pulsing sort of sensation from my temples. It felt like my brain had a thin, but tactile cord wrapped around it, and some deviant was on the other end, yanking it harder and harder. Once, and just once, it felt like my brain was going to slip out through my nose. But then, all at once, it stopped. Relief replaced the concern and discomfort, and I fell asleep. 9. February 21st, 2022. Athena, 1. I gripped my fist tight as I walked away from Dex. It was hard to walk away. to make the decision my mind kept telling me was wrong. But I guess it's in my nature to ignore that voice. It's my fault. Everything has gone to shit, and I can only make things worse. I would swear I wouldn't make it worse for them. After I told them to beat the game for us, I just kept on walking. I knew if I stopped, I'd stop forever. I didn't know where I was going, or what I was gonna do. I just needed time and space, but at the same time, I hated both of those things immensely. People passed by like nothing had changed, like their world has only just begun to fall apart. How little they knew. How little they understood just how bad things could get. I didn't care. I brushed past them and kept on walking. I only stopped when I hit a pond at the edge of town. The water was still, and I doubt there was any sort of life inside. I stared at the surface, almost begging for another face aside from my own to stare back at me. I sat down at the water's edge and swore I felt the smallest gust of wind. I must have been imagining it, because the surface of the water didn't change a bit. I held a hand up to my cheek, feeling the light touch, the same touch that killed Aaron. My whole reason for coming into this stupid game. I don't give the thoughts the chance to weaken me anymore. I shifted my legs under me and held my hands down at the edge of the pond and threw my head under. It was immediately cold, and my eyes opened wide, and my head flew out of the water, and I gasped for breath. My body, no matter how hard I tried, would try to survive. I gritted my teeth and threw myself back under. I wanted so bad for it all to just stop. I started screaming, and I could only hear my voice subdued underneath it all. Water filled my lungs, and I saw a mahogany headboard in my face connecting with it. I wished to see anything else before it all became nothing. I screamed the rest of what I had to get away until the world spun all around me. I was hacking up water that burned my lungs, and I was looking up at the cursed sky above. I was looking up at a figure. I couldn't see clearly. I saw a flash of green, and my eyes perked open. Dex? "What the hell are you doing?" said a voice that was definitely not his. He came into view, and it was a young man she didn't recognize. He had short black hair with a green streak and brown eyes. His face looked much older, but there was something about him that said he was younger than he looked. I had no response for him, and when he didn't seem to take that as an answer, he took a step closer. Instantly, I didn't like that, and I knew he could tell it too, because he smiled smallly. "Don't you know how dumb it is to throw away your life in here?" He cocked his head. "When people are trying to stay alive with everything they have, do you know what an insult it is to see someone like you?" "I don't have to tell you shit," I said, shivering. "Fuck. I stutter when I'm nervous. God fucking..." "Fine." He looked away. "Go drown yourself. If you really think it'll make you hurt less, then go ahead. My ex ran in front of a train 7 years ago. You know what? She doesn't feel anything anymore. I do. I have to live with the fact that every single day, this is what you will do if you sink your head in that pond one more time. The only thing that happens when you kill yourself is you give all of your hurt to someone else. There's no heroism in that, and there's no healing in that. If you can't stand up and tell everyone you love face to face that you're gonna do it, you don't deserve to drown." I looked at him with a shocked awe, and for a moment my heart felt like it broke for the last time, and I wanted nothing more than to jump in that pond all the way. He was right, and I didn't deserve to live. There wasn't even anyone I could tell. Green eyes opened in my mind, and my throat caught, silencing the rest of my thoughts. I had told him to win the game for us. That's what I said to the boy. He was gonna die here. I'm sure we all were, but he was gonna die fighting, doing the right thing, trying to be a hero. It was probably gonna be soon. He might already be dead. He was new to this like I was. He made mistakes, he was sloppy, but he was brave. The real reason I couldn't stay with him was because I couldn't bear to watch them die. Klein was strong. He might have lasted a long time, but even he'd be killed by something eventually. And Dex... that'd be the push that'd send her over the edge she was now toppling on. It would have been too much. How do I stop? And I saw that he was going to misunderstand too. I corrected. How do I stop thinking this way? How do I get through the thoughts to stop ripping me apart? His look softened. You have to kill them. You stomp it into the ground and tear it into pieces. You tell them to fuck off, and you mean it. He offered a hand. I know a little bit about this part of the trip down this road. I can help you find your way back. I looked at his hand, and I saw Aaron's face behind his, morphing into my dead brother, and there was a slick smile that almost said, "You kills me. Fuck you." It was a barely manageable thought. I bobbed on the edge of tears as his face vanished, and I found myself taking his hand. He helped me up, and I saw the green eyes flash across his, only for a fraction of a second, but it was there. I could have sworn he smiled as it passed, but now his look was neutral. "My name's Raphael. What's yours?" "Athena," I covered fast. I wasn't ready to tell anybody my name in here. A name meant attachment. Names were strong like that. "Well, it seems like you need to live up to your namesake," he said. "Because if you can't, you're handing your ass on a silver platter to the Game Master. You don't want that, do you?" No. "Good then. I've been looking for another player to pair up with, and I'd like to offer that position to you." "Why?" "Everyone else was taken." He smiled wanly. I didn't laugh. Come on, it was a joke. No, I don't want to see anybody else die. Too many people have already. The green flashed in his eyes again. I realized in that moment that I was thinking about him too much. It was paired with the realization that I did want to live. I wanted to get out of here. I wanted so much. I want to make sure the real person responsible for Aaron's death is held responsible. I played a part, and he played an even bigger part, but the biggest of all is the Game Master, the creator of this fucked up world disguised as an escape. Oh, I'm through with escaping. At least, I'm gonna try to be. "How do I get stronger in here?" I asked. "I want to get as strong as I can be, but I'm not used to how this world works yet." Raphael grinned. "I can most definitely help you with that. I run a game shop out there. We got a demo unit of the Oculus back before all this shit happened. You know, things to keep the kids interested while the parents looked around. Although I can say that the ADATA VR is a lot different than the ADATech, of course. It's one thing to be immersed visually, a whole nother to kind of have your whole body thrown into the mix. Whatever kind it is, it's definitely much harder to move than in real life," I said. "I've managed walking, obviously, but anything more is a struggle, I'm sure." I didn't comment. Struggle was putting it lightly. It was a struggle that had to be overcome, or I would die. It was that simple. I bit my lip as I stood back to my feet. Raphael slammed a fist into the bridge of my nose, a blow that would have broken it in the real world. Instead, I only fell back onto one knee and gritted my teeth. "Come on, if you can't take what I'm dishing out, how do you think you're going to be able to take anything else?" Raphael screamed. His face was soaked in sweat. He slammed his head forward into my skull, and searing pain ripped through my head. It broke my ground. My chin slammed against the ground and colored spots seeped in my vision. My knees bent and toes gripped onto the ground. I made a motion to push off and up. I bounced upward and reeled back, narrowly avoiding a swift kick to the head. "Just because you can dodge one kick doesn't mean you get to rest easy," he called. He was on me in seconds and grabbed a fistful of my hair. I bared my teeth as his grip tightened, and he yanked downward. "It's a fatal mistake to let the enemy anywhere close to your hair. They will not hesitate to take advantage of this if they can." He pulled again, and I couldn't help but let loose a cry. I sent a kick which caught him in the shin, but he didn't flinch any. I tried again, and harder this time, but he took a step back, dragging me with him. The pain was ripping through my brain, and then he punched me in the face. My arms dangled loose in front of me. The adrenaline was gone. All of it was gone. He dropped me, and I fell to the ground, crying. "That's it? You seemed like you had way more fire than that in you. You seemed like you really wanted to live." I sat there in what would have been a pool of my own blood and tears and thought about Aaron, the boy who taught me all the little tricks I knew in the games we played, who held me when I thought I had no one, who was now gone. Raphael lent his hand to help me up, and, surprising even myself, I took it. I held him close, but I didn't stop crying. People had scattered since Aaron's death. Many of them had gone on to the second floor. Word has since traveled back that a group of players had managed to successfully defeat the boss of the floor, but I didn't hear specifically what it was. Silently, I hoped it wasn't another player like Aaron. We haven't gone up. I'm still not strong enough to protect myself, but part of me knows that if I went up there, I would find a new hurt next to the hurt Aaron had left. A parallel pain, and I knew I couldn't take it. But why must there be a pain for a boy I barely knew? That kind of feeling wasn't deserving of a boy, even with history. I closed my eyes through the darkness and pierced vibrant green eyes. Something about the way those eyes looked at me. They haunted me, and they probably belonged to a boy who was now dead. I turned to see Raphael's slumped body under the covers. We had retired to the inn beside Gregor's armory after our last practice. I didn't want to share a room, but he insisted. I closed my eyes again and saw those terrible green eyes. They wouldn't blink, wouldn't look away. They kept seeing me as a nasty brother killer. They were horrible. I did everything I could stop them from looking at me. I turned back to Raphael, and I grabbed him underneath the sheets. Anything to avert the emerald gaze. His eyes opened wide, and he looked at me with surprise, and then immediate excitement. I couldn't bear to look at them, but I couldn't bear to look at the eyes in the darkness either, so I kept them open. I saw everything. 10. For what little I could sleep, I did. I remembered very little about what I dreamed of. There was a vague feeling of warmth, but nothing else I could catch. Luna sat beside me. Arya sat beside me. I looked at her and tried to think if I could imagine calling her that. I thought I could, and started to smile. I'd have to refrain in public, though. Who was I to spread her name around like that when she, like me, chose to hide her real name behind an alias? I didn't know if I considered hiding my name when choosing decks for this game, but some part of me inside must have thought about it. It wasn't just because that's the thing you do for video games. I know it. "What's on your mind?" Arya asked. I looked at her, noticing she had woken up and I was in my thoughts. "You seem troubled by something." "No, not troubled. Just curious." "How'd you come up with the name Luna? Like, going into the game, why didn't you name yourself Arya?" Oh, I didn't mean to sound antagonizing," I quickly added. "Just the curiosity. I was wondering the same about myself." "Well, I really liked reading Harry Potter when I grew up. That was one of the sets of books I was able to have at home." "And is Luna a character in those books?" She looked at me, astonished. "You never?" I shook my head. "I know, cultural sin and all that." "Well, I really like how she thinks about the people around her and does her own thing. Entirely unbothered by what people think of her. She doesn't appear too much through the books, but I always had the biggest smile on my face whenever she did appear." She smiled as she said it, remembering fond memories. "You should go through them sometime. We don't have to read the books, they are extraordinarily long, but the movies are a good time, I think." "That sounds like something I'd be up for," I said, "but you still haven't said why you chose it over your name." My, prodding, aren't we?" "I care about it," I said. I want to know." "I guess a part of me wanted to stay outside. That part of me I consider most me, you know? My name is something that nobody else can take away from me, yet I keep it most hidden of all." "I figured it was along those lines," I said. "I feel the same way, but I've never really consciously thought of it that way before." "What's got you so introspective lately?" "I don't know, I just had a dream I feel like I was lucid for, but I don't remember anything from it." "I have those all the time. Don't really have the ability to say heads or tails of them either way, so I just leave them where they lie," she said. "Yeah, I guess. So, about today's training, I'm thinking we continue to work on your fundamentals. Once you get in the habit of doing the same motions over and over, you'll feel more comfortable to adapt to the different situations that come up." "Makes enough sense," I said. "I'm thinking once you're comfortable, we train as a pair." "Isn't that what we're already doing?" Fighting together, not against one another. We could head up to the second floor and find some mobs. If we're going to be in the same party, we need to learn to depend on each other in combat, discover each other's weaknesses, and help cover them." "You mean discover my weaknesses?" I said, coy. "No, I mean our. I'm not perfect, and I'm sure I leave myself open in ways I don't realize. That's what having a second opinion is all about. Okay, I get where you're coming from, I said. She nodded. There's no need to be defensive. You're among a friend. Yes, I'm sorry for doubting you. She shook her head. No, you only doubted yourself. Now, come on and get up. We have some work to do. We trained like I've never had before. Every second that we weren't resting, we were out in the forest, taking down wolves and boar-like creatures with gargantuan tusks. I felt my blade lighten up in my hands as if it were made of butter, easier to swing and quicker to the cut. I noticed what she'd meant about weaknesses that she hadn't realized. Whenever she unlinked her fail knot into the two daggers, she tended to bring her focus closer around her. It makes sense with the weapons that are suited for close combat, but I found it easy to step in and assist when a wolf was out of her view and try to charge her from behind. As the days pressed on, I felt a growing presence looming over me, coming from the direction of the barrier. There was a low darkness that hung heavy in my heart as I saw the timer tick down. It was now sitting at just above 3 hours remaining. That feeling coalesced to the dream I had just woken up from. We were back in the inn, and I was sweating and breathing heavily. My lungs felt like they were on fire. I instantly remembered the vague warmness that invaded my dreams about almost a week ago, and remembered with a terrible clarity the context. Fire. There was fire everywhere. I saw the entire first floor engulfed in flames. It continued upward, and I followed as if I were the spirit to witness it all. The forest was dyed a brilliant red as it consumed all it touched. The last thing I saw was the timer on the barrier reached 0. It wasn't a countdown to when the barrier would be removed. It was a timer until we were all killed. Something in my heart now knew that is the truth, that I had no hesitation in waking Arya up from her slumber. She was weary, but when she saw the concern plastered on my face, she listened intently to the contents of my dream. Are you sure you can trust what you saw? I'm not doubting you, I just want to make sure. I nodded. I've had this feeling in the pit of my stomach for a few days now, ever since we were stopped by the barrier, and I now know it's because of that dream. Oh shit, she said. What do we do? We have to get back there. There just has to be a way to cross it. What if there isn't? I'm not considering that. Okay, she nodded. I'm with you. We headed off to the forest. We tried to convince everybody that we passed that we needed to pass the barrier before the time limit ran out, but those that did not know about the wall brushed us off. Arya vouched for my word, and I looked at her, stunned, smiling deep down, but it wasn't enough for the others. They brushed us off, and we both looked at each other, concerned. What do we do? She asked. I don't know, I said. We're running out of time. Well, we need to first secure the way across, she said, looking down to the ground. If we spend all of our time gathering everybody, what will we do when we get there? Still can't find the way. I thought about it, hating that she was right. We have to convince them, and the only way we'll be able to do that is by finding the way across. Yeah, I read you, I nodded. Let's go. The forest greeted us with silence. Not even the wind blew, nor a single mob crossed our path as we followed the arrow leading us to the barrier. The trees hung still as their branches raked for the sky silently. Keep on your guard, Arya said. Never know when something's going to pop out and take you by surprise. Got it, thank you, I said. Wait, she stopped. Do you hear that? I stopped just after her, straining my ears to hear anything. And then I did start to hear what she did. It was almost like a metallic clang. Instantly, my mind rushed back to the scene of Sam surrounded by all those wolves, and instantly we began running. The sound came from the wall. It must have. We followed the arrow until the sound of voices began to fill and populate. I broke the lining first, and saw that there were 5 people altogether at the base of the wall, 4 of them encircling the other 2, who looked to be circling another as if in combat. One was a girl with long brown hair, and a staff clutched in both of her hands. The second was a larger boy with short brown hair, clutching a halberd. He raised the axe above his head, and instinctively I shouted and reached my hand out to them. Stop! He turned around, but committed to the motion. The axe caught in the girl's gut, and she yelled out, stumbling backward. Her head was about to slam against the barrier, but she fell straight through instead. What the hell's going on? Arya caught up beside me, and she was looking at them now. and they looked nothing more than a group of kids, 14 at the oldest. The big one was stammering, too stunned about what happened to answer correctly. We just found out the secret to the wall. One of the others stood up to us. He had bright blue hair, dyed, and wore a thin frame of glasses. His robe suggested he was some sort of mage. Dagger was just confirming a theory I had about being able to cross the wall, the mage said. Are you okay? I called the girl behind the wall. She still looked to be in agony. She had taken the boy, Dagger's halberd, with her. It hurts, she said. I could see her health meter was just almost empty. Oh, you'll be fine, the first boy had said. You've got your potion. He turned back to us. I assume you guys are looking for a way through as well? We were, Arya said, choosing her words carefully. But what just happened here? The first boy nodded. Well, I had a thought about this wall. Yes, you said that, I said. And who are you? My name's Jax, he said, holding up his hand to his chest. Here we've got Pella. He pointed to the blonde next to him with her hair cut short in similar robes to himself. And I've already said Dagger. He pointed to him. And finally we have the joke that keeps on giving. Pointed to the tall, skinny blonde boy in the back. This is Book. Book? I asked. Yeah, I wanted to see if anybody else took the name, and the kid named Book shrugged. Oh, and there's Seraphina. Jax reminded himself and turned back to the girl who had managed to get through the wall. She had managed to grab out a potion from her inventory and was holding it over her lips, her arms shaking from the pain. She took a swig and instantly her eyes went wide. She clawed at her throat and a gurgling mess came out as her arms lifted to the sky. What's happening? Arya asked. Seraphina's hand began crumbling and breaking away. She screamed until she was no more. Whoa, what happened? I asked, running up to the barrier. The others beside Jax were right next to me, screaming her name and calling out for her. Dagger only looked at his own hands as the realization dawned on him. I just wanted... She didn't... Now it seems we know the limits of the land beyond the barrier, Jax said, and turned to me. It seems you cannot cross the barrier until you're on your last legs, and that means no healing. What? Arya asked. It's a gauntlet run? The others beside him turned to him, chastising him for being so unemotional about Seraphina's death. It was all noise that I couldn't stay around. I backed off and rubbed my hands together. Arya came to my side. What are you thinking? My eyes were darting all around the ground. I think we should go. Are you sure? I'm not doubting you, but I want to make sure you decide for yourself. Now that we have a way forward, I do think we should go too. There's a crazy amount of risk involved, I said. I do know that, but at the same time, I'm almost positive that if we wait out this time limit, it'll be too late to save Klein and Sam. No, I agree, but are you okay with cutting your health like this? There won't be any room for mistakes. I stood there for a moment and gripped my hands tight. I am. I won't be dead weight. I'll be careful. She nodded slowly. I don't know any of what's going to be beyond this floor. So my experience as a beta tester isn't going to help us any. I wasn't expecting it to, I said. We can't rely on old information and what could have been a mountain of changes since then. I'm good to go forward if you are, though, I said. She nodded and then pulled me close. We got this. We turned back to the others. So we've decided that we're going to move forward, despite the danger. Jack stepped closer to me. He was looking up at me, probably hating that he was so much shorter. Yeah, I'm with you. I like your spunk. I didn't catch your name. Dex, I said. Luna said. Okay, he nodded. We're a bit of a ragtag team, but we've got good teamwork. He turned to the rest of them. What say ye? Are we going to kick this game master's ass? The others didn't look to be in the fighting spirit, least of all Dagger. But one by one they stepped forward and nodded their heads. Except Dagger. What's going on? Jax asked. You chicken shit? I'm not going. What do you mean you're not going? He asked. I never should have even come here. You fucking knew this would happen, didn't you? He cried. I just wanted to get to know her, that's all. Person A and person B and nothing in between. Jax looked at him and didn't skip a beat. You impaled her with an axe. Because you made her think I was coming off weird. You kept joking about me the entire time. You were weird, Jack said. You've got a bit of an anger problem, amigo. Dagger shook his head. You know what? Fuck you. I'm headed back to town. Go fuck yourself. He stumbled off and walked back into the forest. Jax turned to the others and then back to me. Well, I don't know what we really needed him for anyway. He flashed a big grin. Looks like we have some room after all. We're all ready to go, right guys? The tall boy, Book, shuffled uncomfortably in place. We all were ragging on him a bit extra. Awesome! Jack slammed his palms together and smiled wide. You were volunteering to go first, Bookie boy? He turned to me and then on to Arya. Or maybe one of our guests. Don't touch me. Arya looked at him. Yeah, on second thought, we're just gonna go on ahead, I said. What? Jax exclaimed. Oh, come on, you guys can't take a joke? Okay, fine, I'll go first. Hey, Pell, you want to do the honor? He looked to her and grinned. The poor girl looked skittish as he called on her. She gripped her elbows tight and shook her head fervently. I can't. I will. Book stepped up, grabbing his sword from its sheath and holding it out in front of him awkwardly. I'm gonna enjoy this, he laughed. Hey now, Slayer, Jack said. We're not here to kill each other, take it slow. He shrugged and cut his friend once across the side. Jack spit down hard and was shaking from the cut. Again! He did. This time he couldn't hold back his pain scream and he fell against the barrier, as solid as ever. Again, he whimpered. Maybe you were wrong, I said. Maybe it isn't this. But Book was already on the case. He stood behind Jax and held the sword in both of his hands and drove it down through his spine. His back lurched up and his breath caught in his throat, but then he fell through the barrier, as if it wasn't there to begin with. Slowly, Book removed the sword from his spine and Jax crawled to the other side, moaning. He was breathing heavily and turned around to us and looked at us. What are you waiting for? He asked in between breaths. Book looked to him from Pella, and then to us. One of you two want to go next? I can, help you over if you don't want to do it. Arya looked at me and cocked her head. Are you sure? I looked back at her and nodded, and then turned to Book. Yeah, I'll go. Okay, I promise I won't, enjoy it as much as I did with Jax, Book said. I know he was trying to lighten the mood, but it wasn't working. Oh, fuck you, Jack spat out, finally pulling himself onto his rear end. Yeah, I walked up to him. Do you have a preferred place? Don't go for the spine, Jax moaned from the other side of the wall. If I may, Pella interjected. I turned to her. I mean, I may be wrong, but I think you should get stabbed in the butt. We all looked at her with a shared, confused look. Arya probably even more so than my own. What? I asked. Well, she was now getting even more flustered. There's a lot of, body fat in the butt, and it's not near any vital organs. It's near one pretty damn vital organ, Jax called from behind the wall. Shut up, she hissed back. Book was right, you did talk too much. I didn't, Book started, but Pella cut him off. No, please, I don't ever get to get a word in. Book nodded her on, and she smiled small to him, turning back to me. I could see the will it took for her to speak up burning in her eyes. The boat would be the best choice for you, especially here of all places where we don't bleed. I don't think that much is much of a benefit, Jax wailed, still breathing heavily. My back is still open. I looked at him, and where the sword ended through his spine, there definitely was still fresh wound, but where the blood would be was rainbow light shimmering and flickering. It seems that until we can heal ourselves properly, we'll have to live with the wounds we inflict, Pella said. Or we could go back to town and wait it out with Dagger. For the slightest of seconds, I hesitated, wondering just how it would feel to carry a mortal wound for long, for any length of time. I was scared. I looked back to Arya, and something about the look in her eyes strengthened my own will like steel. Okay, I began. In the butt. 11. February 22nd, 2022. Athena, 2. Raphael swung his broadsword down, but I was quick enough to sidestep past the heavy blade. I swung my katana at his side in an arc, and I could tell by the wince on his face I'd gotten him. I expected him to double back, but he surprised me by pouncing toward me. I reacted quick and bring my sword up to counter his upward cut. I push in closer to him. I can see the beads of sweat on his forehead. I'm sure he can see mine. "Well, little lady, looks like this one's a draw." He smiled and lowered his sword, taking a step back. No, I'm the one who got a hit in, so that's my point. As I finished his hunkering sword, he was pointed at my neck. "You were saying?" And before I could react, his hand was around my throat, and suddenly my world started exploding reds and whites. They filled my vision like sparklers. "You're gonna take the draw and love it," I heard close to me. The colors began to shine more vivid, and all at once began to slowly fade as he loosened his grip. I started coughing up, and it felt like my insides were scraping against themselves. Oh, come on, I didn't even press that hard. I felt a fire bail up inside of me, and I stared daggers into his face. "Not that hard? You deprived me of air, and not for the first time." The first time should have been the last time, but what? His look was more familiar now. It was a look she hated most of all. It was the kind that made her feel small and vulnerable. It was the look of her father. "Listen here, you're just gonna have to suck it up, Buttercup. Without me, you'd be drowning yourself in that pond, or at least trying to. Without me, you'll just throw yourself to some boss, if that, and wind up dead." "You're not some god or protector," I said. "There's nothing you can't do that I couldn't do, and better." I spat at his feet, feeling the fire burn deeper and hotter than it ever had before. He stepped closer to me, and I took a step back, but not out of fear, out of defense. My arms were up, and my katana was gripped tightly in my hand. "You seriously can't have enough self-worth to think that this is a good idea," he said. "You were broken when I found you." "I am broken. You didn't fix me. You didn't do shit except remind me of what I was running away from. I'm not gonna let you fuck me up. Never again." He looked offended, and there's nothing more I wanted to remove from this planet than that look right there. "After all this training I gave you." "Oh, fuck off. It was only for one day." "But if you're so inclined to bring it up, I will use it against you if you don't. Back off." He took a step closer, and I swung my blade at him diagonally. He reflected it easily with his sword. "Are you really that dense? I let you get that hit so you could feel like you were actually doing something. You know, you're right. You haven't changed a goddamn bit. You're the same useless girl I found at the pond. It has only been one day." "Shut the fuck up." I swung again. Blocked. "You're good for nothing. Not even a good fuck. You're like a fruit that's long spoiled and all that remains are the maggots." He lowered his sword. "And it's such a shame, too. With a body like that, you could do lots of things. Such a shame you can't be bothered to think straight." "Shut up!" I yelled, and I ran at him. He seemed to be expecting it, and of course he was. He was baiting me, and I was falling for it. It wasn't a surprise when he punched me. It wasn't a surprise when he cut me. It wasn't even a surprise when I couldn't move anymore. He cupped my chin in his hands, and he kissed me. It wasn't a surprise that I didn't stop crying until I passed out. The last thing I heard was his awful voice. "Until you can learn to think straight, hon, you aren't going anywhere." 12. I braced myself against the barrier as his book cut me once. It stung, and I tried my hardest from letting it spill out. "Fuck, that hurt," I said. "Yeah, it was only the first cut." "I know," and turned back around. Part of it was easier not looking, but part of it was also harder because you never... The second cut hurt so much more than the first, because it wasn't a full cut per se, but a full gash. "Hang in there," Book said. "Are you okay?" Arya asked. "Yeah, I'm fine." My voice cracked, and I could tell it was plainly not fine, but it had to be fine for a bit. He picked up the speed, hoping that it'd shut me up. I guess he was hoping it would be all stone-faced as Jax was. I knew that he was just trying to put on a brave face to fill the leader role, so he desperately needed to be for whatever reason. Part of me felt guilty that Arya and I had intruded on their little dynamic. We'd never seen him as anything like that. That part of me stopped feeling anything but the gashes on my backside, I screamed out as one cut really deep into the back end of my thigh. Fuck! And then, at once, he drove the sword into the wound, and then an immense white pain burned through my body. But before it could get used to the pain it was dealing with, the weight that had been shifted against the barrier no longer held up. I fell on my face and felt the sword exit as the book held on. My vision was hazy, and my breathing was heavy. I could feel the burning in my leg brighter than the sun. It doesn't make sense. I shouldn't be able to feel light. Then, all of a sudden, my head started to pound. Weirdly, it took over the pain in my leg and yanked my head forward. I felt woozy. The world was spinning. My brain kept pounding like a caged animal. Then, all at once, I was back. The pain returned, and I looked up to see Jax extending his arm out. I grabbed, and he helped yank me over the crossing. He still hadn't stood up. His pulling was coupled with grunts and whimpers of his own. "Still think this is a good idea?" he asked. "No, but I can't wait," I said, breathing heavy as I made it through. He grinned. "I like you." I couldn't say it back. I didn't really like him all that much, especially considering he used one of his friends as a lab rat. But I would be lying if I said it wasn't what happened. Oh, I don't know. We could all be headed to our deaths. Or... Arya's scream chilled me to my core. I turned to see Book had impaled the sword into her thigh. It ripped the seam of her pants, and the rainbow light seeped through. Book must have seen my reaction, because he looked nervous and started to stammer. She said to get over it quickly, so I... Again! She yelled and slammed a fist against the barrier, gritting her teeth. "Stop staring at my ass!" Book raised his head in a flash and did it again. She fell through and landed on the ground. I reached up to try to catch her, but I was still too weak and too far away. Trying only hurt more. I was able to sit up on my elbows with some steadied breathing. I turned myself around and offered my hand to Arya like Jax had done to me. She looked at me and tried to smile through her pained expression. It wasn't easy, but I saw a glimpse of it. She took my hand and I yanked her across. "Thank you." Pallet came next, and Arya helped pull her across when she was right and able. Finally, Book held the sword against himself. His arm was shaking madly. "Come on, Bookie, you're the last one!" I don't know if I can." "Come on, you got it," Jax said. "It's not that bad," Pella managed out. I could tell it had hit her hard. It hit us all hard, but her especially. I can't." He was shaking his head. I think subconsciously he was thinking that there would always be someone else to have a next turn, that he'd never have to step up to the plate. I can't do it. I'm sorry." He was shaking his head faster now. He mumbled bits and pieces to himself that I couldn't hear, but it ended in another apology, and then he started to run away. Jax yelled after him. I'm not sure that Pella could even yell, but even if she didn't try, I think part of her knew her friend's nature. "You'll be safe," I said. Unsure. "Oh, that's just great," Jax said, and groaning out in pain once more. "The hell does that make us?" Couldn't move faster than at crawling speed. Each of us felt like we were dying. I started by digging my elbows into the dirt and pulling myself forward. Arya was right behind me. I could tell it was just as hard as her as it was on me. It felt like our muscles were on fire with each movement we made. I had never been that low of health since I passed out back in town. I realized then how fragile our lives really were. But I haven't felt this prolonged pain since... hell, ever. We had to several times to catch our breath. "Good back there?" I called back, turning my head and gritting my teeth as I did so. "I'm still here," Arya said. "Here," Pella said. Yeah, Jack said. "Give me a minute. I need to catch my breath." "Oh, this is such a bad idea," Pella said and moaned out in pain. "It's like I can't stop feeling it again and again." "Oh, you probably can't go back," Jack said. "Unless you want to test that out for us?" he asked. "I'm not testing anything for you," she said. "Oh, how charming." "I don't think we'll be able to go back the way we came either," I said. "Probably have to give up as much as we did to cross the first time, and we don't have anything left to give." "Maybe there'll be another route to make it back below if we keep searching," Pella said. "I'm not really interested in going back," Arya said. "We've come this far." I'm with Blondie, Jack said, hoarser. Your vision must be failing, Arya said and turned back to her. Eyes widened. You okay? Those were the two words that got me to turn my head back farther than I did before. The pain was immense, and it coursed through like a vein, and my body was pumping pure fire through my body. I was able to get a glimpse of Jack's. It looked like he was struggling to breathe. His face was turning purple. I can't. I'm not strong enough, he said, more as a realization than an explanation. Something inside him broke, and he looked up to us. I'm sorry. Something that wouldn't leave my memory anytime soon happened. His eyes ballooned up and popped in his head. The socket started to leak a dark liquid, and his body made a wretched noise. I had to turn back around because my own stomach started to heave. I was suddenly aware that my stomach was empty, and yet it wouldn't accept anything else but heaving. I started to scream, and I noticed I wasn't the only one. We all screamed. I tried through everything to cut all further. I was nearing the edge of a skinny tree, so I wrapped my arms around the trunk and pulled myself to it. We have to keep going, I called back to the others. We kept moving, and slowly the pain started to subside. We still didn't have enough energy to stand or walk, but we were moving at a much faster pace through the forest. I saw a mountain in the distance, and suggested we headed toward it. Arya wasn't much for it at first, saying we better stick to the softer ground to crawl along, but it was Pella who decided the vote. Normally I'd agree with you, Luna, she began, but we don't know anything else about this place. This mountain is the first thing different we've seen on this side. I don't want to crawl around here all day. After some consideration, we decided to head toward the mountains. We didn't know what we'd do if we reached a point where we could move no further, but decided we would have to cross that bridge when we came upon it. I was aware of the risk involved. Just because it was different did not mean that it was safe. I was sticking a lot on my hunch toward the mountain. Whether I liked it or not, it was the lead crawling here. I was the de facto leader. I wasn't anywhere close to that maturity. I'd have pretend to be. Arya has me beat by that in a mile. But I think the wall affected her more than it did me. Whatever the reason, whatever the case, I was leading us. I had to step up and take it seriously. And so I tried to stand first when we reached the edge of the grass and dirt, where stone jutted out from the ground like a harsh lesson. I pushed myself to my knees, and breath caught in my throat as my head started to get foggy. I gritted my teeth and stabilized myself as I got one foot upright. Shifting all my weight onto it, it felt like 100 pounds were thrown onto my back. I shifted, and got the momentum under me, and threw my head up high. I felt the weight roll off of me like it was never there in the first place. I was still tired, irrevocably so, and I started to feel the beginning pangs of hunger. How in the world? But I was up, and I felt a million times better than before. I turned to the others, who looked at me with a ghast horror at the thought of doing the same. There must be something about the atmosphere here on this side, that if you're down, it's 10 times worse. I don't know if I can do that, Pella said. Arya looked like she was working through it in her head. It's kind of like a pitcher plant, you think? She asked. Pitcher plant, I asked. She shook her head. Not important. Basically, it's meant to trap you. Just reminded me of the shape is all. Oh, like a Venus flytrap, I said, imagining it. Yeah, now cut it with the plant talk and help me up, she said, breathing heavy. I nodded and bent down to her and grabbed her hand. As soon as I bent, I could feel my legs start to feel heavy. Mentally, I agreed with her plant analogy. She clasped her right hand tight around mine and began to pull as I yanked backward. She caught herself up on one knee, and instantly I saw some color return to her face. She was looking at me and biting her lip. Her eyes were begging for the warmth they previously shined. I got her up, and she let out a deep breath and started to laugh. Holy fuck! She called out and stretched out her back. Sorry for the language, but Jesus. I don't think we care much, I said, and then nodded over to Pella. Let's help her up. Does it hurt coming up? She asked. A bit, Arya said. But it gets relieved almost immediately when you are up. She thought about it for a moment and then nodded, holding up her hands. Okay. The both of us helping her up, Pella was quicker than either of us separately. She looked like she was about to cry out. but she too let out a breath of relief when she stood tall. Both of them echoed my sentiments about still feeling low in energy, but it was a net win all around. Why am I hungry? Arya asked, looking at the both of us. I haven't been hungry since I've come here. I don't know, maybe that barrier did more to us than we thought. Maybe it made us more real? Arya said, then immediately turned around to look at her backside, where her pants were cut. I saw blood dried on the backs of her legs. Blood, not the pixelated light we've come to know thus far. Can't afford to take anything for granted, Pella said. What little we could, that is, Arya said. Blood or no blood, our goal remains the same, to survive. I looked out toward the mountain. From a standing perspective, I could see the face. There was an opening for a cave, confirming there would be some place for us to go. It all depends if that cave is a blessing or a bane, Arya said, relating in my mind. You noticed too? I looked at her. I saw it on your face first, she nodded to me. Your face was all hopeful, and then instantly grew more grave. Yeah, I sighed. You're only responsible for yourself. Huh? I asked. Don't take us on your shoulders, Arya said, pointing to herself and Pella. We're two capable human beings, and traveling with a third capable human beings. We're all here. All made the decision to cross, and all made it this way. At this point, we're all going to do our best to survive. But what happens, happens. I looked at her, and I started to see her in a new light. How quickly she must have seen me worry. Or maybe she's known about it for a while. Either way, I nodded slowly to her. You're right. I'm sorry for assuming. Don't get me wrong, she said. I was able to keep crawling because I saw you ahead of me. I was thinking that if you could do it, then so could I. But in the end, it was a choice that each of us made. So, thank you for helping me make my choice. She smiled at me. Pella nodded and closed her eyes. I wouldn't have done this if I were by myself. I am here because I'm not as strong as I would like to be. But overcoming that feeling is... She looked at Arya and then to me. It's great. Well, I'm glad to hear you both say so. I was scared of leading you both to your deaths. Of not being able to turn back and to be the one on the line. I kept crawling because I had to find us the way. So I guess in the end we all did end up helping each other through. Arya readied her bow at her side. Well, let's not get stupid now. We've been lucky not to run anything thus far. I doubt our luck will continue through there. I nodded with a hand on Elcor. Pella's hands faintly glowed with a yellow hum. Together we formed a triangle to cover all of our directions to be near the cave. When we reached the mountain's base, I realized another big change from the rest of what we'd seen before. There wasn't any prompt or window to stop us from walking into the cave directly. I took a step in, and instantly felt the darkness around. I can help with this a bit. She held her hands up. Electric mage here, but it helps with things like this. First time I've gotten to use it this way though, so bear with me, she said. Of course, I said. Thank you so much. I can't imagine going through this place in the dark. She nodded her head in response, and the glow of her hands brightened up the innards of the cave. We saw the narrow path that curved forward, with the high-risen walls surrounding us. It looked like we had moved through one person at a time. I'll move through first, so we have a sense of where we're going, Pella said. Okay, let us know if you need backup, I said. Got it, she nodded. Pella stepped ahead of me and continued walking forward, the light from her hands illuminating the ground all around her as she continued. Arya and I followed closely behind with our weapons fully drawn. A sort of snake creature lunged out from the darkness, and I quickly cut it down in two, stopping its advance. I would have liked to say it was because of my growing reflexes, but in truth it was just scared me so bad that I panicked. That was an interesting war cry, Arya teased. Oh, come off it. If you were in my place, you would have screamed too. The both of them chuckled. An interesting theory, but I suppose we shall never find out, Arya mused. I reacted, so sue me. I stuck out my tongue at her. Gladly. Point me to the nearest lawyer and I'll get this mess sorted through real quick. You two are cute, Pella said, keeping her face forward, but I could tell she was trying to glance out back toward us. I'm kinda jealous. And then immediately went to correct herself. Not of you specifically, I just mean having someone. This turned our laughter into deep red crimson on both of our faces. I'm sorry if it's much. I think it's a reaction to keep things the light I do, I said. Pella shook her head. No, don't apologize. Like I said, it's cute. I like the girl back home, but I never really had the courage to go speak to her more than the basics. No, you should definitely chalk that up for a motivation to get out of this mess then, right? Ari said. Because if we do make it out of here, I'm finding you personally and I'm coaching you until you make your feelings known. Pella was the one to blush now. Stop, she said. You don't mean that. I'm not anybody of any authority, but I am serious. I've already got this one tagged for the outside. What's one more name on the list to track down? She laughed. What's a name but a pending lawsuit? I blinked. Lawsuit stuff aside, I think that would be very nice, Pella said. I think she'd actually like you. You're a lot, outgoing and able to be so on the spot. Well, that's what the coaching will be for. Wit isn't something always born, and at least that's what I've learned. And, hey, not to interrupt, I said, but what are those? I pointed up in the air. They were small purple orbs floating around and bouncing as if buoyant. They looked to be small sources of light. Some of the light, not nearly as luminescent as the light covering Pella's hands, revealed they belonged to bat-like creatures that housed a bright crystal on their backsides. The bats, I noticed, had been zipping around the room a little too fast for their bodies to physically move. It came to me then. Teleport bats? Oh shit, Arya began. We do need some crystals to get to the next floor. How could I have been so stupid? I'm gonna say that it cancels out since we've come across them right here, I said. Do you think you could shoot a few of them down? I can try. I don't know how good of a shot I'll be in the dark. Let me help with that, Pella brightened. She raised her hand and the light spilled upward above us. The bats all screeched and looked down at us. I said. Crap, Pella finished, lowering her hand slightly. Run! Arya yelled with her bow drawn. She let loose 2 arrows that were able to knock down some bats. She quickly followed behind us as we dashed through the cave. I looked around and saw they were gaining on us. They could fly faster than we could run, and they vanished without a single thought. It would be impossible to take them down if they were teleporting all over the place. I had to think fast, or else we'd be dead. And then it hit me. I turned invisible and stopped running. Both of them continued past me. I grazed Arya's hand as she ran past for a second, and all time stopped. I smiled as I darted past and moved up my blade in a deadly arc, catching 4 of them in one slice. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the purplish haze of one of them nearing. An arrow felled it before it ever came close. I knew Arya had my back, and a grin stole on my face. I caught 2 more bats as they tried to escape back up. Arya covered my backside. Now! I called back, charging my sword while she went in close with her daggers. 2 bats flew down from the above, dive-bombing in an attempt to surprise her. It was too late as the energy from my sword cut them into pieces. The whole affair only lasted a few moments, and then it was deadly quiet in the cave once more. Wow, Pella said. I've never seen anything like that before. We've been training the last few days straight, I said. As soon as I felt you brush past me, I had this feeling of where I needed to be. Arya smiled, looking at me. I nodded. Same here. Well, I'm sorry I wasn't much help there. I guess it is my fault they all came at us at once. I shook my head. Don't worry about it. We're all okay, and we managed to snag some of these while we were at it, I said, bending over and picking up the shattered crystals on the ground that glowed their faint purple hue. Well, thank you for the kind words, but I can't sit behind and act like a scared little girl from now on, she said. I'm here, I promise. It's good to have you here, Arya said. Shall we continue on? Most definitely, Pella smiled. She started on ahead, and Arya looked toward me, leaned close, and kissed my cheek. I blushed and looked at her in surprise. You learned, she smiled, and followed after Pella. I smiled and chased after the both of them. The path opened to a large room that scaled up at the back, almost looking like stone stairs toward an obvious exit. The black sky was lit with all kinds of stars. We all looked at one another and booked it to the exit. We entered a clearing that was secluded in its own little valley. 10 trees stood in a circle around the pedestal of the next floor. There it is, I said, visibly relaxing at the sight of it. Arya pointed up her menu and scanned for Klein's whereabouts. The arrow pointed straight for the teleporter. Excellent, we are headed in the right direction. The right direction? Pella asked. Yeah, we were ambushed before we discovered the wall, and our friend was taken by a Python admin. Oh god, she said. I didn't know. He's still alive, though, going by this, Arya said. There's a kid with him named Sam that the admin was after. How old? Could be more than 10. Jesus. I nodded. Yeah, he wasn't in our party, so we don't... I stopped and looked down to the ground. We don't know if he's still alive. Well, we have to hope, right? Pella asked. Come on, what are we waiting for? We ran over to the pedestal, and I handed them each a teleport crystal. I felt the world shifting around me. Large stone walls rose up on either side of me, and a dark blue marble hallway filled out in front. Behind me, Arya and Pella filled in completely, and we looked at our surroundings. The hall was barely lit by torches placed too high for us to reach. Behind us was a large wall with 7 markings indented, circling an 8 larger indent. In front of us, at the edge of the hallway, was comprised of most of the room. A large structure almost 100 feet tall, circular, and made of the same kind of stone as the walls. I couldn't see what rested on the top, but a brilliant blue fire peeked out over the edge. The structure looked to have a spiral staircase around the edges of it. Hey guys, what exactly is this? Arya asked. This doesn't look like anything I've seen in beta. Look over here. Pella called us over. Her menu was open. We're not on the 3rd floor? She asked. I turned to her and saw the floor display wasn't acting right, only showing question marks instead of a number. What's going on? The arrow guiding us toward Klein shot out from Arya as she searched out for him. It extended straight out toward the altar. Looks like that's our destination, Arya said. Okay, you don't have to tell me twice, I said, nodding. I started running toward the structure, and I picked up my pace when I saw the figure slumped over by the edge, just before the stairs started. His back was up against it, and a trail of blood trickled from his lips. Klein! I ran to his side and held up his shoulder. Hey, come on, wake up! He wasn't moving, so I slapped his face. His eyes fluttered and then opened. Dex? His eyes opened wide, and he coughed, spitting out blood to his side. You made it! Ugh, fuck, that hurts. Do you have a potion on you by any chance? I shook my head. No, that won't do any good, unfortunately. I think once we crossed the barrier, we lost the ability to heal. His face turned downcast. Oh. Come on, let me help you up. I turned back toward Arya. Hey, can you get his other side? She nodded. Hello, Klein. It's good to see you again. Luna, right? Her eyes darted to me, then back to him. Yeah. This is Pella. I cocked my head in her direction. We met up with her at the barrier. Hello, it's nice to meet you. Arya and I helped Klein to his feet. He almost stumbled over, but we stabilized him steady. We leaned back up against the structure and took in a deep breath. I don't know how you all are standing after that dumb wall. God, his ears we got on, I said. Speaking of, what the hell happened? Where are the others? He nodded and sat upward. They're up there. Rose had a magic spell up her sleeve I couldn't prepare for. She's a druid. Druid? Type of classification I've only seen boss monsters wield in beta. Don't know how she got it, but overpowered me. Turned her into some big plant monster. Now that I think about it, she's turned into an almost literal rose. Grinned slightly at the thought and continued. I was knocked out and woke up here when you found me. You mean you never woke up at any point in between? Arya asked. You've been gone for almost 5 days. What? He looked surprised. It felt like only a few hours at most. No, we managed to get across the barrier before the timer ran out, but I think that was a trap all along. He scratched his head and thought on it. I think she must have used some sort of toxin to knock me out. Being a plant monster and all, it's the only thing I could think of. Why wouldn't she have just killed you? I can't answer that. Maybe I was bait, he said. Maybe she wanted to be sure you came, since we stopped their ambush to start with. Whatever the reason is, it isn't important now, Arya said. You should head up there. I nodded to her and then looked to Klein. You get a stand on your own? Yeah, just give me a second. You definitely weren't lying. I do feel a bit better. Be careful, I added. You may feel better, but that barrier did more to us than just bring us to our last legs. The game has changed, and I believe for the worst. You mean the blood, right? He wiped away the trail from his mouth. But I could tell it didn't let it slip past him. How we bleed now? Yeah, I said. Noted. Okay. I think I'm good. You good? I'm ready to kick some ass. He nodded. Yeah! I'm ready to kick some Python ass! There he goes, I said. There's the high-octane fool I missed, I said. We ran up the stairs and came to the conclusion of the spiral. The first thing I saw was the 20-foot tall flower that looked to be in full bloom. White petals extended on each end. and a long, thorny stem curled around itself like a serpent. In the middle was the torso, what looked to be Rose. Her lower body was grafted onto the giant flower head. Her arms were crossed, and a small smirk crossed her face as she saw us. The next thing I noticed was our surroundings. It looked to be an altar with a pit in the center, with a cobalt flame burning above it. And finally, above the flame, Sam hung above, his little feet dangling above the tip of the flame. He was being held up by chains linked at his arms, connected by 2 pillars on either side of the pit. His head was dipped downward. He seemed to be unconscious. "So, you've managed to survive," Rose said as we approached. "I must admit, a part of me hoped you would. I've been forced to wait here for you, and I would have been furious if it were a waste." "Wait here for us?" Arya asked. "What are you talking about?" "You're all currently wanted by the Pythons for your crimes against its people," she said. "We don't take those attacks quietly, so my boss bade me to take care of you personally should you find your way across the barrier. If you hadn't, well, it would have been the lesser of 2 excitements, but an excitement all the same. Well, we're here." I held my arms up. "I don't give a damn what you and your boss thinks. We're getting Sam back, and that's just the truth of the matter. It's yet to be seen if you want to waste the effort in being restrained a second time, or to scurry out of here." "Cockiness doesn't suit you, you little rat," she said. She raised an arm. Around us the spire began to shake. "I hope you've enjoyed what little strength you've gotten back, 'cause it's time to end this." She spun her hips back and forth, and the petals began shaking as well. Klein's face went wide in terror. "Oh shit, you guys, we gotta get out of the way. This is how she got me last time." But it was too late. Spores filled the area faster than we could react. She was laughing as they continued to pour from the petals endlessly. My heart started to jump, and thought that this was the end until I saw a glowing green light from behind me. Arya stepped up next to me and stood tall. The keystone around her neck was glowing brilliantly, dispelling the spores as they came close. "Oh fuck, I forgot about that," I said, a wild smile forming on my face. I could see Klein's face was riddled with surprise, and Pella off to the side was shielding hers with her hands, but she looked up where the spores started to vanish. "No, sorry dear," Arya said. "I don't know what kind of deal you took to turn into this monster, but it doesn't suit you very well. You never worked for anything, only as high as you are because of the work I did for you." "Shut it," Rose warned. Arya made a face back at her. "Or what? Someone will let slip that you bought your way in as an admin? That you're nothing more than a fetch dog who only has one trick up their sleeve? Or are you just contending with the fact that you weren't told to wait here by Orochi? You're here because you're too scared to approach him with the word of your defeat spreading around. You must be scared to tarnish the reputation of the Pythons." Rose screamed into the air and lashed out, her tail like a whip. Arya jumped out of the way, and I caught a grin on her face as she did. Rose swiped toward her to try to catch her up, but screamed when the energy from my sword managed to cut the tip of her tail off. I was a little off doing how quick everything came out, but the reaction on Rose's end was visceral. "You garbage! You infinitely swirling mounds of trash!" I ran ahead and hoped she'd turn her focus to me. When I ducked and she felt the wind pass over my head, she tried to swipe her tail again. I smiled as she roared out again. I turned to see 3 of Arya's arrows had torn a hole through one of her petals. Her scream was interrupted as Pella fired a bolt of lightning that nailed her right in the face. The accuracy I'd hoped for. She made a disgusting gurgling sound, and her gaze flew to Pella. There was a second of attempted recognition, but it didn't lead anywhere, and she shoved off the ground with tremendous force. The entire bulk of her body leaped into the air like a frog, and she slammed down behind us, grabbing Pella up in her tail, the thorns drilling themselves into her body. Pella screamed, and her blood began to spray around the room as the thorns stopped drilling. She squeezed tight, and the sickening sounds of her bone crackling dropped to my stomach. Rose screamed, first out of triumph, then of pain, and Klein rushed in and sliced the base off her tail, cutting it clean off. It slithered crazily along the ground and tightened once on Pella's body before letting go, and finally stopping. "You deserve worse," Klein said, short of breath. "And you deserve nothing," Rose retorted, screamed, and even louder before. She was too busy staring at him to notice me when I jumped onto the pedal behind her. She started to flail around when she did, and I had to dig my fingernails into the pedal. The substance felt more like flesh than I ever wanted to imagine. "Someone, please, stabilize her! Cut the roots, do anything!" I said, holding on for dear life. "Got it, buddy," Klein called back, but Arya was already moving when he said, "You go grab Sam, I've got this," she said. Right, good call." I felt like I was going to be sick, but I kept my grip. I dug in with my left hand even harder and let go with my right to grab toward Elcor. I got my hand around the hilt and brought it up closer. We were both toppling over. Arya was below us and cut the head from the stem. I let go and flipped over, landing on the pedal on the opposite side. Rose was bent over, unable to move. I looked around and saw Klein had Sam in his arms. He must have cut the chain and jumped for him before he landed through the fire into the pit. He kept his distance from Rose, fearing another sneak attack. I remained where I was. I had a feeling she was out of tricks. Arya walked up beside me and reconnected her daggers. "Looks like I was right," she said. "Couldn't even put up a proper fight when you don't have your goons to outnumber us." She made a groaning sound that almost sounded pitiful. Her skin had taken on a light greenish tint, and I saw that her upper body was connected to the flower alongside her lower half by thick, fleshy cords, one on each hand and 3 protruding from the back of her neck. She tried to manipulate the flower to rise, but I shook my head and cut the cords from her body. A white liquid spat from each of the cords as they were cut. Rose screamed again, a monstrous growl, but it lost its harshness as she sank to the floor. "Ugh," she muttered out, coughing up the liquid. "Go ahead, kill me. I don't want this anymore. You've won," she said. "Why did you bring Sam here? Why did you need him?" I asked. Rose looked at me as I asked her something in a foreign language. "This goes so much deeper than you, and I don't want anything of it anymore. I just want..." I shook my head. "No." "What?" "I'm not stooping to your level anymore. You don't deserve to get off that easy," I said, and I looked at the others. "We're leaving." "Seriously?" Klein asked. "We're just gonna leave her here? What if she comes back for us?" "You know I will," she coughed hoarsely. "I have no other choice." I looked from him to her. "No, that's just an excuse. Sure, if you go back to your guildmaster, this Odochi," my eyes flashed over to Arya, "then yeah, I bet you're as good as dead for failing. But you don't have to do that. You don't have to do anything but survive. Survive, and know that I warned you about this." I got up close in her face. "You and the rest of your guild ambushed us from the very start, and it's because of you that I had to take my very first life. Those people you took into battle with you, they're dead. They're not nameless mucks who do anything you say. They were people. Who am I to treat you the same?" I asked, and stood back up, looking to Arya and Klein. "Come on." Arya nodded and fell off back on her back. Klein was looking at me with a look of pride and nodded. "Man, that was some heavy shit." "I agree with you." He turned to spit on Rose. "But fuck you." She made a pathetic sound and remained where she lay. Even after we continued moving past her on the altar, there were steps that led up to something similar to a teleporter pad that led us into this place. I breathed heavily and put my hands on my side. I needed to be away from her before Fuck! I slammed my fist against my side. "God damn it, Pella." Ari put a hand on my shoulder and pulled me into a hug. "We weren't total failures today. We saved Sam," she said. We turned to look at him in Klein's arms. He was still out cold, but he looked to be at peace. His chest was rising and falling slowly. "We saved someone, don't forget that," she said, and kissed me softly on the lips. I rested my head on hers and nodded. We were safe. We were still alive. We could still escape. 13. February 22nd, 2022. Gen 3. It was hard to place Denver in my head, while I only heard about it secondhand. It was enough of a local legend what happened there, that it gave us all something to talk about, but never investigate too fully. I heard about Denver. Almost everyone had. Entire streets burned, bodies littered across every which way. Some have said that some of the bodies have been undisturbed, so there they lie, rotting in the street. "You doing okay?" Jake asked, putting an arm around me, pulling me away from the heap of metal. "Yeah, I'm gonna be fine," I said. "We can go back," he suggested. "No, I'm gonna be fine. I just want to know, is there any other place like this? Any other city hit this hard?" I asked, looking up at the destruction in front of me. Rubble covered the ground, stone and brick of what used to be infrastructure. Large crater-like clusters were mixed in between the piles of trash. There was a thick haze that clings to the atmosphere. It's like I can taste the despair in the air. Not many of the buildings were left standing. Only 1 or 2 skyscrapers remain, and they were heavily hit like cavities in a tooth. They've been ruptured. As far as I know, there aren't any as bad as Denver. Don't get me wrong, though, there are some pretty bad places. I think I remember hearing San Francisco isn't doing too well. Almost all of Florida as well. It's not really centralized in one specific place. Oh, do you think we'll be able to find anything here? I asked. I don't know. I guess the only way to find out is to get searching. The computer said Raffle Place, right? He asked. I nodded. Okay, let's see if we can't find something that helps us find this place. We began walking. Broken streetlights and bent street signs greeted us as we passed. There were a few fissures in the ground separating parts of the road. To the left, I saw the fallen sign of a vendor. It lied there, angled on the ground from the building it was once attached to, and hung proudly. Jake turned his head and then offered his hand. Don't want to get lost here, especially now, he said, winking. I took it. It felt cold, almost frozen. We climbed over a chunk of wall that had collapsed from a building on our right. Up and over. There was a fissure in the ground between us and the other side of the road. Jake made the jump first, bending down when he landed. He let out a small sound, but then I saw him flash a thumbs up. I nodded back and bent my legs and took off, landing just beside him and nearly taking him down to the ground with a dismount. Now, maybe next time try a little further to the left, he said, grabbing at his side. Sorry, I said. I moved my feet and looked above me. I saw the first of the skyscrapers, heavily damaged with broken and busted up windows. It wore abandonment like a coat, though it looked like it wasn't come falling down anytime soon. There was a large fence about 10 feet up surrounding the entire perimeter. I turned to look at it, then back at Jake. Are you okay? I asked. Just a little stuffy is all, he said, but not before letting out a hoarse cough. It sounded full of phlegm. That doesn't sound fine. It's just a thing. Nothing to worry about. It comes and goes, he said. Come on, I know you, and I know that. This isn't that. What's up? What? Your cough. It's not good, and I've never heard you cough like that. This isn't something that just comes and goes. What's up? He looked as if he was about to make an excuse, but then stopped himself. I'm scared. Why? I asked. I've been trying to forget it, maybe in the slightest of hopes that ignoring it will make it go away, but it won't. It's here to stay, and I can't do anything about it. Vitiligo isn't the only thing wrong with me, he said. Recent development, but it's not good. Severe case of COPD. I don't know what that is, I said. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder. I've made it very difficult to breathe at times, and my lungs are slowly decaying. There isn't a cure, especially with the medical field like it is these days. I'm scared of the consequences. I placed my hand on his cheek, and it was wet with tears. Jake, I'm so sorry. You should know you can tell me about these things. It's too much to take on alone. He sniffed and cleared his throat. I've been a lousy best friend, haven't I? What? No, of course not. You're here. You're helping me on this crazy-ass mission to save Andy. That's reckless for all the right reasons. Not the smart ones. No, but that's why I like you. He smiled and paused for a moment, gathering himself together. Thanks. It's why you have to tell me things like this. Do you know how long? I couldn't find myself being able to finish the question. It seemed like such a simply awful thing to ask. My doctor said that survival rates for those in my shoes dropped to 50% after 2 years, and it's been a few months since then. Months, I said. Are you sure there isn't anything we can do about it? Discover a new cure, maybe, he said, and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I don't remember the last time I did that, so I'd have to dust off the old kit to try. I hit him. This is not the time to joke about it. He shrugged. I don't know. Helps keep my mind from being scared of it, I guess. I can't really change what is. I softened. Fuck. He looked up at me. You don't swear ever, he said, more incredulous than anything else. I'm sorry for hitting you, and for your health, and dragging you out here. He shook his head. I dragged you. Don't blame yourself. I still make my own choices, and we're gonna finish what we started here. I guess I just needed a second to come to terms with it. Come here, you idiot, I said, and embraced him in a hug. We held tight, and together we both turned to the big building, objects of our journey. I saw Republic Plaza hanging sadly from the front of the entrance. I think that might be our destination, he said. That is the tallest building in all of Colorado, even after all this mess. And I think that's the building that Jack ADATA worked in. Do you think anything will still be there? I asked. I don't know. Looks like there's about 30 stories that remain in that thing. Guess there were near 50 back before, well, you know. I am not going up that high alone. Right, the height thing. Jake found out about my fear of heights when we were in 5th grade, and I got myself stuck on my roof during the winter. The snowfall was absolutely horrendous that in one particular spot it actually reached the bottom corner of my roof. Of course, as an adventurous 10-year-old, I decided I'd climb up. Not until afterwards the snowbank I'd used as a makeshift ladder had collapsed amongst itself. I don't believe it was well-packed snow at all, only able to support my little body once. Jake had been driven over to hang out by his father, and I started having a panic attack. It took Jake's father to manage to coax me off of the roof. I wasn't moving for anything else. Well, we'll check the first few floors, and if we don't find anything, we'll bail, okay? What if we do find something? I asked. Then I'll sweep through the higher floors to see if anything else of importance is there, he said. You aren't doing that. You don't have to come. I won't be up there for long, he said. And what if something happened to you? I wouldn't know and you'd be screwed. No, you're not going up there, I said. And that's final. I walked up to the gate. It was a cold black metal that was too thick between the bars for me to fit through. It looked similar to those made in prison cells, except for the shine of the moonlight casted off of them. The top of the gate was much too high for me to reach. Do you think you could get up there if I gave you a boost? Jake asked. Yeah, I think so. He nodded and then cupped his palms over one another. Just use me to get up and over. See if you can't unlock the gate from the other side, he said. Okay. I stepped into his hands and reached up, trying to make it to the top. Come on. Almost there. Almost. Got it, I said in a quiet relief. I struggled to pull myself up, taking short breaths. I got my head above and then my elbows. Took one quick heave and then I lifted my entire body over the side. I dropped to the ground and jogged over toward the gate doors. I saw the thick chain that kept it tightly locked was held together by a huge padlock on my end. I couldn't seem to find any way to unlock it without the key. I don't know if you can get in this way, I said. Okay, don't worry. I'll find some way inside. Sit right there. I'm gonna go check around the perimeter of the building, see if there are any weak links, he said. Okay, I said. And Jen? I turned to face him, looking into his eyes. Yes? If anything goes wrong, I want you to tell me, okay? If you get hurt, we can call this whole thing off, and I can call my dad, he said. Are you suddenly worried? I asked. Safe. I'm being safe. Well then, that's good. We can use a bit more of that, I said. He nodded, and then he was out of sight, vanishing into the darkness. I felt my head turning slightly toward the Republic Plaza, as if by some magnetic force. Someone was calling me inside. But Jake said not to go in. We would go in together. That was the safe thing to do. Yet, there was something strong, stronger than I could handle, beckoning me inside. It felt like it was pulling on my brain, pulling me closer. I couldn't help but walk, almost as if it was my own feet not guiding me in. The door stuck shut behind me. There were sliding doors that must have run on some sort of electrical circuit that no longer worked. I had to pry open the door myself. I had to. There was something about this building that drew me inside it. This little voice caressing my brain and then squeezing it tight. Come inside. You know you want to. I was surrounded by darkness. If I squint hard enough, I could almost see the outline of broken furniture. The black tiled floor stretched in both directions down some ways, meeting the asylum white walls all around. Debris littered various parts of the floor, paper and pottery scattered across. I have to step around some of the broken pottery on the way in. On the opposite side of the entryway was a receptionist desk. Most of it was hardwood built into the wall behind it, leaving only a small partition for workers to enter and exit. On the front side of the desk were some drawers which had stacks of loose-leaf sheets of paper. I took out a stack and held it up into the light to see what it has on it. They were simple memos. Meeting with Mr. Radica, 3 p.m., and a small check mark next to it. Underneath that was, meeting with Mr. ADATA, 3:30 p.m. ADATA. That was the moment when I knew I couldn't just leave here, even though everything of fiber in my being was screaming to run. This was the right place. He was here. The stupid game was made here, in this dump. And then I froze. They were here, but weren't any longer. The chance I'd find anything that could have helped just dropped dramatically. I knew that in my heart. Surely they haven't just recently left this building. It must have been when it was destroyed that they evacuated, or shortly before. Why couldn't they have just gotten caught in that blast and spared Andy this awful? No thinking like that. Not even in these circumstances should I think that these people deserve to be caught in something like that. That would put me at their level. Seeing the memo had both lifted my spirits and dropped them in one fell swoop. I stood there holding it in my hands, and I heard a loud thump above me. My muscles tensed up. My thoughts immediately jumped to the idea of the building crashing on top of me, leaving me underneath the rubble, crushed and flattened. But then I heard footsteps. They were muffled. But after the first set, I heard the second more clearly. Someone was definitely above me. Jake must have found a way in through the second floor. However he managed that. Now, only to regroup and scope this place out more thoroughly together. I grabbed the sheet of paper again, folding it and tucking it away. I headed to the far east end of the building. In the distance I could see the dusty remnant of the sign for stairs. I passed a cylindrical paned elevator. I didn't dare even attempt it. I could assume that it must run on some same electrical circuit as the front doors, so they wouldn't open easily, much less even be safe if they did. There was a scanner to the side of the door, but the lock was disengaged since it wasn't receiving power. Inside, the stairs corkscrewed up the side of the building, and the stairwell was hosted in its own little tower in the eastmost sector of the building. The first floor was much different. The little plaque I'd seen on the door said Research and Development. I exited to a very long, narrow hallway that extended out equally both left and right. They both met at the end and made a conjoined path that led onward. I took a right down the path and called out for Jake. The first door I passed opened to an empty room. Inside looked like some sort of lab. Tables scattered around the floor. The rest was covered by papers and broken glass. I couldn't open the door all the way. A cabinet had fallen over and blocked it. I turned out and headed left. There was a doorway much like the other one on the side of the hall. One of them led to a larger, rectangular laboratory. Inside I could see the door had been blown in. It lied on the ground in front of the doorway. It was bigger than the one that had been blocked off. Large machines of unknown use sat alongside the walls. They looked like they belonged in a science fiction movie. The room dipped down in the middle and then back up near the back. "Are you sure that it is safe for you to be here?" A low voice called out. There was a dark figure standing over a table on the right-hand side of the room. It was too dark to see any of his features clearly. The only light in the room came from a sliver of moonlight that cut in from a window on the far end. I took a few steps closer and saw that he was wearing a white pinstripe suit. His hair was kept short, and he was working on some electronic devices on the table. "Are you him? Are you ADATA?" I asked. "No," the man answered. "Of course he isn't. What was I thinking? What are the odds that—" "I knew him, though," the voice said. "How, if I may ask, do you know those names, I wonder?" he asked and turned around. I could see his eyes widen as he sees me. "Oh, I see. Okay, that explains it. At least a little bit," he said, and smiled. What? What could that even mean? Maybe he thinks me of someone he knows? Looking at him now, he doesn't look like anyone I know. Big and long nose, small jawline, gray eyes that look eerily like thunderclouds one second, and then nice and puffy ones the next. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" I asked. He turned back around the desk, took some small pieces of the circuit into his hand. "Well, I guess I could very well ask you the same questions, but we'd both get to the same answer on why we're here, no? You're here because you wanted information on this whole Elysium incident, am I correct?" "And you knew that how?" I asked. "Because I'm here for very much the same reason. My name is Jay Ryan," he said. "Your friend, he isn't in here, is he?" "How?" He cocked his head toward the window to his right. I walked up to it slowly, keeping an eye on him beside me. There's something about this man in white that's off. Outside the window I looked down to see the gate surrounding the building, right where I'd climbed over. So he must have seen us when we were walking up. "You said you knew those two people. Does that mean that you work for this ADATA?" "Worked, as in past tense, and I'm sorry, I'm afraid I didn't catch your name," Jay said. "That's because I didn't say it." Right. Well, if you really are here because of the Elysium incident, then I hardly think you should have a reason to believe me to do you harm." "So, what are you doing here?" Behind me I heard a faint sound. A siren blared in the distance. Hold on, I told him, turning to see police lights fade in on the back road, heading straight down. They pulled up to the gates, and out stepped Jake into view. Your friend, are you sure that he's okay? Jay asked, peeking out. What do you mean? His dad's a police officer. Probably called him because he couldn't find a way in, I said. He's probably gotten worried. Jake's father stepped out of the car, his hands buried into the pockets of his coat. Jake spoke, of what I couldn't hear, but it was probably along the lines of, She's in there, and I need help getting in. He pointed to the building. Mr. Carraway said something in return, not flinching, and then nodded to his car. Are you sure? Jay asked. Jake shook his head, turning to walk to the building, but his dad caught his arm, saying something, at which Jake broke free to run up to the gate. That's it. I'm done here. I'm done. Hold on. I don't think you want to go out there, Jay said, stopping me in place. Just wait 1 second. I don't think your friend's father is there because he called him. What? How could have you gotten here so quick if you'd just been called? Something's not right. I turned back to the window. I saw Jake pounding on the gate, his back turned to his father. He was shaking his head still. Mr. Carraway took a step forward and lowered his head, took a deep breath and then reached into his pocket, pulling out a gun, a small pistol. What's he doing? A bang sounded out, and I could feel my breath stop. The bullet caught in Jake's gut. He fell to his knees, his hands still clutching the gate. Mr. Carraway walked over and picked Jake up, bringing him to the police car. He set him into the back seat, still moving, and sat in the driver's seat, heading off the way it came. Jake! My legs lost the energy to support me. I slumped against the window. Jay rushed to keep me from falling fully. No, get off of me! I could have stopped this. I could have left it and everything would have been normal, I screamed. 14. What? Klein yelled. We had just finished telling him about my dreams and how we crossed the barrier. It's not good down there. I just know it, I said. Wait. He was shaking his hands as he spoke. So Beth, Gregor, all of them down there? I mean, we don't know, Arya said. The clarity of everything I saw, I can't but believe it, I said. I mean, I'm not calling you a liar, Dex, but I'm finding it hard to believe you saw the future like that. He scratched the back of his head. Here, let me try to message Gregor to clear this mess up. He opened its menu and swiped over, typing a few words into the checkbox and hit send. The message sent, and he closed out the box. He's alive, Klein said. If he wasn't, it would have aired out. It responds. I'll let you both know. He's still alive? That's great, although something doesn't feel right. I'm sure that dream wasn't just that. Oh, if you're all ready to go forward, we can move on. Hell, maybe we can even meet up with him if he's crossed over, Klein said. It would be nice to store that second keystone, which, by the way, nice job. He held out his thumb and forefinger. Caught me way the hell off guard. Yeah, you missed quite the fight, Arya said. Oh well, maybe next time, he said, and then looked down at Sam in his arms. Little guy can sleep through anything, huh? You look like a dad, I joked. Troubled dad, but a dad nonetheless. Troubled? I'm not even in my 30s yet. Of course I'd be troubled. Let's go already. Right behind you, I said. As the teleporter brought us to the real third floor, I saw the stone walls shrink into nothingness, only to be replaced by the buildings in the distance and a winding dirt road. The sides began to fill with grass and flowers of every color. The dirt starts to transition into a brick road halfway to the colony of buildings, the next town. To our right and left, the flower fields extended into oblivion, their petals glowing in the sunlight. Wow, that's absolutely gorgeous, Ari said, her eyes brilliant. Hey, Dex, isn't this the part where you tell her she's even more gorgeous? Klein said. You really are aching to be missed again, huh? I asked. Smiling, she walked over and took my hand in hers, and we continued down the path and I looked toward him. You also happen to be away for quite a bit. Whoa, now, wait you just a second! What? I mean, wait a second, when? It doesn't really matter, does it? I asked. It's in the past. Long gone. Finito. I started to laugh. Just kidding. We made a promise to meet up when we get out of here. Well, why aren't I in on this promise? Klein pouted. You can be in on parts of it, Arya said. Why don't you do a kiss already? Klein goaded. Arya looked him dead in the eyes, and all at once I knew that look of a challenge accepted. She turned and planted her lips straight on mine, and then whipped back around. I finished staring back at him. Game, set, and match. That's the second time, actually, she said, and then let go of me. Wow, I didn't actually think... Well, I'm happy for the both of you. Just make sure you keep it together on the battlefield, okay? Already working on it, she said. Yeah, I guess I did see some of that. I have to hand it to you, Dex. You've improved a lot since I last seen you. I looked at her. Her hair hangs close to her head. It looks full of sweat and clumps of dirt. You're all so weary, and yet, even still, she catches my gaze. Yeah, I have a lot to learn still, but I feel more confident in myself, I said. Good. I don't need you two going all Romeo and Juliet on me, he said. Though, I wonder, who would that make me? Klein asked. Tybalt, the both of us said in unison. Oh, I don't want to be the one that dies first, Klein whined. You wouldn't die first, remember? Mercutio dies first, Arya said. Oh, well then I'm second to die. Great, he said, his feet nearly dragging along the ground now. Dude, it's not like you're actually destined to become Tybalt. It's just a joke. You're just a little hot-headed like him, that's all, I said, chuckling. Yeah, I guess you're right. Laugh is all good and fun here. I could use some rest. I don't know how much more I can run after that, Arya said, picking up her pace, but only slightly. Now that he mentioned it, I am feeling exhausted. Damn, another one of the downsides of crossing that stupid barrier, Arya said. Okay, Klein began, hiking Sam up closer to his shoulder. Let's see if we can find an inn in this town up here, shall we? Sweet rest for even the shortest of time's sake. Each step seemed to multiply in the weight that I carried. I felt as if I ran any longer, then under this heavy burden would I sink. 15. February 22nd, 2022. Athena, 3. It all happened so fast, like a blur spinning across my face, trying to glance at a single point. I was with Raphael in the training hall. We had been training constantly. He's been training constantly. I felt broken, not myself. I escaped tyranny, only to fall back under its clutches. I believed that it was what I deserved. I boiled up inside me, it was going to overflow. And then it just happened. I don't remember if I first saw it or heard the scream, but my memory tells me it was the scream that first caught my attention. I turned and saw a wall of flame envelop another player. That scream roared from their body as they were engulfed in seconds. Instantly, my heart kick-started me to movement. Raphael caught me by the hair and yanked me back. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw his back was turned toward the fire. He hadn't noticed it yet. I pulled hard to break his grip, but he pulled harder too. I didn't see him as he died, but I felt the warmth chase my back as he let go finally. I kept running, remembering that time on the wall must have been close to expiring. My eyes opened wide as I realized it was the time limit for us to expire. Fuck. I had to make it to the second floor. Maybe there was still time. I crossed the street and saw Glory Park off to my right. Up above the sky was a purplish haze that looked like a sort of rift. It started to fade, and I passed the park, and I found the teleporter pad. The fire was gaining on me, and fast. I stepped on it, and instantly saw the forest grow around me. Up above, I saw a gigantic dragon with multiple heads. Its black body looked too heavy to be airborne, but there it was. Fire erupted from its gaping mouths, sending the forest into a blazing frenzy, just like the first floor. One of the heads roared wildly, and that purplish haze emitted from its mouth, creating the rift I saw before. It flew inside and vanished. And traveled between floors? Oh God. I couldn't stop moving. I had to find the way out through, and I had to do it now. I leaped over an overturned tree and covered my arm across my face. The smoke was starting to pour out in droves. My eyes started to water. It all felt so real. I almost tripped over another stump because I couldn't see it in the thick haze as the smoke continued to billow out from all sides. It got so warm around me that I couldn't help but cough. I picked up my pace and ran face first into the barrier. The glassy substance still stood firm. I pounded on it twice, trying to break through. I looked up at the numbers that showed on the face. 0. No, I was too late. I started to scream, slamming my fist against the wall. Let me through! No, please! Oh God! I felt the heat sliding up my back, and as I threw my fist back to slam it down once again, it caught in the flames. An intense, searing pain drove my hand down to the wall. I screamed a ghastly sound and felt the fire inside my arm. My screams deepened and I fell on my face. This is it. This is the end. This is the... I fell on my face. Something that shouldn't have been possible with the barrier right in front of me. I opened my eyes. I was starting to head to green grass, trees not burnt to a crisp, and a bright blue sky. Confused, I looked back, and the barrier was behind me. Oranges and reds pulsed behind it as the fire raged. The sky was a blood red. I breathed heavy and coughed a bitter scraping against my throat. That was when I looked at my arm. It looked like a black, charred mess. And is that bone? I turned to the side and threw up. It was as seamless as any, but it was definitely a bone. I didn't hurt any, but I think that scared me more. I couldn't move my fingers, but my arm moved with enough effort. I found I couldn't bend my elbow either. It just sat there, limp. This is not happening. It's just a bad dream, and I'm gonna wake up back with Raphael, still trapped by that bastard, but at least I'll have my arm. I opened my eyes, and everything was quiet. It was real. I tried to lift my arm to reach my sword, to see if I could still manage, but it was useless. I tried to pull it out with my right arm. It felt foreign, way too heavy, and like I'd sooner break my wrist than cut anything. I sheathed Wo Dao and took in a deep breath. I could feel the ash still sitting in the back of my throat. There was nothing else for me to do but to walk. I'd have to keep walking, or I would die. I'd have to keep breathing, or I would die. I may die after all that, but if I kept walking... 16. February 22nd, 2022. The town was more city-like than Novus Dande was. High-arched Victorian-style buildings were packed together, surrounding a busy city street. We found an inn almost immediately upon entering the city. Its name was Novus Callis. Klein paid for 2 rooms when we arrived, but we all trundled upstairs together. I knew we should regroup, so I offered to all meet in one. They agreed, so we all went up the stairs and headed inside when we found our door. I found a seat and a chair at the far end of the room. Klein paced Sam down on the bed and stretched, relieved of holding the sleeping child. Arya sat on the edge of the bed, looking back to make sure Sam was okay before she did. "Have you heard back from Gregor?" I asked. He shook his head, and I took a deep breath in response. "Damn, what do you think happened?" "I don't know. He could be asleep. That was always a possibility." "Something just isn't sitting right with me," I said. "I agree. I think we should prepare ourselves before we head up for the next floor. New equipment, new gear. We're gonna need to be on our A game." I nodded. "That sounds good." Something strange caught my eye behind Arya. Sam's body looked to be flickering. Arya, is Sam okay?" I asked. She furrowed her brow and then turned around. "What?" She slid over to him and placed a hand on him, but it went right through to the sheets. "I don't understand."
"Sam's not real."
I looked at him, a sinking feeling in my chest. "What do you mean?" He smiled, like every other one of his smiles.
"He's a fake, a sham, a program, and nothing but, meant to lure, deceive, and otherwise trick. There's no longer any reason to do so. So he's gone. Really, it is that simple."
He stood up, stretching once more, and placing his hands behind him. "Klein, what the fuck are you talking about? This isn't funny," I said. He looked to me.
"No, it's not particularly funny. But then again, it wasn't really intended to be. That feeling inside of you that's building, it's right."
"So, you're him?" Klein smiled again. He tapped his foot on the ground as if impatient, but his face said he could do this all day. Slowly I started to see changes from his facial features. What I'd known as Klein had completely disappeared from his face. It melted away, growing older, and we were face to face with a man that I didn't recognize. He had hazel eyes and short blonde hair. He cocked his head.
"You can call me Jack.
He walked over to me, looking down.
I have been looking for you for some time. I am glad to know that no time was wasted."
"Me?" I asked. "What do you mean? And what the hell do you think you're doing keeping us in this game? This is all you, right?"
Yes, this land is of my will. I care very little about how much you understand of it. My purpose under the name Klein was simply to confirm a theory. I have, and will now be taking my leave.
Leave? Oh, fuck no, buddy. I stood up, nearing his face. We found you. You're letting everyone out of here. His lips pursed.
Well, you didn't find me if I revealed myself. And I don't think I shall. But you tried. And in the end, it may not matter. But you can take some solace in the fact that it was a solid attempt.
Well, that was your mistake, I said. We've got you cornered in this room. Jack's face lit up.
Do you actually think I'd be so foolish to leave myself defenseless? This body here is an extension of my own will. You could try to kill it if you would like, but I exist separately. You would gain nothing and lose much. Do you still dare to try?
I gritted my teeth. You bastard! You son of a bitch!
Language, Andrew. I would have thought your mother would have taught you better.
Yeah, I felt like a rod was jammed up my spine. He looked at me with incredulity.
Oh yes, I know all about you. Didn't I say? I was looking for you.
He smiled at my horror and then stood up tall.
Well, if that's all then, I'll be taking my leave. If you're so penchant you can try to find me, keep climbing your ladder, boy, and you just might find what you're looking for. If not, then enjoy this world I've built as long as you can. It'll be my greatest gift to you.
He turned to Arya, looking at her softly, and then grinned.
You made a wise decision staying still. Your life is spared.
You think I believe your crock? She asked. Hardly. He turned a curious look toward her.
Well, not as wise as I initially guessed.
Arya drew out her bow and fired an arrow. It soared through Klein, who grinned but didn't move.
You just don't understand. But that's okay. It'll click in time.
What do you want? I asked. This seemed to surprise him. He turned from her to me. You obviously want something. You said to find me? What? Is it to kill me? Why are you here?
Kill you? It's hardly that simple. Why...
He walked over to me, throwing out an arm and grasping my throat in an instant. I felt his cold grip seal around my neck.
I could do that right now.
He dropped me to the floor.
I could have done it back when we first met, or when you fainted after Eldon died. My goal isn't to kill you, Andrew. But don't be mistaken.
You won't
You won't make it out of this game alive. My goals don't guarantee your safety.
Without another word, he vanished from our view as if he never existed. Neither one of us said anything to each other. I think it was because we were too shocked at what happened, but I think I was just too scared of what could happen. I sat next to her on the bed, and slowly we climbed on top and sat on top of the covers. Did that just happen? Arya broke the silence. Yeah. So I was right when I suggested he was behind it all? Yeah. I don't think I suggested it seriously. I know. What do we do now? It took me a while to answer. I stared up at the ceiling as my mind replayed the events that had just happened. So much death has happened because of this one man. So much. I don't think that our plans change, I said finally. She looked over towards me. We still go for gold? We go for gold, I nodded. She smiled and closed her eyes. I followed suit and let everything else wash over me. 17. February 22nd, 2022. Jen, 4. Listen, you need to keep it together. There's something you need to know about the police. You know ADATA, the company that made Elysium? Of course, that's why you're here. The police are in league with them, Jay said. League? Why? And you still haven't answered me what you're doing here. Okay, first things first. I used to work with the people that made this death game. People that are doing dirty deals with the police to allow it to be made without interference. And I quit when I found out about how deep it went. I'm here now, trying to stop them and save these people that are trapped inside of this game. I wiped my eyes and leaned back against the wall. I needed to get out of here, but I couldn't move. I was in shock. I can't speak for your friend, but this is the kind of thing that the people responsible for this are known to do. They took my boy from me, he said. Jake was more than just anyone. He was my best friend. I started to choke up, and my breathing got short way too fast. I can't stop seeing it. I try to close my eyes, and it's still there. These people take until no more can be taken. That is what ADATA was born to do. I can still make my own choices. You didn't drag me out here, I heard in my head. It was true. It hurt, but it was true. It wasn't anyone else's fault for the reason for us being out here. ADATA caused all of this. No, I couldn't be that naive. The both of us have accountability. We did choose to come out here. I'll have to live with that decision, but it was important that I live. I knew that is what he would tell me right now. What kind of hero could I be if I died here? What kind of sister would I be if I died here? I'm sorry about your son, I said, breaking my silence. My name's Jennifer CRESS, but you can just call me Jen. There was a momentary flash in his eyes. I looked at him, and in them, I felt open. He felt like a teacher, like someone I could trust. I want to help my brother. He's currently trapped in that dumb game. You mean Andrew? How? I worked with the CRESS, he hesitated. Quite some time ago, when I was working here. Not on video games, mind you, but none of us were at the time, Jay said. My father's name was David, I said. He nodded and smiled, but it was a sorrowful look, one that carried a lot of tough memories. Yes, he died about 14 years ago, didn't he? It has been such a long time. That was about when I left. Yes, it has been such a long time. I didn't even really get to know him. Well, I am very sorry for your loss. All of them. Jay treaded carefully. But I must say this isn't a safe place for you to remain. I shook my head. I came all the way here, and I shouldn't even need to say it, but I came to help my brother, and I'm gonna help make that happen. I can't go back, not without knowing he's okay. What about Elena? He asked. I shook my head. My mom's not okay. Doubly so since Andy got stuck. I need to help them. He was staring at me. I could feel it, but I wasn't looking at him any longer. I just felt weak among everything that had happened. You are very admirable for your age, he said. Okay, I am open for a little help. I've been here the past few days combing this place over. Come here a minute. I got up and strode over toward him. So, what do you need me to do? I asked, decidedly sure in my choice. First, I'm gonna need electricity to be working again. I had a generator upstairs, but it seems like it blew before you just got here. That's where you'll come in. You'll speed up the process quite a bit, Jay said, looking at me. Okay, how'll I do that? Jay took the small device that was on the table and held it out to me. I took it. Looking at it was just a flash drive. It's not a flash drive. I know what it looks like, but it's not. You see, this building runs off of a singular grid of circuits. The main generator is up on the 4th floor. All of the power from the first 3 floors runs off the generator from the 4th floor. Everything above runs off of a sub-generator that runs power back down to the main one, Jay explained. This device is what's going to kickstart our first generator into working again. The circuits must have broke when the people rioted here, and so this will act as those broken connections. I call it the rabbit. Why rabbit? I asked. It's past your time. Okay, so I just plug it in, but where? There should be a slot on the right-hand side. We outfit our generators with custom inputs in case we needed backup power. Question. How come I've never heard of something like this? A flash drive that can power an entire building? Seems like it'd be big news. Simple. We didn't want you to know. What happened here was much more than just Elysium, Jay said. I wouldn't have thought that a building like this was just for video games, but it looks more like a lab for scientists, I said. Yes, well, that's why I said I wasn't involved in Elysium's development. He did that on his own accord. That wasn't the kind of work we did here. Oh, right, sorry. What kind of work did you do here? I can explain the whole thing better once we get the power on, okay? We'll be able to work a lot better and faster when it is. Okay, yeah, I'll get on it, I said, taking the small device in my hands. I nodded to him and turned to walk out of the room. My eyes started to adjust to the darkness as I stepped out into the hallway. I swung right back into the stairwell that I'd used to make it this far. Part of the stairs had broken through to the outside. In the place of 4 steps was a gaping hole, which I could see how high I was already off the ground. Instantly, I fell back, only managing to catch myself on the railing before cracking my head open on the stairs behind. My heart started to pump at the breakneck speed, and I felt my throat close up. Suddenly, all I could think about was how high off the ground the 4th floor was going to be, much less the 2nd. God, this is such a terrible idea. I had to do it though. Jake wasn't here to help me. He was the person who offered to go up by himself, and he didn't even know if it was anywhere close to safe. He did it because of me. I have to do this for him. I had to continue to move up those damn scary stairs. I swallowed hard and pulled myself to my feet. I stepped back up to the hole and stretched my leg across it. I did the same with my other leg when I got a good hold. I continued up around the bend and started to calm down as I kept climbing up. The 3rd floor was an absolute wreck. It completely took my breath away. There weren't any interior walls. It looked like a wrecking ball had been swung through, then left to its own devices. The windows were all shot through then. I could see the outside even more. At this, I felt my stomach started to heave, and I had to steady myself against the side of the stairwell. I was clutching the rabbit in my left hand, holding on for dear life as I tried to pull myself back up. There was a lone nameplate amidst solid rubble that read, Radical-9. I looked away and kept moving up. The 3rd floor wasn't as ruined as the 2nd floor was. It completely took my breath away. There weren't any interior walls. It looked like a wrecking ball had been swung through, then left to its own devices. The windows were all shot through then. I could see the outside even more. At this, I felt my stomach started to heave, and I had to steady myself against the side of the stairwell. I was clutching the rabbit in my left hand, holding on for dear life as I tried to pull myself back up. There was a lone nameplate amidst solid rubble that read, Radical-9. I looked away and kept moving up. The 3rd floor wasn't as ruined as the 2nd floor was. It looked a lot like the 1st floor, although instead of different laboratories, the rooms had different nameplates on the face. Residential hall. Were they so busy they had to live here? The stairwell was too damaged for me to get to the 4th floor from here. It looked like the entire first panel of stairs had been destroyed and made unusable. I wasn't going to be getting up that way anytime soon. There had to be another way up and down the hall. I opened the door slowly. A long, narrow hallway stretched out in front of me. It forked off at the end, left and right. Maybe even just learning some names would be of use, I thought. I passed more doors as I continued down the hallway. Mason Radica, Jay Ryan, Jack ADATA, Nathan Denning, David, CRESS. I stopped by the door and opened it up. There was a small bed to my right. Red sheets covered the top neatly, undisturbed. There was a small dresser to my left, and other than that, the room was completely bare. I stepped back and headed back to the stairwell. For a large building, it really seems like it was sort of a close-knit group of people working here. But for what purpose? I shook myself out of my thoughts and gripped the railing to my side. It was cold to the touch. I held tight and climbed up to the 4th floor. I finally found the door marked Power and Storage 1. There were a few different machines of varying sizes tucked into the back of the room. It looked like this room was a heart that pumped the lifeblood through the rest of their exploits. If this room was to be used for power and storage, then it would make sense that all of these machines were generators. Logic would dictate that some of them could have bounds of information that could illuminate things. If I knew how to retrieve the information off of them, at least, then that could be possible. But from my inspections, there wasn't sort of any interface that made sense to me. Probably connected with some computers, but I didn't see any around me. So I let go of the idea for at least a little bit, while I turned my attention to what I assumed was one of the generators. It was bulkier than the rest and had cards plastered on the side listing variations of "Do not touch" on the side. The entire unit looked like it weighed 5 times my weight for only being half my height. The front of the box on the table had all sorts of dials and switches. It made my head hurt. I looked around to see if it had any place for the rabbit on the right side. There were just as many inserts as there were buttons, but I saw one that looked like it would fit. I stuck the rabbit in and nothing happened. Was that it? Was it a trick? Maybe. There was a low hum, and the machine began to stir. I guess the only way to truly know was to check. I flipped one of the light switches, and the lights flickered on for a minute, then finally turned on. Yes, it did work. I ran back to the door, and then down the stairs, back down to the research and development lab. I saw Jay inside with his back toward me. You did it. That's great. We should have about an hour of energy with that. Only an hour? I asked, walking over toward him. It's a temporary power source, but what we can do is construct a stronger version of it that'll give us all the time we need, Jay explained. How will we do that? And why didn't you just make the stronger version first? Wouldn't that make more sense? Jay took a small vial out of his coat. A bright green liquid rested inside. Because I need the power to make it. It's a bit of a catch-22. I was finishing my work on the rabbit when I heard you were down here, so I wasn't able to finish. This compound is what will make it stronger. It's called Radical-9, he said. So, what's it made of, and what does it do? I'm privy to the details for my own safety, but I understand that makes me sound suspicious. So, I can tell you so long as you don't go posting about it online or what have you. Yeah, sure, I said. It's mainly made of elementary particles, calcium and radium mixed with 2 particles not found on Earth. So, where? The moon? Mars, he corrected. The final half of the solution are elements named dicoberine and lantrate. He grabbed out a spare flash drive from the table and held it up. Here, you guessed that the rabbit was a flash drive, and I said you weren't fully correct. This here is a normal flash drive. It is exactly like the casing of the rabbit before I applied the Radical-9 to the surface. I looked at him with a confused stare on my face. Doesn't that ruin the drive? If it were a liquid by the time it were on the drive, yeah, very well might. But this is a very unique serum. Once applied to the surface of almost any electrical surface, it begins to meld with it like an adhesive. The Radical-9 overwrites the storage function of the drive and begins feeding its own sort of will onto the device, energy output, which is then used by the compound and amplified. Think of it like a super battery. Takes off the casing to the drive and sets it down on the table, grabbing a pair of tweezers beside him, and he began taking apart bits and pieces from the circuitry. You wouldn't happen to have a cotton swab on you, would you? He asked. I shook my head, and he looks around himself. He takes off his jacket and holds an arm of it in his hands. It is paramount that I don't make contact with the compound. It is very diluted. But physical contact, even in this state, can be horrendous, he explained. He dabbed the arm of his jacket with the green liquid, preserving a large chunk inside the vial as he closed it. Jay then took the exposed circuit of the flash drive and coated it from the liquid on the arm of his jacket, swabbing it down and then setting it carefully on the table. Now we just wait for it to set. Whatever you do, don't touch it, he said. What happens if you do? Well, human brain is full of electrical activity. If the human body makes contact with Radical-9, no good can come of it, surely. He said with a slower focus, and I could tell he was picking his words very carefully. Where did this stuff come from? Was it what was being made here? What you worked on? It wasn't our prime directive, but for a short time, he said. We worked like freelancers, working and studying on one topic until our supervisors or ourselves were satisfied, and Then we moved on to the next. But at one point you were working on this stuff, I asked. Yes, it was complicated. There was an accident, and it got one of my coworkers killed, and very much drove another mad. That other is the very same person behind this Elysium game, Jack ADATA. All because of this Radical-9? She said. Is that his goal? Or what is his goal? I can only but guess at his motivations. I have reason to believe that he believes he can preserve its existence within the game space he's created. I left before plans fully went through on the project, so I don't know all of the specifics, but I do know the underlying basis of how Elysium exists. How it exists? Everybody who's logged onto that game believes they're just sitting in their room sleeping and their dreams are of the game. That's how the ADATA is advertised to work. Yeah, that sounds familiar to how the news station was reporting on it as, I said. I don't really understand the specifics, but that explanation makes sense. But that's the thing. It doesn't because it's not the truth. The players aren't falling into their own subconscious to enter Elysium. The helmets connect to their neural network and force a connection to Jack's subconscious. The reason that they do not wake up from their own is because their bodies are but dormant shells that exist only to exist. They breathe and pump blood, but what remains of their souls just isn't. That's because of the ADATA. How do you know this? That's pretty important info. How could you possibly know where my brother's soul is? It's because of Radical-9, Jay explained. You asked what would happen if Radical-9 made contact with a human. Well, it did. Not just one human, but, well, the important thing is that it made contact with Jack. The day of the accident I mentioned was when Jack came in contact with the Radical-9. It is also the day that Radical-9 happened to be accidentally discovered, but those events showed us all just what kind of power that it could give. Are you saying it made his brain, like that flash drive, rewrote and inserted its own will or whatever? The brain is a very specific organ, Jay said. How we grow up to be who we are is wholly dependent on what synapses connect in our minds. When something catastrophic comes along to change those currents, change is to be expected. Say when you get electrocuted or suffer from a traumatic brain injury. Deficiencies can totally change how a person is. Augmentations, however, do so on an entirely different level. He went crazy, I said, to make it simple. Crazy is a bit inaccurate. I will say he changed, a little at first, but then progressively he began to care less and less about morality, about what was right, and only then about the preservation of his life in eternity. He wanted power, and more of it now that he had a taste of what it could give him. And so he made a world where he could do just that? Yes, his contact with the Radical-9 increased his mental faculties, among with the ability to move objects with his mind. He must have been expecting my surprised look, because he nodded as soon as I gave it to him. Yes, I understand your confusion. I was just as confused. Scared. Everything that came with it when it came about. I stayed for a few years after the accident because I was scared that he had the power to hurt me and my family. I learned very fast that this was true, and so I became so scared that I fled. So what now? I asked. What do we do to stop this from happening? Next, I try to break the connection Jack has on the other players. It would be impossible to save everyone from the branches of the metaphorical tree by traveling to every specific infected player and trying to yank their consciousness back into their bodies. That would take much too long, and he would surely catch on quick and prepare defenses. So you're thinking of going for the roots, Jack himself. That's the idea. It's a bit trickier in practice, however, but it could really do with an assistant. You mean me? I said. I wouldn't dare involve you if the time were not so short and my options were wider, but I fear I must ask for your help in stopping Jack. I shook my head, feeling sure of myself. No, don't worry about it. I'm here because I wanted to find out how to stop him. Jake wanted to do anything he could to help me, and if my dad was here, I'm sure he would do anything that he could to stop this. Yes, he said, and then bent down, grabbing something bulky and on the edge of the desk. Well, it would be an honor. I will explain clearly what I need of you, and you can choose if you still wish to be of help. This, he turned around and helped up a familiar object, the ADATA helmet, is not a commercial model of the ADATA, meaning it will not send a cord into your neck to connect you to Jack. I have removed all of that from this helmet. However, using the spare rabbit here, I can force a link into Elysium. A link he won't be expecting. To you, it would seem like a normal video game. You would be able to remove the helmet at any point and be totally safe. Your death inside the game would be just that, a death inside the game. You catch my drift? I'd be a fifth business. What? He asked. I had to admit, knowing something he didn't gave me a start of pride in my stomach. Neither a hero or a villain, but working to save those around me. It's from an old Robertson Davies book called Fifth Business. Yes, well, that is a very apt description. Your goal inside of Elysium would be to suss out Jack's location. From what I understand, he's hiding somewhere within his own mental space. If you can find him, I can do work from out here to mess with the systems and try to crash everything from his side. Would that be safe for those that are playing the game? Andrew should be safe if we got this right, he said. If we don't, it's possible he considers the project too far gone and nukes the whole thing, taking everybody with him. That's why a certain level of precision is needed in order for this to work. We have the element of surprise, but that only works out well once, so we have little to spare. Okay, so get in, find Jack, save the day. Sounds tough, but I'm up for it, I told him. 100%? Stop trying to talk me out of it and let's start on saving my brother, okay? He nodded slowly and held out the handle to me. It's booting up now, so you should be able to put it on. I'd suggest leaning against the wall to keep your balance. Okay, and how will I move when I'm inside? Will I actually need to walk? No, nothing like that. There aren't any sensors to send movements from the real world to the game inside the helmet. I've got this here as well. He handed me a keyboard. Plug the cable from this into the back of the helmet. I don't play computer games like Andy does. I don't. He raised his hands in acknowledgement. I don't either. Look at it. I did, and noticed that 4 of the keys along with the spacebar looked different than the rest. Felt different than the rest. There's a bumpy groove on each of them. You won't be able to do anything other than walk and jump with those keys. I've made them feel different so that you can find them without having to take the helmet off. Also, I've put in a microphone, so you should be able to communicate normally. But I'm not 100% sure that it works right, so we'll have to play it by ear. What if it doesn't work? Can I use the keyboard to chat? I think so, but you'd be immediately called out for it. Nobody in there has that kind of communication as far as I can tell. Right. I'm gonna mirror the helmet's display so I can see what you see. I'll try my best to help guide you, but I'll primarily be working on my end of things. If I can't die in there, I don't think I'll need as much help as you think, I said. I can't believe I'm doing this, I said, looking to the helmet, then assuring myself. I sat back down with my back to the wall and plugged the keyboard into the slot in the back of the helmet. Okay, it's in, I said. Alright, you sit tight for a second. I'm gonna go secure the power for the rest of our adventure. After that, I'll find a spot for you to land in. You can do that? I asked. I can explain more when I come back down, he said. I nodded, and he left with the second rabbit in hand. I sat there with the helmet in mine and the keyboard in my lap. I'm trusting him with everything, more than I should. How can I trust someone like this I just met? I really shouldn't be able to, but I do. His face has seen so much sorrow, and I guess I related with that. Even now, as I was about to enter the world Andy was trapped in, I felt a nervousness enter my body like a spike of ice. Even though the threat of death was more likely coming from the mad scientist who hung out in the abandoned, destroyed building, I feared more for the world where they had killed so many people. Well, in that sense, I guess the real world wasn't so different. It's just how you looked at it. Jay came back in a few minutes later, and more of the lights turned on. The ones not broken, that was. He was carrying a tablet that he wasn't holding when he left, and he nodded to me with it. This here is what we used back then to manage all of our data before this all. It takes in data from a chosen input, and I can edit and manipulate it as I see fit. I've connected it to the connection in the helmet, and struck gold. He held it out so I could see it on the display was now the scene of a town. It almost looked medieval. The view hovered over and panned across the tops of several big buildings. That's Elysium? Jack's probably hired some rookie developer to do the actual construction of the code, because the helmets weren't wiped of any of the development data. I don't have to be familiar with game development to know you don't have to leave your source code inside of the commercial models of your accessories. These shots you're looking for are from promotional material. Internal cameras used to gain footage for trailers and commercials. Perfect for our case of getting a look at where the action's happening. Are there any other areas to look around in? Maybe Andy's in one of these shots? Let me see. He turned, taking the tablet back around and scrolling around. Seems there are viewpoints for multiple floors. My guess is how the game is structured. How many of them are there? Jay scrolled to the next feed. It showed the same town from the first, just at a base level view. The next showed another side of the town from the inside. He kept scrolling through. It seems there are 3 different views in what looks like 13 floors. So we have 39 different feeds to watch. Guess you could narrow down the last few. If anybody's in there, then the game would end pretty quickly, huh? I guess so. Here, see if you can find your brother. I've set it up so you can scroll through them by swiping. He handed me the tablet. I set the helmet down in my lap, and he held it out in front of me. Thank you, I said. He looked back at me. For giving me a chance to help my brother. He nodded, and I looked back to the screen, changing the view to a ground level view. I saw some people in hefty armor walking around. I didn't recognize any of them. I scanned the ground, looking for even a hint of his face. I flipped to the 3rd view of the jungle. There's a large group of people among themselves. Andy wasn't among them. Maybe he'll be on a higher floor. He's good at these games, right? I switched the feed to the 6th floor, first feed. It showed a huge tower in the sky. Platforms decorated the side as balcony-like areas protruded into the air. The entire thing looked massive. When I switched into the 2nd feed, it looked to be inside of the tower. The floor was cracked and chipped in the back corner of the room, which rose higher than I could see into the darkness. Some people in black robes with funky markings passed by. They were in a large group of about 20 people. They were all speaking as they walked by, but I couldn't catch of any of what they were saying. It was like a collective hum. I scrolled upward through the feeds as my hope of finding him in any of these specific angles had started to wane. I stopped on the 3rd floor, 2nd feed. It seemed to be another town, but my heart spiked as I caught sight of what looked to be a fight. There was he looked to be a monster of a man, almost twice the height of everybody else around him. There was more than one of him, copies it looked like. One of them had their arms around Andy. He was wearing a long black coat, but I could pick him out from a distance. Your eyes perked up considerably. You found him? I nodded and turned to him. He's right there. Oh my, he looks to be in trouble, he said, taking the tablet. Jay bent closer to the screen as he stared. Yes, I can see the resemblance. It's crazy. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we can assist them in their fight. Because I can't attack? Precisely. Doesn't matter, they need help, and even if I can't fight, maybe I can find something I can do. You are your father's daughter, he said, and looked me over. I put the helmet on and saw the brilliant colors fly past my face. The helmet obscured the rest of the outside world, and instantly I was thankful I was sitting down. I rested my hands on the keyboard and felt a chill run up my spine. This was really happening. I'm sending you in now. If he sees you, he probably won't recognize you because you won't look like yourself. Keep that in mind. Should the microphone work, you can try to establish contact, provided that the fight is favorable. Got it, I said. I saw the world fill itself in the bright blue sky stretched all around me, and right in front was the battlefield I'd just been looking in from the outsider's perspective. Here I come, Andy. 18. February 22nd, 2022. I slept for about an hour before I felt Arya shifting in the bed. I opened my eyes and saw she was sitting up. Her eyes were calculating something. "You okay?" I asked. Her eyes glanced over toward me. "Yeah, just thinking. About a lot of things mainly. But just how chaotic things have been." "I know what you mean. Anything you want to talk about?" She turned to me. "I don't know. I feel like most of it's already out there. Just a matter of finding out how they all fit into everything." "What do you mean?" I asked. She shrugged. "It's hard to explain. I'm just wondering about what Jack had meant about knowing a guy who worked with weapons in beta. I mean, if that was true or not, or if he could help us or not. If both of those were yes, then it could do us some good to try to get in touch with him to see if we could outfit ourselves for the coming times." "Yeah, send him a message if you can, although I'm not too sure if I can really afford anything." She shrugged her shoulders. "Couldn't hurt to check." "You're right." She finished typing and then turned around to me. "Okay, that's done. Let's say we check out this town, see what it has to offer while we wait." "Yeah," I nodded. "Maybe there'll be a sparring hall we can use for some more practice," I said. "Now you're speaking my language." The wind outside started to howl, brushing past us in bright gales. I had almost forgotten what the feeling had been like. Weather had been almost non-existent in this world up until now. Maybe it was an afterthought after all. I looked up toward the giant clock tower that stood as the most identifiable feature in the city. The hands moved slowly, but each tick was labored. "Think the way to the next floor is around there?" "I could believe it," Arya said, holding her arms close to herself. "Important enough to be a point of interest." A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, and was accented by the ticking clock. Arya and I looked at one another and immediately ran toward the source of the voice. We darted down the street past a couple of other players who were frozen in place by the scream. We continued until we saw the gargantuan figure responsible for causing the sound, standing in front of what looked like to be a water fountain. "Is that Gregor?" I asked. Standing in front of the fountain in black armor was the lovable oaf who'd given me my Shroud of Darkness. He was holding a huge two-sided hammer in both of his hands, the legs of which had just finished squishing the head of another player. His brains were smashed to bits, and the survivor of his party, another guy roughly around my age, tried to run away. Gregor wasn't going to let him go that easy. A second Gregor split from the first like he were some sort of amoeba. The second one leapt the distance in a matter of seconds, catching up to the other player. He swept the handle of his hammer around on its hilt and caught the player in the side. His arm bent at an odd angle and he crumpled to the ground. The second Gregor looked down at the fallen player and stomped on their head. The original had looked up and saw the both of us staring at the scene. Around his neck I saw the heart of Ares alongside a second keystone. It shimmered red along Ares' gold. It was the heart of Apollo. "Gregor, are you kidding me?" I said, holding my hand over the hilt of my blade. "We just got through done with this nonsense with Klein." Gregor said nothing as he pressed his fingers around the heart of Ares. He hefted his hammer up over his shoulder, and a second copy broke free from his body, charging at us. "Shit!" I said. "Cover me!" I called. "You got it," Arya said. I ran up to meet the third Gregor. He lifted the gargantuan hammer over his head, and I swung my sword out to his legs. He offered a roar and pushed against me with the heft of his weapon. Arya fired 2 shots over me and 1 in the sky. The second swung his hammer in an arc that blocked the first 2. The third landed perfectly from above and shattered the copy into pixels. The fragment returned back to the original Gregor who stood by. He lifted and slammed his leg down. 2 copies erupted from out of his body in a shower of the fragments. 2 more joined those copies, and then 2 more. They encircled us, 8 of them in total. "What the fuck?" Arya said. "If his copies have less durability than the original, do you think he has to split his life to make the copies?" "I don't know, but I know I don't like it." "Cover me?" Arya asked. "Of course." She unlocked her daggers, and I went invisible. She ran forward and stuck one of her daggers into a copy's chest. He shattered and returned to the original. 2 Gregors were running toward her from both sides. I thrust my sword into the chest of the one closest to me. Ari spun on her heels and drove her daggers into the chest of the other. The both of them dissipated, revealing a third who thrust his hammer out, sending Arya back. She tripped and fell. He towered over her, and I... Dex? Athena was standing on the edge of the battlefield, holding her arm. I looked for a fraction of a second, but that was enough time for... Gregor brought his hammer down. No! The world went silent. One of the remaining Gregors picked me up and held me tight. I dropped my sword. I couldn't focus. My vision went blurry. My mind was racing, but no thought stuck. I screamed louder than my lungs would let me. I felt my whole body vibrate, and a sudden light enveloped me. Gregor's eyes opened wide. I opened my eyes to the darkness. I wasn't held down anymore, and I didn't have anything on me. All I saw was a small ball of concentrated glowing light. I walked over toward it. Inside the center I saw some color. It went deeper, and so I felt myself falling inside. Gregor's eyes opened. Wherever we were, I was looking at things from his eyes, and I was watching through them, unable to move or speak. Up above was a small candlelit ceiling. This looks like the armory? Perhaps his room? The question is, when is this, or why am I even seeing it? I've never even seen his bedroom before, not from the inside. Why do I know what it looks like? Something at the edge of his vision started to flash. It looked like a symbol of some sort, almost like the Greek letter alpha. It kept flashing until Gregor focused on it directly. The symbol changed and now started to spread text across his vision. "You will head to Novus Callis," it said. "You know your purpose. Kill as many as you can before you are killed. You are to begin immediately. This will be our final communication. Do not fail me." Gregor stumbled out of the room and opened the wooden door to the lobby of the armory. He took in a deep sigh and turned to slowly climb the stairs leading up to Beth's. He opened the door, stepped inside. I saw as he looked over her sleeping body. The hammer shifted heavily in his hands. I tried to pull myself away. I didn't want to see this. No. No! No! I was screaming again and ripped myself out of his mind. I was back in Novus Callis. He let go of me, and I fell to the ground. I hit hard and was shaking. I looked up to see his face look blank at me. I couldn't tell if he was breathing, but then he fell over. Everything was quiet. I held my breath as I tried to work out what had just happened. But then Athena was right there. "Are you okay? You're alive! Oh, holy shit, what the hell was that? Where's Klein?" I sat there, stunned. I couldn't move, so I just screamed. I saw she was holding her arm out, the one not under her coat, and I took it, still feeling like I was floating in a dream. "Hey, are you there? Hello?" she asked. I looked past her and found Arya's body. I slowly shambled over and stared. Her whole head was caved in, blood mixed with bone fragments and gray matter of her brain. I looked and immediately regretted it. Turning around and emptying my stomach onto the grass, I let out a cry and felt tears stinging my eyes. Why? Why? Fuck! What? Was she? Athena asked, her eyes darting from Arya's body to me. "She's gone," I said. "Because I fucked up." Realization flashed across her eyes. "Oh, I called you." I screamed louder and cradled myself together. "Please, just go," I said. "I can't right now, It's just me left, and I can't." "Come on, stand up," Athena said, extending her arm out again. "You're still alive. Don't waste that. For fuck's sake, don't waste it." She started to tear up too. "This game is fucked, and it just takes and it takes, but you can't let it take you." There was a wicked crack to my left, and I turned to see a new figure standing where there wasn't one previously. It was strange. It was almost a blank, almost mannequin-like figure with its arms outstretched. It turned to me on a pivot, angled slightly downward. "Oh my god, Andy, it is you!" The voice I recognized immediately. It was Jen. What's going on?" I asked, wiping my nose. "What are you doing here?" I flashed back instantly to Eldon reacting to Athena being inside the game and got shivers. She ran up to me and got as close as possible. Pretend this is a hug, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ, do you know how much we've been worrying about you? I'm sorry, I said. So much has happened and I'm just so confused. Who is this? Athena asked. The figure turned to look at Athena. I'm his sister, thank you very much. She turned back to me. I couldn't just let things be. I had to find some way to help. So I did. I found one of the guys who worked on the stupid game. I didn't actually work on the game, an older voice added in. Well, he worked with the guy who did. ADATA. Whoa, wait a second, I said, stiffing and standing up. I took a breath to compose myself. Can this wait just a few minutes? This is kind of a bad time, I said. Bad time? I come all the way to Denver. Jake got fucking shot, and I'm risking literally everything to find you, and this is a bad time for you? She said. I backed down. I just lost someone too, I said. Oh, I guess everyone in here. I met up with Jack. He was by my side this entire fucking time, and I didn't notice. I just only barely survived fighting a giant. Now everything is colliding at once, and I'm feeling overwhelmed, so yes, it is a bad time. It doesn't mean that I'm not glad to hear from you, but holy fuck, I just need a second. You left me, Jen said. You left me with Mom just like you always do, and not once did you think about how that affects me. Hey, the older man cut in. Okay, it's obvious everyone is raw right now. Who the fuck is this? I asked. My name is Jay Ryan. I used to work with Jack ADATA before he created this game. I understand there's a lot of tension in the air. But I have to ask that we suspend it so I can explain how we get you out of this game. Get us out? Athena spoke up. You can do that? Wherever you are? Yes, but it's gonna take some working together, Jay said. Sorry. Yes, let me explain a bit. I'm not done dealing with you, you fucking moron. But there's a lot you need to know, Andy. We talked, calmly, and I would be lying if I said that it didn't help me start to breathe easier. All at once, I felt like I'd lost everything close to me, and here Jen appeared, because she cared that much about me. Laws be damned. The best I could work for was to push that hurt aside and think about what the most important thing right now was. How this J person could help us all escape. That's what she would have wanted. I picked up the 2 keystones from Gregor's body and returned to Arya's. I looked toward the both of them and told them that we weren't leaving her here, that I'd speak to them fully once we showed her proper respect. Athena offered to help, but I saw how bad her left arm looked, so I shook my head and did it all myself. I couldn't make a hole in the ground to bury her, so I moved her over by the fountain and rested her among the flowers. I held my hand close to my heart and wished her a peaceful rest. When I was finished, we met back up, and I led everyone back to the inn. I needed to sit down, and it was the closest place I could think of. We entered the room, and all but Jen's avatar found a place to sit. I don't think she was able to sit, but it seemed to work as they began to explain. Athena told her tale too, how the entirety of the first floor and all those who didn't make it past the barrier were burnt alive. I learned about Jake and his father's apparent ties to Jack ADATA's cause, but there was one portion of it that I just couldn't believe. There's no way my dad was involved in any of this. You don't have to say it so weird like that, Jen said. I instantly regretted it. A slip of the tongue could have been worse. That's the rub, Jay said. Andrew, I think it would be pertinent that she knows the truth, don't you? I didn't say anything because it's not my truth to tell, but I believe it is yours. What are you talking about? Jen asked. Not now, I said. What are you keeping from me? We should lay everything out on the table here and now. Same page. Jay said. What does he know that I don't? What could he know that you know? I looked in her direction and sighed. I don't agree that this is the right time, but since you pulled my arm... I said my dad accidentally, but instantly regretted it because I thought I'd slipped up. Slipped what up? You and I aren't biological siblings, I said. Mom adopted you after Dad. Okay, listen. I didn't want to tell you, ever, because you're just as any sister should. I see you as my sister, I said. That's an incredibly selfish justification, she said. And you fucking knew about this? It wasn't my truth to tell, Jay repeated. I think I deserve any truth at this point. I deserve to know who my birth parents are. And I think I deserve to not have a dad who shoots himself, I cried out. But you know what? Fuck him. He's a selfish prick that left his wife and son alone to deal with his problems. We're better off without him, and the same goes for your dad. I didn't know him, but fuck if he didn't just abandon you like mine did me. Fuck them both. You're more family than either of them ever were. He shot himself? Jen asked, horrified. I took in a deep breath. It's a long story, one I only know the end to. I looked up to the sky. Is this what you wanted, Jay? Real good after the truth does now. It's important that she know, so I can tell her the truth that is mine to share. What would that be? She asked. When we had worked together here in Denver, Jack had a daughter. There was an accident, and Jack was badly harmed. And so was his daughter. Killed, in fact. He didn't take it well. Not anything from it. It was the breaking point. This was back in 2008. He actually had another child 5 years later with a different woman. That child was you, Jennifer. I'm his daughter? If you saw him, it would be more obvious, but yes, I saw him. I thought back to the man who was in this very room not too long ago. Did Jen resemble him? I almost thought that she did, but already were the details of his face fading from my memory as time passed. Our goal is to find Jack. Once you make contact, I can interfere with his mental processes, the hold that he has on all of you, and force him to sever the connection, Jay said. Sounds simple enough to me, I said. Do you have any idea where he's hiding out in here? I don't right now. I have surveillance on the different floors, but I'm limited to specific views. Okay, we'll have to try to suss him out, I said. I leaned back in a chair and took a deep breath. But that needs to wait, at least a little bit. Can I speak with Jen alone? I eyed Athena and the ceiling. Right, she nodded and stood up. I'll be out here. Jay's left the room, Jen said. I took in a deep breath. Listen, I'm sorry. I know everything is a chaotic whirlwind right now. No, that's not quite right. It has been for a very long time, and I left you to deal with that. To deal with Mom and everything that's going on with her. I haven't been a good brother, nor have I been a good friend, and I want you to know I am sorry. I just wish that you were here with us sometimes. It wasn't always like the way it is now, and I just want things to go back to the way they were. I don't know if that's possible. Mom? Probably not. She scares me, Andy. She needs help, and I can't be the only one giving it. You know she listens to you more. Her eyes darkened. Probably because you're her son. Hey now, I said. That's not it. I told you that I think of you just like a sister. No different than if she was your mom. She does too. How can you know that? Because I didn't always think like I do. What? I was a wreck after my dad killed himself. I just seen it happen, and I couldn't cope with it. Then, all of a sudden, we're taking in this baby left on our doorstep. I don't know what Mom was thinking then. I was still so young, but I knew I didn't like you at first. I just wanted my dad back. It wasn't until Mom sat me down and talked with me and told me that we were going to have to make a new family. One with you, because even though I lost my dad, you lost everything. It was after that that I'd started to think about how you would grow to feel after that. I couldn't let anything else hurt you. I took my own hurt and transformed it into something I thought was good. Although I guess I strayed from that a whole lot. I couldn't read her expression on the blank model, but I heard her sniffle. You dolt, you just had to stay like you were. I always thought you were the best brother. I can be that again. Better, in fact, I said. I've had a lot to think about since coming into this game. I even met someone Was it a girl? The one you buried in the flowers? Yeah. Her name was Arya. You would have loved her. She was so strong and confident. I wasn't strong enough to keep her safe. I was supposed to cover her. We worked as a team. Nope. I looked over at her. I'm going through this song and dance, Andy. Jake's dad shot him. That giant killed Arya. You can't blame yourself for circumstance. I'm sorry, I said. About Jake, you two were closer than anybody I know. He's here with me. He's here in my heart, just like Arya is for you. You grew, as you say. That's how she's still alive for you. Yeah, I guess. I can't hug you from here, Jen said. But take it anyway. You need some catharsis. I chuckled. Cheers to that. I do have one more question. Only one? The girl out there. Who is she? She's another player I met here. Back when it was just me and Jack before I knew it was him. She's not another one of your... I shook my head. No, of course not. Well, I think it would be smart to build a new team, she said, if we're going to continue in this game. I agree, I said. Are you able to fight in that form? I don't know. Do you have anything to give me? I don't, but we're... Oh, shit. What? Before Arya was killed, we were gonna meet up with a player she used to know who ran a weapon shop on this floor. Oh, wait! What? Again? I was scrolling through my menu, and I saw I had a message waiting for me from a familiar name. Oaken. Hey, I got a message from Luna, but in trying to reply to her, I received an error. I hope that doesn't mean what I think it does. I saw you were in her party, and want to know if there's any update to this. Thanks. I quickly typed out a reply and sent it out. He just messaged me. He saw that Arya wasn't available to accept messages anymore. Oh. We'll work with it. I'll see if we can't get ourselves outfitted after all. Hey, Andy? Yeah? I'm sorry, too, about Arya. I looked at her and nodded. I love you, doofus. Same to you, CRESS, I said. Hey, Athena, you can come back in now. Athena and Jay re-entered the room, and we filled them in on the plan. Oaken responded to my message, and soon enough we had a plan. I definitely need to find something new, Athena had said. With my arm like this, I can't use my sword. I didn't want to say anything because I was scared it would sound rude, but are you okay? Jen asked. Athena gave her a sad look. I don't know. I'm fine for right now, and it shouldn't carry over into the real world, but it feels so real. It doesn't hurt, if that's what you mean. It doesn't feel like anything, really. We organized and found a meeting spot with Oaken over in the town commons. His height gave him away immediately. He neared 6.5 feet, but unlike someone like Gregor, he was slim. A dusty overcoat covered his torso and his head was shaved. He wore a dark green top and gray slacks ending in tight-laced boots that looked like they had crushed a few skulls in their day. You're Oaken, right? I asked as we approached him. That's me, he said. What a shame about Luna, he sighed. Fantastic player, but I'm sure I don't have to tell you that. Yeah, she was something special, I said. She told me you had some wares available. Is this true? Got some things here and there. Before I go into details, I have to ask, who is that? He pointed to Jen's avatar. We're trying to beat this game. We have some outside help. Outside? Interesting. As long as they're not a threat to me, it's more than fine, he said. Only threat is to Jack ADATA, I said. We've had plenty of recent events where people who seemed like normal players ended up being allied with him. My question comes back around if you feel that way. Me? Fuck no. Although I guess asking me would probably be one of the least accurate ways of finding that out. Fair point. Just gotta ask is all. Well, since we're coming to a mutual understanding, follow me. I'll take you all to my pop-up. We followed him down the street and crossed the garden that had been growing on a patch to our left. It was a small, run-down building he led us to that inspired anything but confidence. This is your place? Athena asked. Not impressed? Oaken asked. It kinda looks shabby. He laughed. I was given it like this. Can you imagine? This is the thanks I get for testing out their shitty game. I tell you, I only started playing the full version because I got it for free. I was gonna play it past the first time curiosity got me. I'm starting to feel like I'm the only person who didn't try out this game in beta, I said. You're not the only one, Athena said. It wasn't anything special, Oaken said. He kicked open the door and led us inside. First, let me see what you already got. I can judge what fits best for you based on what you're used to. I unsheathed the Elkhorn and placed the blade on the front countertop. I felt a tinge of hesitation before letting go of the hilt. I know that nobody ever keeps their starting gear in an MMO, even the first they get after that, but something just felt a little depressing, knowing that Elkhorn would be leaving my side. But thinking of everything that this sword had done since I'd gotten it, my choice became much easier. I knew I needed something stronger than what I had to survive this game would offer. Oaken looked over the blade and held it above his head, feeling its weight, then turning around, looking through storage cabinets I couldn't see inside. He pulled out a sharp cutlass that seemed to be merged with a heavyset revolver. That looks really awesome, I said. It works first as a sword, second as a gun. The weapon was really rare, so I decided to up my trade just a bit. It's rare to find an actual gun in this game compared to magic and swords, he said. I picked it up and held it in my hands. A button on the side retracted the blade to better balance the revolver. A second button on the opposite side retracted the barrel of the revolver to better balance the cutlass. When both buttons were pressed, the cutlass and revolver both merged into a small pistol. The weapon's name was Flintlock. That can act either as a ranged weapon or a close combat one. It's all in your preference. And for that armor, Oaken began. Best I can do is this, he said, rummaging through his storage. What appeared next on the countertop was a blue-plated sword of armor. It was heavily layered. I took it in my hands, and a prompt opened for me to equip it. I gave him the Shroud of Darkness. It's not a unique class, that armor. It's got better defense than the gear you have now, but it lacks the special ability of the Shroud. Better to be rid of it. Invisibility was nice, but I couldn't bear to keep something tainted by Jack's influence. Something given to me by Gregor. Technically, anything in this game was tainted by Jack's influence, but I had to set a line in the sand somewhere. Alright, I think I can manage, I said. Now, how about you? Oaken asked Athena. She walked up to the countertop and moved to unsheath her Wodao. The curve of the blade extended almost the length of the counter. Oaken took it in his hands and looked it over. I need something that I can... She motioned to her arm. I can't wield ones like this anymore. Oaken mused. Quite an interesting dilemma. Have you ever thought of just waiting this whole mess out? No, she shook her head. I'm not sitting around. I'm not letting anybody else die because of this game. A brave answer. Foolish, but brave. The latest I have here would probably be this. He brought out a short cylindrical tube the length of his hand. What's this? It's called the Lance of Longinus. He pressed the button on the side of the tube and it extended into a full spear. The Bible says that this weapon was the holy lance that inflicted one of the 5 holy wounds in Jesus Christ during the crucifixion. Holy wounds, huh? She asked. Looks like this lance is going to be killing another god. Seems fitting. I like the way you think, Oaken said. But that man is no god. He is but a man. Either works for me. He's dead no matter what, she said. Works for me too, Oaken said. I'm low on unique armor at the moment. Best I can do is a color variant of what he has, Oaken said, pointing to me. That's fine, Athena said. Oaken placed down a set of purple armor down on the table. She took it and equipped it. Instantly it flashed over and replaced the garb she was wearing. Alright, and now for the last one, Oaken said. I'm honestly not sure what I can do for you. Is there anything I can have that doesn't go close? Walking around is a bit of a hassle as it is, she said. Demonstrated walking in the very robotic lines back and forth. Playing it old school, huh? Interesting. Yeah, I may have something, but it'll cost you if you're not trading anything in. I've got it covered, Athena said. Really? I've been pinching from Raphael's stash before things went up in flames, literally. I've got enough to cover anything she'll need. Wow, thank you, Jen said. Well, since our goal is to get out of this game, I guess the money that this world uses doesn't mean too much in the end. I'll let it slide, Oaken said with a smile. Even greater, Jen said. What have you got? Well, in your case, I was thinking something like this. He brought out a silver cane with a jewel fit in the end. It's called Zarathustra. You'd be acting as a spellcaster class. We'll have to find some place to figure out how this all works, I said. Is there a sparring hall anywhere in this town? I turned to Oaken. Sure is. Just follow the road here down until you get to the commercial district. You'll see that bazaar set up. Take a right and follow it down and you'll see it. It's as big as Coliseum. Alright, that should about do it for us. Thank you very much. No problem, Oaken said. Now I got this game solved for us, so a common folk can get out of here, yeah? Why don't you come with us? Athena asked. Too risky, he shook his head. I know my place in this world, and it's not at the end of some fool's sword. We walked out of the shack, and Oaken locked it right up. The poor building looked like it was screaming to be put out of its misery, but Oaken disregarded it completely. We went our separate ways, and followed the directions that Oaken had given us. 19. February 22nd, 2022. A great fireball crashed against the wall. Jen had been practicing using her staff, and it accidentally let loose an inferno that led to many apologies. I think I figured out how to work it. Back up, let me see something. I took a step back as Jen's avatar awkwardly held Zarathustra. The gemstone in the staff began to glow and emit a breath of hot fire. Okay, so it'll take some getting used to, but I think I can attack and move at the same time. Could I ask one of you to help me test it? I will, Athena said. She extended the lance of Longinus and held it at her side. It balanced awkwardly in her non-dominant hand. Awkward controls versus awkward handling. I think it's fairly balanced. Okay, sounds good to me, Jen said. The two stood at each end of the sparring field, the sun held high in the sky. Jen strafed to the left and spewed out orange-yellow flames that singed the ground. Athena backed up and held her lance by her side. Jen advanced and fired out a slow stream to force Athena back. Athena sidestepped and thrust out the spear, but it just missed. Ah, shit. We had fought for hours. I saw nothing past the clanging of metal and the swift strikes of flintlock. It felt different than Elcor did, but I soon got used to how it felt in my hands. Jen and I practiced ranged combat as I swapped the blade over to its revolver, and we exchanged shots back and forth. I hadn't realized the gun's true strength until I put a hole through Jen's avatar's head. Even though I knew she couldn't die in this world, I still got scared when it first happened. You have to be careful, Jay said. Even though Jennifer cannot die, if she's constantly coming back into the world, then Jack will catch on. Can't keep the element of surprise if that happens. I think that's enough for one day, Jen said. Wish we could stay here for the whole time and train, but I haven't slept in. I can't even remember how long, Jen said. Plus, Mom's probably worried sick. Fuck, you didn't tell her? You didn't tell her a lot of important things, Andy. She was right, and so I sighed. Yeah, definitely. Jay, do you think you can help her out since I can't? Of course. We can arrange to meet back here once we've all gotten some rest. Does it have to be here? Jen asked. I don't suppose you have any alternative locations that wouldn't mind us tapping into an immense amount of their power reserves? Anything noticeable would instantly be picked up on by the police, and then our chances of helping out would be squashed. Damn, Jan said. I'll make sure she gets home safe and sound, Andrew, Jay said. And I can pick her up and make sure she gets inside safely. I'm trusting you, I said. I have no other choice. Please don't break it. You have my word. And then her avatar had vanished as quickly as it had arrived. Just because they're done doesn't mean we have to be, right? Athena asked. I looked at her. I could go for a little bit longer, yeah. You need to use to handling it against those with close combat weapons. I held the flintlock out in front of me. Instantly, she tried to knock away the blade with the edge of the lance, but it only clanged uselessly against the gun blade. She didn't have nearly enough grip on her end. Fuck, she grunted. I approached and she tried to lunge, throwing her weight into a forward advance. I bent backward and it whooshed past. I managed to bring the blade close to her arm. That would have been a nasty cut here. She grunted and knocked away my sword. Oh yeah, if you're not handicapped. Breathe, I said. If you get mad, you only make it easier for me to get close, I said, managing to stop my blade before it reached her chest. Mad? Why would I be mad? She slammed it away and thrust her lance at me, missing again. What reason would I be mad? What? My dumb brother getting himself killed in here and leaving me to that hideous creature on the first floor? She swung the lance in a long arc, almost like a bat, leaving me to rot and die and be abused, and why would I ever have to be mad? Why, I'm having the time of my life! She approached closer and thrust her lance one more time. I wasn't able to jump back in time, and it stuck in my leg. I roared out in pain. Oh, shit! I'm sorry. God fucking damn it, she said, stepping toward me. I held out my hand. 1 second. I took in a sharp breath and ripped it out of my thigh. I left a nasty gash behind. I applied pressure and bit down hard as the pain surged through my leg. Fuck, I said. I'm sorry, I should have restrained myself, she said. It's training, I said. Bound to happen. You have a lot of pent-up anger inside you. Do you have a way to work through that? When her face contorted, I rephrased. Sorry, that sounded unkind. She let it go, grabbing the lance. I unloaded a lot. I don't have any outlet, if that's what you mean. Oh, here, let me wrap this up quick, and we can make sure it can be contained. Then ready yourself, because we're gonna go again, I said. Really? You'd let me near you with this after that? Like I said, it's training. We're bound to get scrapes and bruises. That gash there is more than both of those. I shrugged. You need the help. She looked at me and smiled small. Thank you. Don't mention it. Give me a few minutes, I'll be right back. The wrap job I did helped stifle the blood flow from where the lance punctured my leg. It was sore to move on at first, but it soon dulled behind the adrenaline running through my body. I faced Athena with the blade held up. I'm ready if you are. 20. February 22nd, 2022. Gen 5. I took the helmet off and my vision was blurry in the room around me. My body ached and exhaustion went through my body like a bolt of lightning. I looked over toward Jay, who was leaning against the desk and wrapping his fingertips across the top. Suddenly, he looked like he aged half a decade since I'd put on the helmet. You look worried, I said. I'm just thinking about things. I feel bad that you're involved in this, both you and your brother. That you had to come to this hellhole to feel like you were helping. I came here because I chose to. Don't you get sappy on me too. Or do I have to remind you as well it's Jack who's at fault? He laughed. You're funnier than your father. That much is certain. If there's anything I can say, you definitely do more resemble David in personality. I'm sorry you lost your coworker, Jen said. Nobody's said that to you, right? I don't care about losing my dad because Andy's right. Jack's no father. David was my friend, more than just a coworker. The rest of us who worked here were friends. Jack's always been an outsider in that sense, but he wasn't hostile until the Radical-9 incident. What was he like before that? I asked. He was strange. He kept to himself mainly. I could tell when he did try to join conversation he was trying really hard, and I tried to include him, but he shrugged. Things just didn't mesh well as me and the others. I wonder what's running through his mind, I said. I think we all do, Jay said with an air of finality. Let's say head out of here. Your mother must be worried sick. She was sleeping when I left. What time is it? 5:13 in the morning, he said. Crap, I said. School's today. Well, not that I'm gonna go. I've got more than enough responsibility at home to declare a sick day if I need it. And people at school know my situation enough not to question it, but Mom will notice I'm not there. He's not doing so hot, huh? Jay asked. Damn, Elena used to be David's light. Those two were something special. Yeah, I said, looking down at the floor, averting his gaze. I've never known that. Andy did most of the work raising me until I could get a job, and then he started up with these games, so I had to take over. I'm so sorry, Jay said. I didn't know things were that bad off. I want to help now. How? I asked. We'll start slow. You need any help around the house, and I can provide it. I have some savings from my work. That would be way too much, I said, looking back to him. I couldn't ask that of you. Then don't ask, he said. If I'd known, I would have sought you out much earlier. Thank you, Jay. Of course, it's the least I can do to honor David's memory. Now, come on, he cocked his head. Let's get you home. Would you like to come see her? My mom, I mean? He thought on it, and then shook his head. I probably shouldn't. All I'd do is stir up painful memories. I don't want to cause her any undue stress. Do you think you could help me get her into a program? Something to help her work on herself? Then maybe you could help be a part of the past that isn't gone. After all this business, of course. Saving Andy is my top priority right now. He looked at me and smiled. I could definitely do that. I see a fire in your eyes that is very familiar. You are a CRESS. We took extra care in leaving Republic Plaza. I gripped the railing tight as we descended the stairs. I've parked down the street. Roads around here aren't really all that trustworthy. Oh, how long of a drive will it be to Aurora? A little less than half an hour, I think. Oh, that's great. You can nick it back before 6 and I can sneak back into my room. You still on Cardale Avenue? I looked at him and nodded. Okay, easy enough. Funny story, I actually got lost there my first time driving. Here, I can tell you along the way. I waved him off when I stepped out of the car. He'd given me his number to call if I needed to talk about anything. I felt a lump in my stomach as I approached the front porch and held my hand up against the door. Part of me feared that my mother had woken up and her maternal instinct kicked in, alerting her that her daughter was missing, and the worry that she felt would have killed me. I slowly turned the handle and crept inside. Sneaking into your own home felt twice as dirty. I couldn't imagine doing this on a weekly basis. The guilt would eat me alive. I tiptoed across the carpet and silently thanked God that it made no sound. Now that I was home, I was safe. Jake didn't have that luxury. Jesus, that thought hit heavy. My body was out of adrenaline, out of that must-help Andy juice. Jake returned like an ocean tide to my mind. It overcame any fear I had about my mother, and it carried me down as I slinked up to my room. I fell in my bed and replayed the scene back in my mind. What could I do? Go to the police? Fat chance that'd do anything useful. His dad's the guy who'd be sent to deal with me. I cried. I hated that I did because I knew once I started, I wouldn't stop. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have because all at once I looked around me and I wasn't in my bed. I felt a strange warmth, a foreign feeling that brought with it a sense of dread that I couldn't place. There was a crackling sound that was almost like a campfire. I opened my eyes and saw a mixture of reds and oranges, leather and metal. The colors and sounds all meshed into one large and uniform being. Fear. They separated once more and it came into focus. I was sitting in the back seat of a car. It crashed. Fire surrounded me and smoke as black as charcoal bellowed upwards. The smell of burnt rubber filled my nostrils. I choked. I tried to cry out, but no voice came. There was a body lurched over the steering wheel in the driver's seat. It was a man who looked considerably older than me. His blonde hair was cut short to his head. He sustained a lot of wounds in the crash, but he seemed to be alive. He raised his head and looked around him. Blood dripped from a gash in the back of his head onto his neck. He faced me and looked instantly relieved, tears forming in his eyes. "Oh, thank God," he said. His voice was hoarse. His face looked worse than he sounded. He had bright blue eyes, but a long cut ran down the side of his face with red. He worked his way out of the car seat and kicked at the window to his left. It held once, twice, but at the third kick it shattered. Outside I could see there was another car at the other end of the highway. I craned my neck to see a figure stepping out of the car very slowly. The bloodied man was working as fast as he could to worm his way out of the burning vehicle. He nearly collapsed onto the ground outside. I couldn't move. The bloodied man smashed in the window behind the driver's seat next with his elbow. If he's trying to get to me, why open that window? Surely the one next to me is easier. Then I noticed the infant sitting next to me in the car. Of course, I am not really here. This must be one of those out-of-body experiences. Then that must mean the small child here is me. But what would I be doing here? I don't remember this. I heard a loud noise like an explosion ring out. I woke up in my bed, sweating. That didn't feel like a normal nightmare. I looked over to the clock beside my bed and saw it was only 9 in the morning. I brushed my face off and wearily walked out over to my mother's bedroom door. I slid it open slowly and saw that she was still asleep under her covers. I let the door close and went downstairs. I grabbed a sheet of paper and wrote on the front, "Taking a mental health day. Might go up to the park later. Love you. XOXO." Once I finished capping the marker I'd used, I set the note up on the door frame. I closed the door and climbed back into bed. I felt myself being absorbed once more into the dreams. In them, I saw a much younger version of myself. I must have been at least 5 or 6. I was back at the Republic Plaza. I could recognize the lobby, even though it wasn't wrecked like it is now. I was wearing a yellow dress with sunflowers, decorated all across it. My hair was pinned up, and my blue eyes were a curious sort. Standing beside me was a younger Jay. His hair was darker, and his face hadn't been filled with all the culminated regret I saw so plainly on his face in the waking world. We flashed over to an R&D laboratory in one of the higher floors. It felt like I was living on fast forward. There was another man on the far side of the room. He's a little bit older, and he looked exactly how Andy had described him. Short blonde hair and a face I had to catch my breath when I saw it. Jay spoke. "Jack, you have to tell me you at least see the smallest thing wrong with this whole thing." My father shrugged him off, giving a blank stare.
What? This is suddenly a problem for you now, is that it?
His voice isn't how I pictured it at all. It was almost gentle. "I've never been okay with this," Jay said.
And yet you remain. Maybe it's because you really aren't as against it as you think. Or maybe you know what would happen if you did. Did their stories end happily ever after?
My father's blank face faded into a gaunt, drill-like stare. He stepped up to Jay, and if looks could kill, I don't believe anyone in the Northern Hemisphere would be alive right now. My father sneered at Jay.
I don't need to think twice about what those 2 idiots chose to do once they left, because they're no longer needed around here. You, I still have need for, and don't you think for a second that hiding your son in New York would do anything to save him from what would happen if you cross me?
He looked over to me, the 5-year-old me, and then back to Jay.
You should be thanking me that I don't need him here right now. You should be on your knees.
And gives a nasty grin.
She's lucky I need her, or else I'd make an example right now,
he said. "What kind of monster are you?" Jay asked. "Is there anything left in that heart of yours?" My father cocked his head.
I don't seem to recall giving you permission to think. I'm nothing if not generous. I'm giving her what should have been mine. We're done talking about this. You're done acting this way. I know John's with some foster fucks in New York, but I don't need to act on that information now because I don't need your son. Don't make me need your son.
The door behind him slid open, and another man walked through. He had long, dark hair that shined in the lights above. He walked past Jay and right to Jack. It scared me how much he looked like Andy, give or take 20 years. "Sir, the test requested on Samuel is complete," he said, his voice the deepest out of the 3 of them.
And the Radical-9?
My father asked. "It's currently merging with his system. We should have results soon," he said.
That's great, David. Now I must make my leave. I have a meeting with Benjamin Gupta about a prospective project I have in mind.
Jack said, nodding his head and then walking past them both, grabbing a dark coat off of one of the nearby tables and throwing it on.
David, I want you to resume testing on Jennifer. Jay, don't get in the way.
His eyes flashed darkly. Jack, any more and...
Don't get in the way.
He repeated, and with a crack he vanished out of sight. It left a trail of light behind him, blinding me momentarily. My mind flashed back to Radical-9. It sounds so familiar. I remember. It was Jay. He had that vial of green liquid that superpowered the rabbit. But what did it mean if it was in me? Dave, you have to know that girl cannot go through more testing, Jay said. You know how things are, he said. It's just a job, Jay. Stop taking it so personally. Dave, I had hoped you would move past this, David said. You saw what happened to them, right? They got out before they got trapped. You're sounding just like them now, you know, he said, disgust plain on his face. And you're sounding just like him, Jay said. Sorry, Jay, but I have to take you off the project. You have too much personal opinion in this. I'm reassigning you to Dreamscape, David said. You don't have the authority to reassign me, Jay said, standing up full. I'm afraid I do. Boss man left me in charge after all, David said, shaking his head with what looked like to be a grin. I didn't like it one bit. David nodded and sighed, grabbing my 5-year-old self by the arm. Jay stood back and bit his lip as the door closed behind him. He sighed. Oh, you incessant fuck. What have you done? He pulled the phone out of his pocket and sent a single text. Couldn't convince him. Go ahead. A moment passed, and silence seemed to fill the void before an explosion rang out from below the both of them. The smoke cleared and my ears stopped ringing. The doorway was a tall and lanky man with bright blue eyes. The figure seemed familiar until I realized it was the man that I saw driving the car in the previous stream. He had short, dirty blonde hair and very sharp facial features. Quite the entrance, huh, Greg? Jay asked. I don't believe this is the time, correct? Right. Dave's heading to the experiment lab. Greg sighed. Son of a bitch. Alright. Two ran out of the busted wall, turned the corner, and ran down the hallway until they found the stairwell. I followed close behind them like a spirit. They continued up the stairs as another explosion rang out. The lights cut out above them. Is that one you too? Jay asked. Yeah, I brought 3 packs with me. One to cut the power, one to bust you out, and one for emergencies, Greg said. They threw open the door to the next floor and began running through the dark. Small files illuminated their path. A part of the ceiling fell and extinguished a patch of flames to their right. They found a body running just ahead of them, and I could see the smallish figure that was my younger self by his side. I heard a clicking, and both Jay and Greg stopped on the dime. Greg had made it farther up the stairs and was face to face with David and myself past the corner. Jay was still at the bottom of the stairwell. David had stopped holding my arm and was now pointing a pistol at Greg's head. You crazy fuckers are gonna back off, he said. Dave, put the gun away. You don't want to do that, Jay said. And what is he doing here? You're supposed to be running with your tail between your legs, Dave said, pointing the gun toward Greg again. But now you've turned to terrorism? Really? I'm here because you're being a piece of shit, Greg said. There's no time left to partake in this awful business. You think I want to be here? That I want to do this? He roared. I'm doing what I have to. The pistol flew up and slammed into David's face. He let out a cry and held his hands up. Greg stared at him imperceptibly and carried my younger body over to him, as if by pure will alone. I floated through the air as more smoke started to fill the stairwell. I had no explanation for what I was seeing. Greg, are you okay? Dave? Jay called from the bottom of the stairwell. I'm here, Greg said. I've got Jennifer. Greg, what happened? He had a gun pointed at me, so I had to de-escalate the situation. How the fuck did you do that? I think I'm starting to get powers like Jack. Jay looked at him concerned. Another time. We'll have to talk about this another time. We need to get out of here now. You take Jennifer and get out of here as fast as you can. I'll get Numbnuts over here to safety. I'm taking this place down if it's the last thing I do. How do you expect to do that? Greg asked. You have one more explosive, do you not? I'm gonna set that up where it's weakest here and hightail it out of here with Dave. He may be dumb, but he still has a family. You need to get out of here. Stat. I only brought one car. How are you gonna get out? I'll figure it out. I'll find a way to meet up with you. And who knows? Maybe with some distance from Jack, maybe he'll come to his senses, Jay said. I think you're putting too much hope into this. Forgive me, but I don't want to lose one of my best friends, Jay said. Okay, I don't either. Just be careful, okay? You too. They were getting ready to leave. I realized I had a choice, and so I followed Greg, and he led me down the stairs. The surroundings got so hot that the fires continued to rage. Jennifer, cover your mouth. Don't breathe in the smoke, Greg said to my younger self. I was crying and couldn't keep a hold of myself. I did end up listening, though, and covered my mouth with my small hand. He kicked in the door to the lower floor lobby, and we sprinted through the rubble that looked closer to how it did back when I came to see it. Fires consumed different parts of desks and furniture. We broke through the sun beam down on us, and I turned around to see the absolute desolation of the building we were in. Strangely, the rest of Denver didn't seem to share in the despair that the Republic Plaza had. If I looked at the city itself, I could have been fooled to believe that a bombing didn't just occur. What caused the entire city to end up like the way it is? Out front was a shoddy-looking baby food green-colored car. It was very small, and Greg opened the back door, pushing for my younger self to sit in. "Where's my dad?" I asked, finally done with crying. "Your dad is out there for the time being. Things are okay, though. Things are gonna be okay," Greg said. "Okay, where's Gavi?" I asked. "Gavin is with his mother. We're actually gonna go see him," Greg said, closing the door and walking around to buckle in my younger self. I took the opportunity to slide into the car beside the both of them. I moved right through Greg and my younger self as I was completely invisible to them. "Is Gavi okay?" I asked. "As okay as any," he said, starting the engine and turning around to me. "I'm sure he'd love to see you. It's going to be his 15th birthday soon. He'd definitely want his best buddy to be there to celebrate with him," Greg said. "Yay!" I say. A hesitant sort of sound came out of my mouth. I couldn't tell if it was more excited or scared. Probably an even split of both. A final explosion ripped through the Republic Plaza, and Greg held his breath. "Be safe, Jay," Greg whispered. "Who's attacking us?" I asked, starting to cry again. "No one. It's fine," Greg said. He must have known that was the least helpful thing he could have said in that moment. He pulled us onto the street and began driving. We kept going for another 15 minutes in complete silence. We made it onto the highway. Traffic was light. I assumed because everybody had already attempted to leave when the first explosion was reported on. In the rearview mirror, I could see a single car behind us. It looked like it was gaining fast. Greg tensed up as it got closer and closer. He pulled into the rightmost lane, keeping a second eye on the black machine. The other car moved into the leftmost lane, and it seemed to duck down, as if a puma would. It then careened toward us, and just narrowly missed clipping us. "What's happening?" I asked, holding the side tight. "We're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay," Greg said. The car approached one more time. I could not see through the windshield of the car. It was tinted, almost like a one-way mirror. It lurched down one more time. And this time, it spun itself sideways before launching up like a tiger. It leapt across the highway as if it were alive, and came to a stop right in front of our car. We smashed into the rear. It sent us off to the side as the front of the car bent up like a tin can. Greg's head slammed into the steering wheel as we collided with the other car. My younger self was propelled forward, but the seatbelt kept me back, and from any serious head trauma. The familiar smell of burning rubber and smoke began to pervade the area. I made my way to the other car. It was unfazed by the collision, which shouldn't have been possible. The driver's side door opened, and out stepped my father. I could see in the passenger seat was a middle-aged woman who was dead from a gunshot wound to the forehead. My father wrapped his hands on the steering wheel as if they were some everyday occurrence.
Lorraine, now you just had to get involved. You just couldn't stay put in New York, and now look at you. Pull it in the brain and couldn't even say goodbye to your... What were you two now? Separated? Divorced?
He tutted and turned to the corpse.
Well, doesn't matter now. Whatever will your son think of you when you do such stupid things? How could you not tell me you and Greg were coming to visit?
He waited.
Oh, what a shame indeed. And now look what you forced me to do. Kill a mother, and now I have to go kill a father. I hope that this was worth orphaning your son.
He bent over and kissed her cheek, and then the car erupted into flames as he stepped out. It repelled from his body as if it had a protective shield around him. I turned back to our car. I saw the window on the driver's side shatter, and Greg's leg popped through. He must have woken. He crawled through the window and stumbled over to the back of the car and thrust his elbow into it. Greg thrust it again, making a crack in the window, and the third time broke the glass. My father removed a large revolver from underneath his coat and leisurely strolled over to the struggling Greg. I turned back toward him. "Turn around! He's got a gun!" I hoped that somehow, some way, he'd be able to hear me and change his fate. Jack got closer as Greg managed to break through the window, and he pressed the muzzle of the gun against the back of Greg's head, and then smiles a devilish grin.
Hi, Greg.
And his brains exploded into the car, all over my younger self. The gunshot rang out, and I remember it as the loud explosion that I'd heard. Greg's body fell, and his neck caught in the window, leaving his bloodied head in full view for me to see. Jack holstered the gun and shook his head. I felt my body lift for the second time in one day. He had lifted me out of the car without lifting a finger. He held me out in front of him. I was a crying mess. He stared at me and forced the tears to stop. I remember a vague, terrified feeling that came along with that. He crossed his arms as if he were waiting for something. The something must have been the police, as when the siren in the distance began to sound, he cracked a smile and uncrossed his arms. In the distance, I saw the flashing red and blue lights. They came closer until the squad car stopped just before the scene of the accident. The car door opened, and out steps Drake's father in full police uniform. I could tell he's much younger, but he still looks just like his son. I hate him. I cannot decide who I hate more at the moment, either him or my father.
Nice work, Caraway. Your response time was phenomenal.
He nodded his head. It was certainly a pleasure, sir.
Keep this up and you'll definitely earn the promotion you've been working for.
He lowered his head like the lapdog that he was and opened up the door for my father to enter. He walked in and sat in the passenger side of the police car.
Caraway, I have another favor for you.
Yes, sir?
The girl. Find a place to put her. Adoption, side of the road, whatever you feel like. I don't need her anymore, and I really have had enough bloodshed for one day.
He said. Are you certain?
Yes, I am sure.
Your will be done, he said, and the rest of the dream began to fade away. I stood as the police car vanished into the distance. 2 burning cars and 2 burning parents. Whoever this Gavin was, he was not going to be alone. I felt like I should be feeling worse, but as hard as I tried, I couldn't place any memories of us together. None of this felt like it was real, but inside my heart, I knew that it was. It all faded away to black, and I awoke with a slow transition back into reality. I turned over to call the number Jay had given me. It rang twice before a tired-sounding voice answered. I need to talk. 21. We trained until my leg gave way and my adrenaline ran out. She was able to start pushing back on my advances. It didn't take long for her to find new ways to maneuver around my sword. The lance was a superior weapon when directly compared. I had to start switching things up in my revolver to keep her from tailing me. She set down her lance to signify she was done. I tried to keep up, but deep down, I was glad that she did. I fell backward and lied on my back, breathing heavily. You okay? She asked. Yeah. We sat in silence as the morning light started to fill the stadium from above. The glistening spores from the flower fields outside the town carried in the air on a gust that just barely whispered in the wind. Can I tell you something? She asked. My ears are open, I said. I don't know a lot about myself. I think I've gotten used to just locking things inside and forgetting about them. So I was right, I said. And I think at first what happened with your leg was all of that trying to come out at once. It was too much, and I feel like I should properly apologize for that. That wasn't just training. I stayed silent. Getting to spar like that felt cathartic. I don't know. It reminded me of a feeling I had back when I was on the first floor, after I had met you and Klein, but before all this barrier business. When I felt at my lowest, I saw something in the dark. They were your eyes. Mine? I don't know anyone else with green eyes. Yes, yours. I didn't know how to respond. I don't know, she said. There was something about you from the very first time I saw you. I couldn't stay in your party because of that feeling. It wasn't love or a crush, but it wasn't not those either. She looked toward me. I didn't have a name for it. I just saw your eyes in the darkness, and it helped me make it where I am now. She held a good arm over her charred one. Even with my arm like this, I feel stronger than before. I want to figure myself out. I don't know how to respond, I said. She furrowed her brow. I mean, I'm happy you're here, alive. I'm glad you're in a spot of bettering yourself. But I don't know what to say about the rest. I shook my head. Because for the longest time, I never thought about myself in that sense. And then all of a sudden coming here, I did. I met you, and I felt something when I saw you too. But I don't know how true that feeling is. I don't know how much I can trust a feeling like that before I know someone. Then we went our separate ways, and I met Arya. Instantly, I felt that spark again, and I knew I couldn't trust it. I couldn't believe that spark was special if it kept coming back like that. That isn't fair to me, or anyone else. But you know the crazy thing? She acted on that spark. She must have felt it too, because she acted on it, and all of a sudden, I was acting on it too. It was this current we were both following, like it was a dance I didn't know. Things didn't make sense, but at the same time, they were starting to. And then it ended. Not with a breakup or us coming to our senses, it just ended. And I'm left here trying to figure out what pieces of me ended with it. Which pieces do I have to pick up? Which do I have to replace? Which have I lost forever? But at the same time, I can only think about getting out of here alive, because if I don't think of that first, then the rest of it doesn't matter. None of it would matter. Now, it was Athena's turn to be silent. I turned to the side and coughed. Ah, fuck. I'm sorry. I'm not good at this. She shook her head. No, don't apologize. It was unkind of me to tell you this after. Her arm stood up to mine. After that. I don't know the true extent of my feelings, so it was irresponsible to pin them to you. I would like to be friends, if I didn't ruin the chance for that yet. Ruin? Of course not. I just don't think I'm comfortable with thinking of anything more. She stood up and walked over toward me, offering a hand. Well, then, we won't. Come on, let me put your ass to bed. I'm not crippled, I said. I'm not so insensitive to make a joke based on your injury. It was a joke based on your age. Your profile mentioned you were 17. Oh, I lied on that. Needed a YouTube account when I was a year or too young, so I've been using that email ever since. She seemed to consider this, then retracted her hand. Well then, I guess you don't need my help up, she eyed me. You know what they say about how liars never prosper. Yeah, I said. Show me one person who didn't lie to make an account. She shrugged. Fair point. She re-extended her hand back out, and I took it. She pulled me up. Gonna have to get used to using this arm. I cocked my head. Is there anything you need for it? She shook her head. We won't be here long enough for that to matter. I'll make sure of that. I'll take your word for it. Anything to get out of here as soon as possible. She looked back to me. You make it good to the inn? Yeah, I'm a bit sore now that the excitement is dying down, but I should be able to make it. Okay, you can lean on me if you need to. Likewise, I said. We both made it back to the inn in our own determination. Two bulls running their own race. I nodded her off as I entered my room, and she went off to the room Klein had gotten for himself in a time that felt like an eon ago. I sat down on the bed, and there was first silent moment to myself since this game started. I was left alone with my thoughts, and that most of all terrified me. I thought of Arya's warmth and her strength, and I let the tears flow. They had been building up until I couldn't stop their advance. I thought of the first person I had killed, and I cried even harder. I wanted to be a good person, and sometimes that was really hard. It was scary how hard it was. There must be something I can do to fix what has gone wrong. But this was more than just Arya. This was more than just that player. And it was more than myself. At the very core of my existence, I have ignored the people who have loved me, no matter what I've done. It's more than just them. It was everything together, colliding in one vortex of despair. I sank deep into my thoughts until they flashed by milliseconds at a time. I needed a solid point to anchor my thoughts, so they didn't consume me, bury me alive. I found it harder and harder because every single point felt poisoned. I felt like I'd ruined my running space and knew it from the start, but kept poisoning it. I just kept poisoning it. You need to slow down. I felt a brush of wind against my cheek and opened my eyes. A tear rolled down, and I knew that's what Arya would have said. It's also what Mom would have said back then. She would have held me tight and rubbed my back and told me I needed to slow down and take things one by one. I remember the night Dad died with more clarity than I ever have. I remember that after he shot himself, my mom was in shock. She didn't run over to me or try to stir me away. And since then, she's been in a constant state of shock, of re-experiencing the loss of her standing ground. Her land had been poisoned, and she couldn't find anywhere to stop. She couldn't slow down, and I just let her speed up and up. When this was over, and it would be over, I am going to help her slow down. I'm going to save her from the endless vortex that she's been stuck in for 8 years. I will save you, Mom. My eyelids finally fell, and my body was at peace. The demons of my mind have decided they've had enough torment for one night. I didn't even dream of anything bad. My eyes opened slowly, and the turmoil I faced in the night all at once seemed much smaller. I didn't feel as locked into the torment as I did before. Then again, it made sense. When left alone with your thoughts, it wasn't uncommon to face the full brunt of those thoughts. I sat up and felt the dull pangs of pain from yesterday reawaken in my body. I unwrapped the binding around my leg and saw the gaunt mess that had been the puncture, and it didn't actually look as bad as I initially thought. It was a hole in my leg, sure, but it had already started to scab over. There was no active bleeding, which was a godsend. I walked up and over to the other side of the room, feeling how it felt to be on it. It wasn't bad, but I would have to be mindful of how I moved on it. I didn't have any way to clean or disinfect the wound. Jack didn't seem to think that far ahead in his virtual world, but I had chosen to adopt Athena's mindset for this one. We weren't going to be here long enough for those lasting effects to matter. I hoped. Jen's avatar appeared next to me in the span of a second, giving me a heart attack. Jesus! I called out, bracing against the wall. What the hell? Hello to you too, she said. Jay said you might be scared. Scared? Of course I'm scared of you popping in out of nowhere. Not really out of nowhere. I came back exactly when I left. I looked and she was right. Still doesn't change the fact you just popped in. How else would have I come in? I thought on it, and when I didn't have a good answer, I apologized. He got you home safe and sound? Yes, we drove back. Mom was still in bed when I got inside. I had left her a note saying I was headed to depart. It'd be too big of an explanation to do all at once. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God you got back before she noticed. Once I'm out of here, we need to help her. I need to help her. I'm glad to hear you say that, she said. Jay and I were talking about that last night. We have some things to talk about. Like what? I asked. Have you ever heard of Radical-9? Radical-9. You know I'm bad at math. Isn't that like, square root? Jen sighed. No, it's not math. If you don't know it, then you don't know it. I didn't. I just wanted to know. She then looked up to the ceiling. Okay, Jay, you can tell him what you told me, Jen said. I can do my best to explain it simply, Jay said. That doesn't bode well. I sat down on the bed. Radical-9 is the name of a chemical compound that was discovered by a group of freelance scientists named the Prometheans. That group of scientists was frequently contracted by the British government under the American Sciences Branch. Real high up. I was one of those scientists, as was your father, alongside Jack ADATA. Jack ADATA was a scientist? What's he doing making games then? Hear me out before you have questions, Jay said. We'll make no progress. Fine, I said. There was an accident back in 2008 when we were working with 2 elements that were discovered on Mars by some scientists at NASA. We were the ones who were meant to test what made them interesting to us as a country. They reacted, and violently on that fateful day. Jack was the patient zero for the ensuing chemical poisoning. But it spread to those around the building we worked in, the Republic Plaza in Denver. You worked in Denver? Must have been before it went to shit, I said. It was. There was a very limited amount of people inside the building during our experiments. Our work was top secret. It was only the scientists who were working, but we also could have our children on the lower floors to encourage us to stay for as long as we could for our work. we were practically living there short term. I think I remember that, I said. Were the walls and floors like black and white? Like a chessboard? Jen asked. Oh my god, yes, I said. I was really little, like maybe 3 or 4. I remember that place. I didn't understand why my dad was there, but holy shit, there were other kids there. One of them looked after us. I don't remember anything else about them. Radical-9's effects on the human is similar to a virus and less like poisoning. It's defied all logic. It spread through the air after the accident, and we had to lock down the building. We were successful in preventing its release into the open air, and were able to contain the leak. However, every person in that building was exposed on some level to the effects of Radical-9. So, what you're saying is, I have it too. It's highly likely, Jay said. What does it do? That also depends on the level of exposure. Time, various variables. Jack, as I mentioned, was patient 0. He was the one directly in front of the reaction as it exploded. We thought he was dead, but he recovered, at an amazing rate too. The thing was, he wasn't the same after the accident. His personality got more toxic. Yeah, and he started to show abilities that could not have been possible. Things like lifting objects with his mind, being able to read ours, project himself mentally. They only grew over time. That's the truth, Jay said. I've seen it myself. I'd call a second witness, but that currently is not possible. They're dead, Jen said. The other scientists are all dead. Jesus, I said. I don't know how he's managed it, but this entire game is that power magnified. It's not just a game. That's why you cannot log out. You're all connected to his mind. I have a question, I said. You said it's likely that the children inside the building, that Republic Plaza, were exposed to this stuff. Does that mean that we'd suffer the same way he did? I can't answer that, Jay said. There's such a small sample size, and over half of the adults affected are dead. Fuck. It's real serious stuff, Jen said. But it's not all you needed to know. Jay can help us out. What do you mean? I didn't realize how things were for you both after all this happened. Last I heard, David was, when I brought him back to your home. The events of which are a long story that would take too long to recount now, but your sister knows it. I want to help you get out of the hellhole that you're in. Really? I asked. That seems like too much for 2 kids he barely knows. Your sister said the same thing, Jay said. I wouldn't put it so much as barely knows, now would you? I bit my lip. I guess not. Haven't seen it in a long time, then, I guess. Regardless, I will try my hardest to make up for the things that you two have lost. That's... Thank you, I said. There was a knock at the door. I walked over and opened it up. Hey, I heard commotion from next door and thought I could join you all, Athena asked. Yeah, sure. Come on in. Hey, you okay? Jen asked. The bandage on your leg. Oh, I'm fine. Just a casualty of training is all. Oh, okay, you sure? Mm-hmm, I nodded. I think we should try to move forward today, she said. Really? You think? I asked. Yeah, I have the basics in place and can try to provide cover for you two. I'm okay to go if you are, I turned to Athena. She nodded. The sooner we move on, the sooner we get out of this place. We packed up our weapons and left the inn for the final time. I led them toward the clock tower, where I thought the teleporter to the next floor would be located. And sure enough, my hunch was correct. It looked too important a landmark to not have something near it. Congratulations on your logical deduction, detective, Jen said. You picking up a second job? I have to get the first one first, I said. Yeah, you do. First job? Athena asked. He was studying to be a lawyer, Jen said. Yeah, aim where it hurts, I said. I still want to. You're gonna have to show it. I will, I nodded. Oh, you both ready? Athena asked. Yep, Jen said. Let's do this. We stepped onto the pad and I handed them each some teleport crystals. The world around us shifted, and a vast desert sprawled out in front and behind us. Harsh winds started blowing sand all across our faces. I had to shield my eyes to get a good look at what lies ahead. In the distance, I saw a large structure, almost like a temple in the distance across the dunes. The ground began to shake. A ring of fire toward the sky. Through the center of the ring, a black, multi-headed dragon flew through, screaming its hell sound throughout the desert. I counted 8 heads in total as it turned around and caught wind of us. It had just as many tails as it did heads. I could barely get a solid glimpse of where it started and where it ended. I did catch a sight of a keystone around the center head's neck. "Oh no," Athena said. "That's the creature that burned the first 2 floors." "It what?" I turned to her. "I saw it in the forest before it left in that same kind of portal." "I don't think we have a chance of outrunning that thing," Jen said. "It has a keystone, so we're gonna have to take care of it sooner or later," I said. "A what?" Jen asked. "Later," I said. The beast lunged in our direction, closing the distance in seconds. Its name was Orochi. "This is the Python Guild's leader?" I called out. "What?" Athena asked back. "The leader's name was Orochi." Fuck, he's just like the last one. One of their admins was a... I reached mentally for the name. Druid, that's it. A player given the ability to shift into a monster. "Well, that's not good," Jen said. No, it's not." I pulled out flintlock and aimed my sights down. The beast flew over our heads, and the wind forced me to take a knee as I lost my focus. One of the heads let loose a giant stream of fire. It fell onto the ground near and around us. It made an already hot desert even hotter. I fired 2 shots, one of which hit the beast in one of its tails, and the other smacked another one of its faces. Orochi took some of the hits with stride as it flew deep into the sand, burrowing underneath the surface. 3 of the heads popped up around us, reaching madly for the air, letting loose fiery hot breath. I felt a shaking underneath me. Before I could react, I saw a pair of jaws rising under me, rising faster and faster. I dug flintlock into the soft inner hide of the creature, and I stuck it and rose with it, holding myself up as the head continued to rise until it reached its peak. A bolt of lightning sprayed right around the head below me, and it traveled up the side of the head, splitting it open. It fell over, slammed onto the ground, spraying black blood into a wild arc. I rolled onto the ground, but landed on my knees. I switched back to the revolver and took a shot at the head near me. I caught a glance at Jen, who was backing up away from one of the heads flailing around, trying to catch her up. She fired an arc of lightning toward the head, and it coursed through the dragon's body. "Over here!" Athena yelled. I looked to my right and saw her running up to one of the heads. "Give me a boost!" I nodded and ran to her. She thrusted the lance of Longinus to the side of the dragon's head, spewing black blood and causing it to roar in pain. She jumped as she came close, and I boosted her up. She kept a hold of her lance and launched it into the dragon's skull with her good hand. She spun and landed on top of the dragon's head, pulling out the lance as she landed. "Be careful," I called up. "I've got this, don't worry," she said, and she turned to run up the side of its head. She leaped off and slammed the head of the lance deep into Orochi's neck. She slid down and the cut opened deeper. Blood spurted out onto the sand below. "Hey, Athena, watch out!" She then looked to me, then behind her. The head I tore apart, and the gaping hole she opened up had rematerialized before our eyes. "What? But they're supposed to be gone," I called out. "Damn it, they really went there?" Jen said. "What is it?" I asked. "It's like a hydra. Cut off one head and more take its place," she said. "So what do? There's no way we're getting all of these things simultaneously." A sudden flash of white. I recognized this feeling from when I saw through Gregor's eyes. Oh, this was different. I was farther away from his core, his essence. I didn't know what to call it, but I could feel it. It was also different because it seemed to avoid my touch. It was scared to let me in. He was scared to let me in. I was sucked in anyway, and something told me it was out of both of our control. I was surrounded by familiar darkness. 2 orbs of light sat in front of me. I could recognize the scenes playing from one on the left as from Gregor's memory. I walked over to the right orb and looked inside. I fell through and landed inside a chair in the business office. Glass-paned walls surrounded me on all sides. Sitting across from me was Jack ADATA. His face was gritty, and he wore a confident smile that didn't fit his face. like it was a new look he was trying out. He held a mug between his hands with a dark liquid resting inside. Something told me it wasn't coffee. I couldn't confirm. His face was giddy and gaunt. "It's good to see you, Jack," the body I was in said.
I'm pleased that you could meet me on such short notice.
Jack spoke through his grin. He leaned back in his chair and swirled around the drink in his mug.
I've heard of your skills through the grapevine, and I'm interested in your portfolio.
What do you have in mind? It's not every day that I get someone of your stature coming in here.
I'm looking for a platform, an environment entirely inside digital space. I'm not looking for an experience or something one and done, you get it? I'm looking big, something expansive, something lifelike.
And what does someone like you want a platform like that?
It's not going to be a pointless game like the ones you've made before.
Jack said. Well, now you wound me.
It's not entirely digital, but it must appear so. It must have back-end features you are known for, but the entire front end
He taps his forehead.
is all up here.
I'm afraid I'm not understanding. Mental? How does that work?
Lucky for you, that part I have covered, but I do not know what you do concerning the technical side of things, so I would like to contract you for the job.
I'm afraid I can't take a job unless I know what it is I'd be doing.
Well, I just told you, you'd be building databases, servers, and hosting my mind in a pseudo-digital space. I figured you could fill in the blanks.
Well, if it were possible, I would be very interested in this technology, but I'm just not very sure that it's possible.
I trust that you'll be able to figure it out. I can answer any questions that I deem relevant that you think would help you see it a possibility like I do. And don't think that I came empty-handed expecting the work.
He took out an envelope from his jacket pocket and set it on the desk. The person behind the Odachi username took the envelope in his hands and opened the flap. Inside was a stack of bills. I couldn't tell how much was inside based on the glimpse I got alone.
Half up front, half at completion. Seems fair, no?
Jack said, leaning back in his chair. How would a mental interface even work?
My mind has undergone some recent augmentations over the past 5 years, give or take. My theory is that with the proper technology to supplement, I could create a world with my own mind that other people could visit, explore, and even partake in. Think of virtual reality's next evolution. Reality created from the realities we experience.
And you'd want this for a game? Jack stopped smiling.
I came to you because you have knowledge in making digital worlds, not because you make idle playthings for know-nothings and miscreants. Now, Mr. Gupta, if you're not for the challenge, then I'll take that envelope back and find someone else.
Mr. Gupta hesitated, gripped tight the envelope, and looked up.
And don't think about doing anything dumb now. I know the thought crossed your mind. You're holding $500,000 right there in your hands, and you think I don't have total assurance that if I don't get what I want from you, that I couldn't get that back with little effort?
Do you really believe that this will work?
What do you really think? Would I come to you, offer $1 million total, if it was something I didn't believe in? Will you do it?
I can try.
You will do it.
I will do it. He shook his head.
Excellent.
Jack said.
I'd love for you to test the service out yourself when we finish. I'll bet you'll not have experienced anything like it.
There was a vibration of a cell phone. Jack dug in his pocket and looked at the screen for a few seconds. A terrible smile crossed his face. Something important? Jack looked up to him with a look of a wild animal.
Yes, very actually. And not all at the same time. Isn't that funny how life works sometimes?
Mr. Gupta felt a rising discomfort as Jack stared at him. Yes?
Anyway, that's about all from me right here. I'll forward you some details early tomorrow morning. I have to go attend to that important, not important matter that I referenced earlier.
He downed his drink in one heavy gulp and set the mug down on the table, and almost bounced out of his chair. He walked toward the door, and just before he was going to walk right into it, he just vanished. There was a bubbling crack that erupted from the space where he was, but he was just gone. The memory faded back to black, and I could feel the skull rupturing pain behind my eyes again. It screamed inside my head, pounded on my brain, and rattled against my skull. I reached up to my head and ripped at the pain, tearing it out, and when I finally got a hold of it, I choked it until the light faded into a small purple lump. I held it in between my hands. It pulsed once, twice, and then I crushed it until it stopped beating. I knew outside that the dragon was failing. Its heart was in my hands, and a part of me knew deep down that this was the heart of the man I was just seeing. I held it tight, and broke it from the crass beast until it felt normal. Its beating resumed when the outer shell cracked. The human within the beast started to beat again. I opened my eyes and was instantly hit by the arid wind surrounding us all. The dragon was screaming until blood choked each of its heads, spilling out en masse. They fell to the ground, and the central head continued to choke up until it spit up a black mass, a human body covered in blood. We approached slowly, our weapons still drawn. He slowly raised his head and looked at me with a wild eye. "What did you do?" His voice was cracked, old, scared. "What did you do?" He coughed up some red blood that mixed with the beast's black. "What did we do?" Athena turned to me. In that split second, the body jumped up and lurched toward Athena. My hand twitched before I could even think about what it was doing. I saw the cut across his chest before I felt myself swing flintlock. He still didn't fall, and it wasn't until a bolt of lightning from the end of Zarathustra did he collapse. Jen said, "I just killed." "Hey, are you okay?" I looked to the both of them. "I'm good," Athena said, "just a little caught off guard." "Hey, CRESS," I called up. "I know what you're feeling. Trust me, it's a lot. It's not to be taken lightly, but it's the reality here. But you protected us. I don't think he was going to stop for my cut. I don't know what he could have done, but it couldn't have been good." From the body glowed the light of the keystone wrapped around his neck. I bent down and slowly tore it from the necklace. It was the heart of Hades. The wearer of this heart can create portals to instantly travel between 2 points. "Well, shit," I said. "Maybe we can use this to skip through the rest of the game." "I doubt it, but that's not the only thing I'm curious about," Athena said. "Just, what was that? You totally zoned out there." How do I explain it?" I asked. "I saw a vision. It's happened before when we were fighting the giant. I saw memories of, well, I never learned his first name, but his last name was Gupta. He was one of the developers of the game. I think the head." "Vision?" "Long story," I said. "I can tell it later. Short of it is I think I can look into people's memories. I don't know how to control it, but this is the second time it's happened." "Radical-9?" Jen asked. "That was on my mind too," I said, turning to her. "Radical what?" "Related to the long story," I said. "I think we should focus on this thing here." I held up the heart of Hades in front of me. I closed my eyes and felt the wind blowing. I looked in front of me and saw a familiar ring of fire, like how Odochi traveled around. Through the center of the ring, I saw an ashen waste. It looked to be the ruined forest. A slow, subtle breeze mixed with the hot, dry air. Tiny little cyclones met with the meeting point between the two places. "Whoa," Jen said. "Was it because you thought of it?" "Yeah, I wanted to see what it looked like after Odochi was done with it, and I'm speechless." "Well, I guess that crosses out skipping to the final floor," Athena said. "We don't know what that looks like." "Wait a second," Jen said. "Jay, do you have eyes on the camera view? The one you showed me yesterday?" "I can pull it up," he said. "Camera view?" "Jay has views for some of the higher floors. I don't think we could see all of them, but if we got a visual, maybe we could skip farther ahead." "Oh, that's awesome," I said. "Fuck yeah. Fuck your stupid game, Jack. That's a sequence break if I've ever known one." "Here, give me that," Jen said. "Just, wrap it around my character's arm here." I did so. The heart of Hades, its black glow seemed ominous around her blank avatar's arm. It didn't inspire a lot of confidence, but I gave it regardless. "Okay, show me that tower one. The 6th floor, I think it was?" Jen asked. "That should be a good head start." I waited while her avatar stared out blankly. The keystone glowed, a ring of fire opened out in front of us. Through the ring, I saw a blue sky and a gigantic tower that seemed to be floating in midair. "Hey, I did it! All right!" she shouted in celebration. "Hey, that's great and all," Athena said. "But if we go through that thing, are we going to fall into the void there?" Hold on," Jen said. Do you have another view? Like, one maybe inside the tower? She waited for Jay to change the views, and then she cursed, as he must have not been able to find one. Okay, new plan. I can check out the 5th floor. I think it was another town. No sky to send us falling to our... I asked. This won't work either. The view from the portal changed to a smaller, rustic town. I saw the problem immediately. The view was at least 50 feet in the air. We're not making that fall unscathed, Athena said. Damn, I agreed. Okay, yeah, this isn't gonna work out, Jen said. None of these views are from places we could feasibly land from. Orochi had it easy because he could fly. Well, can we at least make it to that temple over there? Save us the walk through the sand? I can try, Jen said. She changed the scene inside the portal once more, and I saw a much nicer view. A ground level looking up at the temple. The giant staircase in front was evident. We walked through the portal, and it closed tight and vanished behind us. It looked like it could have been made 100,000 years ago by some ancient civilization, instead of the person who almost tried to kill us before. As we approached the stone staircase, I saw it was going to be harder than we thought climbing up them. Each of the stairs looked to be the height of a human being. We were going to have to climb them. Oh, I'm not a fan of this. I don't know how I'm going to get up there, Jen said. We'll probably have to pull you up each step. I am really not a fan of this. Quit your yapping. Come on, let's get a move on. Okay, I said. I grabbed the top of the step first and pulled myself up to my elbows. After pulling over, I turned around to help Jen up. She couldn't lift her hands up, so I bent down further to reach her outstretched arms. Athena joined me as we tried to pull her up. We got her up halfway, but I lost my grip and she fell back down. Ah, damn it! I cursed. Fuck! Way to keep your grip, Athena gritted her teeth. Hey, what if I use the keystone to teleport up there? I sat there in silence with wide eyes. You mean, I just strained my back for nothing? Well, you could have thought of it too, she said. You can come and join me if you want, or you can be stubborn, climb it the rest of the way. I'm coming. 22. Athena and I leapt back down to the surface as we stepped through the portal on top of the staircase. You're welcome, Jen, for coming up with such a good idea, she said. Yeah, don't let it get to your head, I said. Athena only chuckled. Yeah, at least someone appreciates my genius. Let's hurry inside already, I said, covering my mouth with my hand. I keep tasting sand, and I'm definitely not a fan of this wind. Likewise, Athena said, and on her word we walked through the large entryway into the dark depths of the sand temple. The hallway in front of us was extremely narrow, only allowing for one of us to go at a time. I only had enough room to spread my arms just past my own waist. Looking up, the ceiling of the hallway was also low, only about half a foot above our own heads. Of course, it was all made from some green stone that kept the exterior of the temple the it was made of. I was in the lead and kept descending down the steps as it got darker, yet darker. I finally saw the light at the end of the literal tunnel as we reached a room that opened up tremendously. We poured out to the rectangular room and it was lit by torches, fire that burned like emeralds. The shadows retreated toward the walls like etchings on a prison wall. We rounded a corner into a slightly larger room, a single golden door light at the end. Between it and me was a green gelatinous form with a small meaty core at the center of it. An enemy bio appeared next to it, calling it the Plasmic Wraith. Piece of jello, I see. Well, I see your sugary snack can raise you one ass whoopin', I said, unsheathing flintlock. I clicked the button on the side and turned the blade into a revolver. I fired 2 shots at the creature. The bullets looked to be sucked in by the beast, halting their progress immediately. They fell to the ground, harmless. Damn, looks like guns are a no-go, I said. Watch how it's done, Athena called, running up to the creature with her lance drawn. You gotta go for the core, simple as that. She stabbed at the fleshy core in the center, but as soon as the head of the lance entered the gelatinous form of the creature, it bent and shot upward out of its body. Huh? She yanked her lance out, and it came out straight again. Well, it's obvious that physical weapons aren't the way to go, Jen said. Let the old resident genius take a crack at it. I could hear her crack her knuckles from the grave beyond. She spewed out a stream of literal fire at the end of Zarathustra. The flames licked the creature. It started to vibrate, but it largely didn't do anything to it. Still nothing? Alright, let's just ignore it, and the blobby beast began to shake even more. A growl erupted from the core inside. A section of the goo separated from the main body and threw itself across the door, stretching wide and sealing the exit shut. The rest of the wraith stood up on itself, several tendrils exerted from its body. Well, looks like we can't ignore it, I finished. Looks like we got some fun ahead of us, Athena said. The plasmic wraith leapt high into the air and latched itself onto the ceiling. I busted out the flintlock and fired off 2 rounds. Why would you try shooting it again? Jen asked. What else can I do? I have a gun blade. It does very little. How are we supposed to hit this thing if all we're doing is being reflected? Athena asked. Let's try this, Jen cried out. A bolt of electricity shot from her staff and caught the wraith by surprise. The electricity coursed through the goo and cradled the core. It screamed and fell to the floor. When it crashed, it split apart into several tiny chunks, leaving the core exposed outside. Get it! I called, chasing after the core. Unfortunately, it was faster. It reformed and leapt through the air to its other half that had been lashed across the door, and slid through the cracks, leaving us to ourselves. That's it? Jen asked. No way, I said. There's 0% chance that's the end of it. How are you so sure? Athena asked. This kind of thing happens all the time in games. You fight something that's supposed to be much tougher and seems like it's way too easy. It lures you into a false sense of security, then it pulls out its final trick. I don't want either of you to die when it does that, so stay on your guard. Okay, Jen said. Got it. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Not that I can really do much against it. Jen, keep your thunder spell handy. Already on it. I nodded and gripped the knob of the golden door and swung it open. Darkness awaited us behind. Great, just what I wanted. Less visibility. Wait, hold on. Jen, can you lead? Cast a slow stream of fire to light the way. You think that'll work? Yeah, player I used to know taught me that, I said. Palla's death flashed before my eyes. I shook my head and stood back so Jen could take the lead. Okay, follow me guys and stay close. I'll try to swap out to the electricity if I see anything, but I'm gonna need some extra eyes. You got it. We followed her down the path. The walls returned to their previous narrow size, to the chagrin of all. I held the rear with my sword held tight at my side. Jen stopped at the wall as the path opened up to a fork at each side. Oh god, please don't tell me it's a maze, I said. Oh no, Athena said, disheartened. Who actually likes mazes, though? Really? I groaned. Okay, you lead the way. I nodded off to Jen. She looked both ways and decided to go left. I think... She started walking down to the end and stopped again. Right, let's go right. Alright, following you, I said. I have a good feeling about this next left, she said. What kind of good feeling? Athena asked. I can't explain it. It's possible that your visions from your dream are spilling into the waking world, Jay suggested. I had almost forgot he was here. Visions? I asked. You too? Yeah, I was gonna tell you later when we weren't in danger, but I saw some old memories of my dad. Not all of them were my memories, but I wouldn't have been able to remember it all exactly like I saw it, so it must have been something else. A dream, maybe? I asked. Like how your vision with Mr. Gupta was a dream? Fair point, I said. I'm just gonna suspend my disbelief here, Athena said. I can tell when I'm outnumbered. Maybe you instinctively know the way through the maze because of an increase in your mental capacities. There's no way that getting smarter would help with a game of chance, right? I asked. An increase like what Jack went through isn't just getting smarter, remember. It could be that she's mentally seeking out the answer to the labyrinth faster than her avatar can see it. This is speculation, of course, Jay said. Well, I'll trust her instincts for now, I said. I have no objections, Athena said. We took the next left that we saw and walked until she stopped midway. What is it? Give me the next right or left? I asked. Neither. Explain. Athena was just as confused as I was. The maze changed on us after that last turn. If we continue down either path from this point, we'll look back to the start. What? I asked. Yes, it was subtle and soundless, but I feel the difference. We have to turn back and take the turn we'd just taken. Alright, let's go. I turned and was now leading us. I could see a tiny bit ahead of me from the light that started to disappear. I have to let out the light. If I continue, it'll burn you both. Thanks for the consideration, I said. Just tell me when to turn if you can. I don't know when you'll reach the wall, but I can try to tell you the turns. I'll work with it, I said. I walked forward slowly and kept my arms outstretched, feeling the wall until I felt it end at my right side. Right here, turn right, she said. We made our way down the hallway, and Jen immediately bade us go left. I felt my way around and found a crevice and started to walk down it. I kept walking forward until I bumped face first into a solid object. How come you didn't tell me about the turn? I asked. Because there wasn't one to take. We're at a new door. Oh, really? I felt down and grabbed the handle. Okay, I apologize and retract my question. Don't forget to take the sass with it, Jen said. Athena snorted. No, that can stay, I said, turning the handle. We entered a room of solid gold, almost perfectly square in size. It's so shiny. In the center of the room was a bulky golden statue of a rather large man. It looked somewhat Indian in structure, having 8 arms in all. It had gold flesh and emeralds for eyes. I recognized the shape of one of the eyes was off and saw it was a keystone. Back up, guys. That's going to be the next form of that blob monster, I bet you. The statue? Bet, I said, taking a step closer toward it. My money is that it wears it like armor. Watch. It's going to try to do as I try to touch the keystone. Well, what if you were able to snatch the keystone before it could? We probably could be at an advantage. That is, if we knew what it did. Well, even if we don't, it wouldn't be able to use it for whatever purpose it would. That'd already be an advantage, wouldn't it? Yeah, I guess so. Here, let me create a portal right in front of it. We'll snatch it from here. That's genius, I said. You're still surprised? She asked. No, I guess not. I can't call it a fluke anymore, I said. Oh, shut up, you dolt. I grinned and looked down at the keystone in my hands. It was the Heart of Hephaestus. It looked to grant the holder a 150% buff to speed and a 200% increase to magical defense. Oh, jeez. This thing would have been impossible for us to kill if it buffed up its magic defenses. With you as our only spellcaster, it wouldn't even been close to enough. Well, I could have done this, she said, creating a portal above the statue in the air, and one just below the statue itself. I saw it fall through the second portal and exit the first one up top, falling through the second, leaving from the first, faster and faster, and the first portal disappeared, and so when the statue finally made contact with the ground, it exploded. Golden dust and green goo went everywhere across the room. The goo vanished. It couldn't handle the impact. Jesus! I called out. You know what to say? Jen said. Holy fuck, Athena said. That was awesome. And she turned to Jen. You were awesome. I actually didn't think that would work, but I'm so glad that it did. Hey, look at that. I pointed as the dust started to clear. In the center of the room where the statue hit, the ground was broken away, and there looked to be a path forward under the surface. I hadn't realized there wasn't a way forward here. Holy shit, we would have been forced to backtrack, I said, and turned to Jen. You're an absolute genius. No sass added. Thank you, she nodded. I turned to the opening in the ground and looked down into the path. It looks like there's a hole afterward. I'll go down it first. You sure? Jen asked. Yeah, you're the smart one, remember? Let me make the rash decision. I grinned at her and chuckled. I turned back around and felt a slight worry in my chest. It was possible that this exit wasn't meant to be found, and I could be leaping to my death, but there really wasn't any other choice. It was either this or surrender to be lost in the maze for another eternity. No, I trusted Jen's instincts. They brought us to this keystone, so we must be headed the right way. I counted to 3 and leapt down to the small path. My heart started beating at 1,000,000 beats per minute, but then everyone around me turned white. The familiar floor transition. I pumped my fist in the air and started to laugh. Ha ha! Fuck yes! Right on the money, baby! The absurdity of the situation only increased when I began to fall upward. Everything around me was a null void until there was a wall behind me being formed. Then another. Then another. Then finally a fourth. I was shot through a bale of hay and landed on my ass in cold dirt. Around me was a door, and then I recognized it as a door for a stable. The walls around me were made of wood. I think I landed in a barn. Athena shot out of the hay next, almost as if there were a bottomless pit of hay underneath the top layer. I caught her on the fall, almost sending me off my own feet. Jen came last, and Athena and I worked to help break her fall. Holy crap, that was insane, Jen said. Yeah, no kidding. Did it feel like you guys were falling the wrong way too? Athena asked. Yeah, it must be big time. So, this is the 5th floor? I guess it would make sense if this is another town. Let's go outside and check. A rural patch that could barely be classified as a town stretched out around us. The sky had started to dim a vibrant orange that stretched out and met the golden grass, and it stretched toward the sky. The earth and the sky melded into a brilliant goldenrod flavor that elicited awe from each of us. Just imagine staying in a place like this, Jen said. You know, in the real world. That'd actually be really nice. It's almost like a tease, I agreed. Over here, Athena said. She walked over to a rustic sign nailed to the ground. It displayed Novus Semper across its face. Semper, like Semper Fi? Well, technically it's Semper Fidelis, Jen corrected him. It's Latin. If I had to hazard a guess, it's probably just the first part of the phrase. Always. Always what? Well, Novus is Latin too, meaning new. So this place is new always? Literally, yeah, but I don't know much about the language, but that's what I can get from it. Doesn't make much sense though, does it? Athena asked. Well, the other towns were called Novus also, so it's like this place's version of New York? Looks to be it. Maybe it's an in-joke. Maybe there used to be an old version of these towns. I guess that could be possible, I said. Doesn't matter much now. We walked past the sign into the town proper, which included in its entirety a single farmhouse and the barn we came out of. The area around us was flooded with golden grass that blew gently in the wind. I walked toward the farmhouse and stepped up to the creaking stairs. The porch looked to be decrepit, even though it couldn't have been more than officially a week old. Things like that were weird here. The door opened loudly and I stepped inside, looking around to see if anybody else was in. I turned back to the others and then we split up through the house to confirm its emptiness. When we finished, we met back up in the kitchen of the home. It looked like it belonged to some old couple from the 50s that never bothered to leave, and just rot away to nothingness. I think it's good we take a breather here, I said. That's good, because I need to sit down, Athena said. Okay, if you're gonna stay here, then I think I'm gonna head off, Jen said. Mom will start to freak if I'm gone for too long. If you guys need to sleep, I can come back around 3? Yeah, that'll be good, I said. Can you take her back, Jay? Of course. I'm gonna run back here in case anything happens. I can enter the game using her avatar if need be, so you will have a third party no matter what. You're familiar with the controls? I asked. I could almost hear the smirk on his face. People over the age of 40 know how to use the computer too, Andrew. Okay, just making sure, I said, holding my hands up in defense. I shall see you both soon, Jen said. Later. I love you, dweeb. Ew, she laughed. Her avatar vanished, and then it was just the two of us standing inside the living room. Well, that settles that, I think, I said, turning to her. There was a bedroom upstairs, was there not? You can take that if you want, and I can stretch out on the couch here. She cocked her head. You sure? I easily could make it work down here. I shook my head. No, you head up. I'll stay down here, and I can come get you when Jen comes back. Okay, if you need anything. She trailed off and turned to head up the stairs. You did good out there, I said. I couldn't even tell that wasn't your dominant arm. Thanks, she said, and continued up the stairs. I sat down on the couch and sprawled all out, resting my head back and closing my eyes. It has been one long-ass day. 23. Inside the darkness behind my eyes, I felt the familiar prodding of a hand on my mind. It was a gentle tug at my brain that turned me around inside my head until I was facing another one of the orbs of light. I was confused, but instantly felt my heart start to race as I feared another boss is closing in on our location. I just have to experience their memories and that'll shut them down before they even have a chance to come near us. I felt myself falling into the light like the previous times, and landed on a soft bed. It looked like to be a teenage girl's bedroom. I immediately had a sickening feeling that I wasn't supposed to be here, and I recognized that this probably wasn't an enemy's memory, but Athena's. I tried to back out of the memory, but I couldn't control it. There wasn't an exit. That meant that when this memory was through, no, I wasn't going to let that happen again. The other two cases I had to neutralize the enemy because if I didn't, we would die. I have to control myself and not let that happen this time. Voices faded in and out around me. I couldn't listen to the collective all at once, but if I strained, I could pick out strands from a few of them. No, please don't! Not again! Get over here! I don't want to! Get over here now! Your mother isn't gonna find out. Mom! Aaron! With her scream, I pulled back enough just to rip me from the memory back onto the couch. I blinked twice and was breathing heavy. I did it. I actually did it. But my relief didn't last long, because upstairs I heard the restrained soft crying. I stood up and climbed the stairs slowly, stopping just before the door. Hey, Athena, you okay? I'm sorry about what just happened. I didn't mean for it to happen, and if it helps, I didn't see anything. I waited outside for a moment and clung onto the silence like a bee to a flower. Can you just stay out there? Is that asking too much? She asked. I can go back down if you want me to, I said. No, please, she said through her tears. I just want to know you're close. Yeah, I can stay here, I said. I sat down against the wall and rested my hand against it. You saw it. I know you did, she said. I only heard fragments, I answered. I didn't want to assume anything. What you assume is what happened. Please don't hate me, she said. Hate you? How could I hate you? Because I'm a fucking idiot. I can't make anybody happy, and as soon as I meet up back with you, I'm the reason that your girlfriend died, and then I'm all over you right after. Hey, you weren't responsible for that. There's no way you could have known what would have happened. You were just trying to survive. But everything that's happened has just been this giant shitstorm, and it's not fair to expect anyone else to carry that weight, and you shouldn't let other people do it, but I can't. I can't anymore. I'm not strong enough. It's not that you're not strong enough, I countered. I think if that were the case, you would have given up a long time ago, but you're still here, still fighting. That makes you plenty strong. I just think you haven't had anyone to rely on. A friend isn't about giving them your baggage, but having someone to help you carry yours. A friend offers out of kindness, not out of obligation. After a moment of silence, I asked her, Are you okay out there? Is he still a problem? No. After the last time Aaron found out. Your brother, right? I loved him so much. When he found out what had happened, he protected me from our dad. What happened? I asked. He was kicked out, quite literally. They started fighting, and I got so scared. It got to the point where Aaron broke me out of my room, and we took off. Just the two of you? Yeah, my mom's a whole other can of worms, so she's been out of the picture for a long time. After that, it was just Aaron and me. Where did you go? There's this run-down apartment complex a town over from where my father lived in Monument. We didn't want to be too close, but at the same time we couldn't walk across the entire state, so we walked as far as we could. The place we found was trashed, but it had no landlord. Neither of us had any money, so we couldn't pay rent. I was fine with staying in a place that didn't need rent. We had to drop out of our schools, high school for me, college for him. Couldn't risk your dad find you there, right? Yeah, this was when he got into Elysium. I guess he felt like he needed an escape. I finished. I took in a deep breath. I know the feeling. I'm so sorry, she said. Trust me, don't be. I made a lot of mistakes. A lot of the same ones your brother made. I hope I can make them right with her, but I also want to be right by myself. I want to be her brother, and your friend, me. I want to be your friend too, she said, but there's a part of me that wants to be more, and that's the part that I hate. Don't hate it, I said. Just don't be so quick to call it like it is. You need to heal, and only you can mentally sort out those feelings. But I don't think you can love someone until you can love yourself, because I can't really say I truly loved Arya, at least in a way that was healthy. I didn't love myself. I loved what she represented, almost a justification for me inside this game. Maybe in time I could have sorted out those feelings, but it wasn't right for me to shove them to the side like I did. You really think that'll make a difference? She asked. Yeah, I do. And I know that you do too. I waited for a response, but none came. I rested my head against the wall and closed my eyes. I almost reached the depths of sleep until I heard the smallest sound. Hey, Andy? I want you to know my name. Since I learned yours, I think it's only right. It's Lindsay. Lindsay Barrett, she said. That's a nice name, I said. My eyes fluttered shut, and I fell unconscious. A terrible sound shook me awake. The ground underneath me was shaking violently. I tried to stand to my feet, but found it difficult to keep my balance. Hey, I called. You awake? There wasn't any response at first, but then I heard shuffling. What's happening? I don't know. I'm gonna check outside. Is Jay back? I haven't heard him. Shit. Here, give me a second, I'll join you. Okay, I nodded. True to form, she appeared at the door a moment later, and looked at me with her half-awake state. The hell's causing that shaking? No clue. Come on. I cocked my head toward the front door. I opened it up and stepped outside. A wicked wind prowled through the grassy fields around us. Up there, Lindsay pointed up to the sky. I turned around to see what she saw. It was a giant metal boat floating through as if it were treading water. It climbed the sky as a hatch on its underside began to open up. It began to suck everything up around us like a vacuum. I was lifted off my feet, and I was jerked upside down. I was screaming as I flew upward into the ship. I felt like I was going to be sick. The hatch closed after it sucked the both of us up. Everything was dark. I could feel that she was nearby, but when I called out for her, she didn't answer. I opened my eyes, and everything was shaking again. Not an apocalyptic Earth demise shaking, but a slow, melancholic shake. The ship was tilting left and right mechanically. Are you okay? I called out again. I sat up. My back was killing me. I'm here, she said. My body is so sore, though. Same here, I said. You okay overall, though? I think so. Are you okay? Jay asked from above. Jay, you sure picked quite a time to come back, I said, wandering around. Yes, it's almost like I conjured in this ship for you, he said. This is your doing, you crazy old fool? Athena asked. Yes, I found a vulnerability in Jack's subconscious. We're running on a very tight timetable now, as he's sure to notice this interference. Where are you taking us? I asked. We're going to try for as high as we can, he said. Something to break out of the bounds of the game, cause the whole mainframe, if you will, to crash. I'm going to try to force everyone out in one fell swoop. It sounds dangerous. It's only dangerous if he executes the command. Jack has access to the helmets that are on your heads. He can kill you all at once, so we have to be fast. Do the job for him so he can't send the kill code. I'm sure he'll try to interfere with the ship because he wants to preserve the world at all costs, so he'll only send the kill code if he has no other choice. What do you want us to do? I asked. Protect the ship, he said. I've left Jen out of it. I hope you understand. There's a high chance you may need to fend off Jack himself. You'll need to distract him long enough for me to do my work. Got it, I said, turning to Athena. You ready? Yeah, I think so. If you two walk straight ahead, you should find a staircase up to the ballroom. If you can manage it, I've got some things for you up near the captain's quarters. I've managed to steal some info from Jack's mind, but I can't focus on decrypting it right now. You should be able to look through it if you get the opportunity. Obviously, don't prioritize if danger comes. Got it. We can try to go up and make some sense of it, I said. Thank you, he said. We walked until we found the staircase that he was talking about. I saw a faint light in the distance as we climbed up. An orange-red glow was cast over the floor ahead. There were lamps and lights that illuminated the ballroom with a sense of splendor. White adorned tables littered the scene, and it looked like it had taken off the Titanic itself. In the upper corner of the room was an intercom system listening, a distorted clip playing on repeat.
Hello. I assume you've had a nice nap. I am your hello. I assume you've had a nice nap. I am hello. I assume you've had a nice nap. I am your...
It's so weird, I said. What could it be? The image of the ship came from Jack's memory. I had to work with what he had available inside the game. Seems like it would have been from a location previously used in the game. It didn't seem to have an alternate source, so it's not used for any future floors. Interesting. Beta content coming to the rescue, I said. Trippy audio clips to you, though. Not really my style, Lindsay said. Although, even if it does contrast with the whole medieval theme, right? To be fair, the English bits of Novus Callus weren't really fitting the theme either, I said. Are you two really debating the merits of this game? Jay asked. Sorry, I said. There was a loud crash behind me. I turned around and saw that a towering shadow-like creature loomed over me. It looked like a giant centipede shrouded completely in darkness. I nearly shrieked and fell over. Bugs are not my most favorite of creatures, especially ones that are like 15 feet tall. There was no enemy bio that popped up. It wasn't natural. Jack's found us, Jay said. Not a surprise, though. I had hoped it hadn't been so early. We can handle this thing, I said. You keep focusing on breaking us out of this mess. I took Flintlock and Lindsay readied the Lance of Longinus next to me. You ready for this? She asked me. Would much rather fight a giant bird or a lion or something, but I'll manage. The beast bared down on all of its legs and on its back. I could see a human figure grafted onto whatever passed for its skin. It was a sickly gray that looked like it grappled from a tumor. The main body screamed a gory scream that blew us both back. I fired a shot off at the creature. The bullet dug itself into the beast and then exited out the other side, where it landed buried in the middle of the wall, where it dissipated like smoke and rejoined with the beast. Okay, the body and the back is our focus, I called out. Don't bother attacking the black bits. Kinda hard when the black bits are a majority of its body. I worked my way to the side of the beast, and finally its back. I turned my head to see the backside of the decrepit body clinging onto the creature. Its face was buried within the shadows. I inched a little bit closer, and the corpse ripped its head out and screamed itself. The skin was rotting, and I could see part of the skull was emerging with the rest of the face. One eye socket was completely empty, while the other was filled by a bloodshot eye. I saw that there were hints of green in the bloodshot eye. I felt the wind leave my body as the horde creature lost contact with the beast. The shadows that held it together began to fade for good. It landed on its feet and walked slowly to me. I was paralyzed as it took its time. It raised a hand and pointed a decrepit thumb at me. Andrew! It screams out in between its unintelligible noises. There was a liquid dripping from the creature's mouth. It was a black ichor that singed the floor when it made contact. I'm not afraid of you, I yelled out, bringing Flintlock upward, changing it back into a sword. Lindsay ran up to the figure's side and lunged her lance out, but it jumped past her, letting her slide to the ground alone as it rushed toward me. It grabbed my head with both of its bony hands and forced my head down, forced me to look at its rotting face. Lindsay, help! I tried to yell, but it came out in short bursts. The creature screamed once more. Its sound pierced my entire body. I could feel its screams inside of my chest. It nearly snapped my neck, pulling my head, and I let go. I stared directly into the hollow eye. In it was complete darkness. I shook all over as it brought its head closer until it touched mine. I blacked out. I was back, looking at the bubbles of light. A new one had surfaced along the other three. I walked up toward it and looked inside. Just, what was this gonna show now? It didn't matter. I had to do what I did with Athena's memory and just force myself out. I had to be there defending the... My mind was pulled in by fists much stronger than my mind. I felt choked as I fell into the light. I sat up and my vision was blurry. My body hurt all over. I sat up and my vision started to clear. I realized I was lying on asphalt. Probably could explain the reason my body was so sore. And then realized I was myself. I felt my body all over, and yeah, I had control of my faculties. I tried to focus on going back to the ship, but there wasn't any use. I was stuck here. Until I did whatever needed to be done, at least. I looked up and saw that I was looking at the exterior of my school. I was back in Aurora? There was no way that this was the real world. I was still in my own mind. I had to keep that in mind. I got to my feet and looked around. Everything looked how it was supposed to. The trees were all bare. I was in normal plain clothes, the shirt and pants I'd worn when I'd entered Elysium. What the hell's going on here? Even for something as chaotic as these memories, there was at least some train of logic behind them. This, I didn't even know. I heard a loud crack, and then a few seconds later a huge bolt of lightning struck the school behind me. I was sent flying off my feet as the building erupted into an inferno. I had to turn away from the burning building, but when I did, I nearly doubled over in pain. I felt everything, yet I shouldn't have. This was just a vision, inside a virtual world. I shouldn't be feeling this pain. It was almost 2 times removed from reality. I had a limp to get away from the damage. When I brought my head around, I noticed I was now standing in front of my house, as if it were directly across from the school. I fell to my knees on the front lawn, a sickness roaring through my body like a cancer. I stood once more and stumbled to the floor as the pain grew in my chest, evolving with each step that I took. I climbed the porch in a hurry and threw open the door. "Hello? Anyone here?" I called out. I entered the living room slowly. The television was on, but it was only playing static. Something was terribly wrong here. I limped to the staircase in the back side of the room. "Mom, are you here? Jen?" I asked. I slowly made my way up the stairs. My body felt 3 times heavier. It was hard enough making it back inside the house, but this was almost unbearable. I heard another crack of thunder outside. I didn't care what hit it at this point. Nothing else mattered than finding my family. I continued up the stairs, taking each step one at a time. I saw the door to my room out of the corner of my eye, and it was open slightly, unlike the others in the hallway. I heard a low groan coming inside, which did nothing to quell the deep feeling in my gut. I placed my right hand on the door and slid into the room. There was a body hanging from a noose just above my bed. I looked up to see where the rope was hung from, but the ceiling continued into darkness above. It was as nightmarish as the rope. A dull brown began to glow the crimson red color of blood as I stared at it. Hanging from the noose was the same naked corpse that clung onto the back of the shadow of Centipede. Its face twitched slightly, and then it looked straight at me with that shit-eating grin it carried outside. I was frozen where I stood. All of a sudden, the horrible creature opened its mouth wide. Broken teeth and infected gums all stared blankly at me. Black blood spilled out of its lips and down the front of its body. It slowly coursed toward my feet. I tried to run, but they were planted to the ground. I couldn't move them anymore. "Come on, no! Get away from me!" I yelled, louder and louder as the liquid neared. It bubbled up as it made contact with my foot. It burned like lava. It didn't care for my screams. The body continued spewing out the black ooze as it hung, and it continued to crawl up my body. Each second it burned worse as its acid had become sentient and began scouring every inch of you. It worked its way toward my knees, and in a matter of seconds it was at my waist. I couldn't feel anything below my torso. There was one malignant pain I couldn't get rid of. I saw the body begin shaking its body again, and a slight glow started to form around its neck, where the noose made contact with the skin. The body slid off as the head separated from it, both pieces to the floor with a thud, but it was only temporary. The body worked its way to its feet. The black blood spouted out of its neck stump at a much faster rate. The head rolled around in circles, spilling its contents to the floor. The body continued ever so slowly to make its way near me. Every single appendage twitched and spasmed violently. My body was almost covered in the black goo, all the way up my chest now. I was crying openly, and I couldn't stop it. The body finally made its way to me, and it placed a sickly hand on my cheek. My heart was jumping out of my chest as it placed its other hand on the top of my head. It lowered its neck stump and sprayed me with the face with the blood. I finally found solace in darkness when the goo covered me completely. I only heard one whisper continuing on and on for what seems like forever. They're all dead. Everyone is dead. And you are alone. I could scream again. So I did. So I did. 24. I woke up on the ballroom floor. Lindsay was sitting over me with a concerned look on her face. The world around me begins to fade back into clarity, and a breath pushes me through my system. Oh, thank God, I spurted out. I was worried it would never end. And then I felt a cold air roll through the ship. It settled like the temperature of death. Lindsay's face started to fracture and broke apart, the corpse's face revealing itself underneath. Her left eye rolled back in its socket and then fell to the floor. I opened my eyes open wide, and the corpse was still grappling me. I could see Lindsay out of the corner of my eye as she pierced the corpse's back with her lance. I felt a warmth return to my body as soon as his hands left my face. I took in a deep breath and felt like my sight had come back to me after becoming blind. "Are you okay?" she asked. "How long was I out?" I asked. It felt like a few minutes at most. Maybe 10? 10 seconds, maybe. It touched you and then I stabbed it. It missed the first time, yeah, but I got it on the second strike. It definitely did not feel like it was that short. Well, here, take my hand. Let's continue toward the captain's quarters. She offered her hand, and I took it and eased myself up. Right. We continued past the tables and put the repeating intercom, carelessly speaking and repeating. "You two okay?" Jay asked. "All good. Just got spooked by a vision. Gonna chalk it up to Jack trying to distract us." "Okay, we're gonna keep going. We might face some difficulty climbing the stairs as we continue upward. I'd suggest doing so as early as you can." "You got it," I said. At the rear of the ballroom stood the grand staircase, which looked as ornate as the rest of it. Glazed wood carvings adorned the railings. I could tell they were dark wood of high value. We climbed the stairs, which definitely did become tougher as each step felt reminiscent to my climbing of my staircase back at my house. I placed the feeling at our increasing altitude and less on the mysterious sickness within my heart. The staircase continued up 3 floors and ended with a singular metal door that looked to be sealed shut. I tried the knob, expecting to reject us, but it opened without any effort. We walked inside and saw a dozen computers lining the rear edge of the room. "Think we found the captain's room, Jay," I said. "Okay, what do you see?" "Can't you see us?" Lindsay asked. "Not looking at the screens at the moment," he said. "At least the screens that would show you." Oh, right, the avatar that would have to be here. Okay, I see a whole bunch of computers. It definitely looks like a captain's room." "Your sarcasm is noted and politely but firmly disregarded," Jay said. "Your sarcasm is noted and politely," I said under my breath. "Computers. Most of them look broken on a second look." "Are all of them? Is there anything you can glean?" "Give me a second," I said, walking closer to the computers. The only one that looked like to have survived was on the far end. I bent down and tapped a key on the keyboard. The monitor clung to life, although all that appeared on the screen was a black screen with a single line of green text. Radical-9. I hit an enter key and 2 more lines appeared underneath. Parents. Children. Got some files on Radical-9, it looks like, organized into 2 folders. Parents and children. Parents and... Lindsay started. "Long story," I said. "Get as much info as you can," Jay said. "That could be vital." Radical-9 was that chemical poisoning, right? Lindsay asked. "Part of the long story," I repeated. Okay, I'll ask you a better time." "Thanks," I said, clicking on the parents folder. More text popped up underneath. "Well, I think this is listing all the people involved with this?" I asked. "Involved? How do you mean involved?" Lindsay asked. "What is showing?" Jay asked. I read him off the list as he listened intently. Jack, ADATA, 2008. Location, error. Current status, error. J. Ryan, 2008. Location, Colorado. Current status, under surveillance. Greg Daniels, 2008. Location, not available. Status, deceased. David CRESS, 2008. Location, not available. Status, deceased. Mason Radica, 2008. Location, New York. Current status, deceased. Lorraine Daniels, 2008. Location, not available. Current status, deceased. Elena CRESS, 2008. Colorado. Current status, heavy surveillance. Karen Ryan, not available. Location, not available. Current status, deceased. Tracy Newman, not available. Location, unknown. Current status, unknown whereabouts. Luna Radica, not available. Location, not available. Current status, deceased. Pamela Foster, not available. Location, unknown. Current status, unknown whereabouts. I see. So this must be a physical manifestation of his thought process. He's categorized the affected individuals of Radical-9 and is actively thinking of their current whereabouts what seems like at all times. All times? I asked. If I were him and were responsible for the experiments that involved so many people, I'm not surprised they're on his mind. So many of them are dead, Lindsay said. And my parents are on here. Both of them. I'm unsure if your mother's on there because she has the condition. It's possible he's got to her tract because of her relations. She never stepped foot in the Republic Plaza as far as I know. Who are some of the rest of these people? Lorraine? Karen? Tracy? Luna? Pamela? I don't recognize these names, I said. Karen was my wife's name, Jay said. She, like your mother, never stepped foot in the Republic Plaza. She passed in 2014 to cancer. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Lindsay said. Thank you, Jay said. Lorraine was Gregory's wife. She worked on the East Coast. We actually had a branch over there working on similar projects. Radical-9 wasn't one on that branch. And Gregory, I said, right, you're not Jen. You didn't see him. He was one of the scientists on our side. He was one of the bravest men I had known. He passed in 2013. The events that Jen foresaw in her dreams were I'd take my last stance against Jack. Gregory and Mason left in 2009 after the initial incident. I didn't have that luxury of Jack becoming stronger. And the last ones? Luna was Mason's wife. I don't actually know all that much about her. Mason, as it stood, was the newest transfer from the East Coast. When he left after the Radical-9 incident, he went back east. Pam, she was Jack's first wife. Those two were closer than two peas in a pod. I've seen her a few times in pictures with him, and they looked so happy. She had 2 daughters with Jack. Jen was the younger of the 2. Unfortunately, the elder, Megan, died when the Radical-9 was released back in 2008. She died? I asked. Her reaction was fatal. It was too much for her. After the accident, Jack and Pam split almost immediately. And Tracy, I said. Jack's second, I won't say wife. They never married, but he did have 2 children with her. They were twins. A boy, Samuel, and a girl, Sarah. Samuel. I think I saw him here. Or maybe a memory of him here. My information ends around this point. Samuel died in testing. Jack was growing madder by the day. Those of us remained. Let's just say there were a lot of tests run. That's 2 children dead because of Radical-9, I said. Go and check the other folder, Jay said. Let's see what his current list looks like. Got it, I said, not knowing if I really wanted to see how many children this man had ruined. As I clicked on the option, the computer screen started to glitch, and I banged on the side of the monitor to lost its color. The text read back in black and white. Megan ADATA, year 2008, location not available, current status deceased. Andrew CRESS, 2008, Colorado, current status Elysium, in progress. Gavin Daniels, 2008, Ohio, Prime World, failed. Kate Radica, 2008, not available, current status unknown whereabouts. Jen ADATA, 2008, Colorado, Elysium, in progress. Sam ADATA, 2013, not available, deceased. Sarah Newman, 2013, location unknown, current status unknown whereabouts. John Ryan, 2013, New York, current status, under surveillance. Jason Greggs, 2013, not available. Current status, deceased. Jet Greggs, 2013, not available. Current status, deceased. I recited the information back to Jay. 2 Greggs boys? I don't recall anybody with that surname. Maybe he was doing things even behind your back, I asked. It's more than likely, but to read he killed 2 boys, children, and not even made a show of it. It is unsettling to say the least. What's this here with Gavin? Prime world failure? I'm unaware of the terminology, Jay said. Gavin is the only son of Gregory and Lorraine. He was one of the oldest boys during the 2008 incident. He'd be 5 years older than you, Andrew. Where is he now? It's complicated, Jay said. Long story? Mm-hmm. It says Jen's here in Elysium, I said, changing the subject. Yes, that's probably because we were able to fool him into believing such. And then Kate and John... Wait, Ryan? Yes, that's my boy, Jay said. He's in New York being raised by a couple of people that I trust. I sent him away after he was born so he wouldn't be subject to the Radical-9 tests. After the initial test. You let him test on your son? I asked. I didn't have a choice, Jay said. Jack at this point had been growing stronger for 5 years. Any disagreement could have led to my death, much less his death. For some reason or other, he decided not to chase him after I sent him off. That's one thing about Jack. When he gets focused on something, he hyper-focuses on it. My son no longer became in his interest. Because other children were, Lindsay said. Yes. And this Kate? Lindsay asked. She's Mason's daughter. She was the oldest out of all of you during the 2008 incident. About 7 years your elder, if I recall right. She left with her father back to the East Coast. I don't recall what happened to them after that. So, mostly dead or gone, I said. I'd like to find them once we get you out of here. That has been my goal, to reunite those that have been poisoned, been infected. Why? I asked. I don't have any guarantees, but if Jack is able to grow stronger after being infected with Radical-9, it's entirely possible that gathering us together could increase our own strength. We could take down Jack and, I don't know, try and fix things around here. People of immense power don't always have to become maniacs. People of immense power. Is that what you think of us? I think that we all have the potential for immense power. Oh, this sounds kind of crazy, Lindsay said. Not that you're lying or anything, it's just... I've never heard of anything like this before. Then we were doing our job well, Jay said. Until we let Jack get his way, that is. I have a lot to atone for. Things that I had to do under coercion, but that I did nonetheless. One of the ways that I think I can do to make things better is to try to save as many people as I can. I think I fully understand what you're about, Jay, and I want to say I feel the same way you do. You don't have to just because I said. You can be angry at me. I'm part of the reason why things are so bad. I can blame you for the things you've done, I said. Sure, things sucked then, but it was before my time, before the time I could really do anything about it. All I can do is make things around me better, just like you said. If you're in it to stop people from dying, and from others abusing their power, then I want to help. You are the best parts of your father, Jay said. I know your memories of him might not be the greatest, but in his time he was a good man. A good man that, like us all, made a lot of poor mistakes. I wish you could have seen him before then. Hell, I wish he could see you now. Best I can do is the best I can be, I said. If he's looking down, I hope he's smiling, but that's all I can really do. I'm just about finished on my end, Jay said. I'd suggest you hold on to something firm, as things are going to get really bumpy from this point on. Hey, Jay? Yeah? Thank you. You're welcome, Andrew. I looked to Lindsay and nodded to her. We both grabbed the metal railing by our side. It's really brave of you, she said, to volunteer yourself like that. think it was more metaphorical, I said, but I was serious about it. I want to do something like that too. I looked at her. Her eyes seemed to be burning inside. Yeah, outside of here, I'm pretty much a nothing. I'm not gonna have anything to return to except for a corpse to wake up to. I've spent a long time thinking about how I'm gonna react to that, sitting right up in the same room with that, and I don't think I'll really ever be prepared until I see it. Oh, Jesus, I said. I didn't even think of that. I didn't say because I didn't want to make it real. I felt if I didn't say it, it wouldn't happen, but it will. I don't want anybody else to have to face that reality that I'm gonna have to. If anything, that's the brave thing. I couldn't imagine. I wonder, she said, piquing my attention, if you and Jay are gonna start this freedom-fighting gang, would you have room for one more metaphorical member? I think that would be just fine, I said. I think we're all gonna have to do a lot of rebuilding after all this is over. The ship suddenly stabilized. I felt wobbly after gotten used to the endless back and forth. Jay, I thought you said it was gonna get bumpier, I asked. It should have. This is the opposite of that, Lindsay said. This isn't me. God damn it, I said. There was a figure that formed out of bright azure crystal out of the corner of my eye. It solidified and faded to the first face I saw in this world. Klein walked out and gave me one of his grins.
Well, hey there, Dex. You look like you could use a hand.
He turned to Lindsay.
Or should I give it to you?
25. You son of a bitch, Lindsay spat at him. I should have killed you back at the start. Klein cocked his head and looked like he had just won the lottery.
Yeah, you should have. You wouldn't have been able to, but you should have. Shame. I should have killed you then too. But I didn't. Imagine the generosity I had to demonstrate in saving the life of the person that I thought Andrew here liked. And, get this, he didn't even like you. He liked the white-haired chick who met her end with a mallet. I wish I could have gotten that hit myself, but I'll take issuing the order.
I will never forgive you, I said.
But Andrew, look at how things worked out. The three amigos are back.
He held out his arms.
Even if one of us is missing an arm.
The three amigos was never a thing. It was every player, and then there was you.
Maybe so, but playing pretend every once in a while is fun, no? Like how I let you get so close with your little scheme here. Do you really think I didn't notice that interference the first time Jennifer entered this game? I could have refused her entry the second I noticed her breaking in.
Why didn't you?
You still don't get it? I needed you to come here.
He motioned with his hands.
You lost the girl who was going to carry you to the end. You needed someone who would help pull your ass out of the sadness you had. A sadness I fully could not even begin to understand, mind you. But lo and behold came your redemption with the first girlfriend, plus the long-gone sister. It was so perfect, even I couldn't have orchestrated it.
She's not my girlfriend, and I grew on my own accord, I said.
Potato, it's just like I told you from the start.
Jay, I'd appreciate a helping hand here, I called out.
Oh, he can't hear you. I shut him out.
Klein said, his face shifting to Jack ADATA.
It isn't interesting if both sides cheat.
It isn't fair if one side does either.
That is the part where I point at your stupidity, for thinking I play fair.
Lindsay fell to the ground beside me. Her eyes went lifeless. Lindsay! I called out. And... Well, Jay's voice cut in, and instantly I recognized Lindsay's body started to vanish, as if it never existed. I looked at Jack. Oh, shut him out, you said?
What?
He barked, his composure broken, if just for a moment.
No matter. You're what mattered anyway.
I shook my head, standing to my feet. Oh no, she mattered a whole lot to you. It completed this whole thing for you perfectly, didn't it? Put a whole nice bow on it. What were you gonna do, kill her and laugh over my newfound depression? His lips snarled as he took a step toward me.
I'm done joking with you.
You never were joking. You were never anything but a maniac, I said, bringing flintlock up and firing around. The bullet and gun vanished from my hand faster than I could fire it. I looked down as the weight simply left my hand.
Trying to use weapons in my own mind against me, like trying to suffocate the ocean with a garden hose.
He laughed. I'd piss in the fucking ocean just so you could taste a little bit of humility, I said, the bare teeth. Klein held his arms in defense.
Hey there, what's up, buddy? I bet I'm afraid not there. Oh, I'm afraid not.
Go fuck yourself, I said.
Seems you still haven't learned your lesson.
Jack sighed, placing his arms back to his side.
It's a shame I'm in love teaching it. Unfortunately, this isn't the right atmosphere for this kind of lesson. I can understand you wanting to fight into the broadened ship, but I'm not the biggest fan. I'm up for a little...
He blinked, and suddenly we were suspended above the earth on a single flat glass pane.
atmosphere.
I yelped as I fell on my ass on the glass pane. Looking around, I saw the infinite cosmos surrounding us as the lights and colors expanded as far as the eye could see.
I see I've caught you off guard. I like to go for grandeur, and it is here that I will ask you one question, Andrew. If your answer is within an acceptable parameter, then you won't have to worry about anything else for the rest of your life. However, if your answer is unsatisfactory, well then, and only then will I kill you and let your body here float among the infinite vastness.
Oh, how kind of you, I said.
I'll give you a choice. It is entirely within your realm of control. Is that not kind? I've always given you the choice. I've pulled heaven through hell to give you this choice.
If the choice is to join you, then you could forget it. I'm not teaming up with a megalomaniac.
Team up? I can't believe you consider yourself anywhere near an equal. I have to say you are much funnier than your father. No, that was not my question.
Then what is it?
I wish to inhabit your body. You can keep your consciousness. It'd be the minority, of course, that is a necessity, but you would remain alive. You'll get to experience all of this world and the real world's pleasures. Anything you wanted could be yours. All at no effort to yourself.
That is by far the worst sales pitch I've ever heard. Jack shrugged.
I'm a scientist more than a salesman. You can't say that I didn't try. Ah well, so your answer then is no?
Yes.
Unfortunate.
Did you honestly believe I'd say yes?
You wouldn't believe the kind of people that say yes when their backs are at death's door. Even the purest of heroes eventually break. You're no pure hero yourself.
No, but I'm the hero who's gonna kick your ass and put an end to your bullshit.
Not the first person to say it, not the first to fail.
He took out a ring of keystones from under his coat. They all shined brilliantly on the ring. To wonder what could be done when you control all the powers of the universe, he marveled. How do you have them?
I assumed you could have figured that out. I wanted them, and so they came. It is that simple.
That's... I gritted my teeth.
Not fair. You're not the first to say that either, Andrew. Face it, everything you have said and done, will say and will do, has been done, said, and tried before. You're far from the first, and you shall end up like all the rest.
Fuck, what do I do in this situation? I'm royally fucked. No, you're not. My mental eyes opened wide, and I was looking out through Jay's eyes back in the Republic Plaza. I don't know how I knew they were his, or that's where he was, but I just knew. I felt a reassuring feeling deep in my core. You have Radical-9 flowing through your system. He brought you where you are because he's scared of you. He's scared of all of you. You all pose the risk of dethroning him from his kingdom that he's built up. He wanted to take over you because he thinks you could be stronger than he is. Use that against him. I blinked and was looking back at Jack. He must have noticed a change just as I had, as his look wasn't as cocky as it was when I left him. I stood back up and looked at him, dead in the eyes. I felt a sort of magnetism underneath my skin and boiling in my blood. I thought back to every single person I had seen die in this awful, terrible world. Of all the pain and chaos sown by this one pathetic man. I knew in a single instant that nothing I did in this world could ever kill Jack. He wasn't connected to Elysium in the way the rest of us were. If I mustered up all my strength and obliterated him here, should that even be possible. Then he'd just be like Jen and pop back in. Nothing would change. Maybe he's baiting that from me. Maybe that's how he wins. If he kills me, my blood is still warm. Maybe. Use it against him. There is something I can do. I thought of each and every player in this game, and I closed my eyes. I thought of ejecting them one by one. I felt around like a giant hand in my mind, scooping them up and holding them tight, breaking the helmets of every single player that remained. I smiled when I felt that hand close over the last person.
What did you do?
Jack asked. You baited me into hating you, I said. You knew I was infected with Radical-9. Probably guessed I had the ability to see things. Probably guessed that I might awaken into a new power, and my life was on the line. That's what happened to you, right? You were on death's door, and look what happened. A new man.
How do you know that?
You thought that by baiting me, you'd get your fresh body, without the attached consciousness, because you knew you could take over me at any time you wanted. But if my consciousness existed within it, you were scared I could take you over.
I am not scared of anything.
You were terrified, so you led me here so you could break me to my last legs, literally and figuratively, so you could have everything you wanted. I started to shake my head. But I won't let you. I released all the other players, just like that. It was easy.
No, this isn't how it is supposed to be. Leave my work alone.
He rushed me, but he faced a wall. He pushed against it and made some leeway, but he was making quick work of it. But I couldn't tell he didn't expect there to be a wall in the first place.
You son of a bitch, come here!
I'm leaving, Jack. I know I can't kill you here, I said. I've been against killing from the very start. You knew that. You tried to exploit it, but guess what? You're gonna get what you want. I'm only gonna kill one more person, and it's gonna be you.
You are doing nothing but feeding on the slugs of the earth!
Jack roared. Goodbye, Jack, I said, seeing the world around me vanish into a dewdrop. I know about Megan. She was an accident. Endgame, February 23rd, 2022. I couldn't see anything as the world turned to darkness. It felt like I was placed in the world's detention center until whatever god existed high up found fit what to do with me. My head shifted, and the helmet that had been on my head for so long fell to the floor. The plastic cover had cracked in two and lay in pieces below me. Light rushed into my eyes and blinded me as my eyelids remembered how to filter once again. I sat there for 5 minutes before I could open them fully and not cringe away at the sight. They settled onto the cream walls of the hospital room I was in. I didn't recognize it, but I think deep down I knew that I had been brought to one sooner or later. My mind would have needed to be kept alive during my time in Elysium. I opened my mouth, and my tongue felt like rough sandpaper. I began to choke on the dryness of it all. I steadied myself and was able to resalivate my mouth. I took slow, deep breaths until I stabilized again. I knew I needed to stand up and make it back to my house, back to my family. I needed to show them I was okay, that I was alive. I tried to move my legs and felt a foreign weight that felt like 10,000 pounds heavier. My muscles haven't been used in over a week. I was able to swivel them off the side of the bed and place them on the ground. The blood started rushing through my body, and my heart was beating twice as fast. It started running my mind in double time, and I was double seeing, and I couldn't stop until it all crashed back the other way, and I felt everything slow down. My vision went black for a second, but I just stayed still. It felt like forever until I put my weight on my legs. It felt like I could stand on them. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears, but I had to do it. I opened my eyes and saw an older man with cloudy gray hair and a white pinstripe dash past my room, stop, and then return. Jay, I mustered out. He smiled as he saw me. You son of a... He thought on his choice of words. You actually did it. I was so scared he got to you, and that was it, but the server went down shortly after. Oh, if only I could have seen how angry he must be realizing what had happened. I saved them, I said. I don't know how I did it, but I saved them. I looked back up to him. The other players, they're back at home or the hospital like me. I managed to get Lindsay out of there. I hope I didn't scare you, he said. You did at first, but when I heard you, I pointed to my head. Here, I knew she was okay. You're developing telepathy. That's great. Great. He was fizzing with joy. That was the first ability Jack started to come into. That's the first thing we realized was wrong about him. I don't have any real practical use for it right now, but I held for a second and stabilized myself against the wall. Jay stepped in and helped me back up. I pushed him off. No, wait. What is it? I have this feeling. Where's Jen? I asked. I dropped her off back at the house when she left. She should be sleeping. Oh, God, I said. My heart leaped in my throat. Jay, we have to go there now. Why? What? He stopped and looked at me. You? I nodded to him, and he helped me lean on his shoulder. Come on, I'm going right away. I'll handle any staff we come across. We'll handle the legal shit later. You sure? I asked. Are you sure what you sent to me just now? I nodded my head slowly. Then yes, I am sure. We made it through the hospital without encountering any of the staff. It goes to show how well things are doing in Aurora. Even in the more well-off towns, its medical staff are mostly voluntary. Jay helped me down the steps, and I saw a bright red car parked in the street. He opened the passenger door and helped me inside. He turned the key into the ignition, and we drove off at a breakneck pace. So what's next? You wanted to find the rest of the people that were on that list? I'm meeting with an old friend next, Jay said, his eyes focused on the road. Old friend have a name? He asked. Gavin Daniels, Jay said. I looked at him, confused. Didn't that list say he was in Ohio? And you kept in contact with one of the children all this time? Didn't I tell you it was a long story? He said. Yeah, we got time, don't we? He chuckled. Not for that story. I don't know if there's enough time in the world to tell that one. I readjusted myself in the seat and recognized the street we were turning onto. We were about 5 minutes away from my home. Surely I couldn't call his bluff and have him tell me the Cliff Notes version. There's probably a good reason he needed all the details as possible. Jay slowed the car to a stop right in front of my house and turned off the car. Here, let me go inside and check the circumstances out. Let's hope you had a false alarm, Jake said. No, come back and take me with you, I called after him. He didn't and went in by himself. Ah, damn it, I said, and unbuckled myself and slowly moved the car door open. My legs felt like jelly as I pushed them onto the street, my feet falling right into the cold slush of the winter night. My feet were freezing. All of me was freezing, as I was only wearing patient scrubs, but that wasn't going to stop me from... No. I pushed the thought further from my mind as I took one step after another, the familiar feeling of dread and a £1,000,000 resting on my back as I made it to my front door. As soon as I saw Jen's crying face in the doorway, I felt my heart sink. I saw a figure hung in my bedroom. For the slightest of seconds, I thought somehow Jen could have been that figure. I didn't understand the hows or the whys, but it was what first came to me. I never even thought of... Mom. We both said in unison, mine in confusion, hers in sorrow. I fell back onto the snowbank and sat there in disbelief. No, I shook my head. Oh no, Elena, I heard from Jay's mind upstairs. My world crashed. Jen ran to me and fell into my arms, crying, now of realization that her brother was okay and alive, but terrified that her mother was neither of those things. I remember crying. I did it a lot. It was about the only thing I could remember about the whole event. It felt like a dream. Like I would wake up and all of a sudden the events of the past week would just cease to exist. But it was the dream that I had woken up from, where my mother was still alive. The dream that I could fix things. The dream where I still had a life to go back to. My life was a whirlwind. I had Jen, and she was an anchor. The most important anchor to me at that time, but what good is an anchor when you're struck up in a Category 5 hurricane? What good was an anchor when the ground no longer existed? I had to find the answer to those questions. They weren't going to be given out to me as freebies, or consolation for the death of my mother. I had to pick up where she left off and find some way to raise the two of us. I had to do so much. It wasn't until I felt a hand on my shoulder and saw the tears of the older man, the man who'd known my mother longer than I'd been alive. That was a feeling I got from those tears. And suddenly, I had another anchor, a much heavier, stable anchor. I remember what he said about helping us out back in Elysium, and in that face, I could tell he was telling the truth. If this was the ability I'd granted from my experience with Radical-9, then I wouldn't have traded it for anything in the world. The ability to understand that certainty deep in my heart meant all of the power to me in the world. "What do we do now, Andy?" Jen asked amidst her tears. Mine had started to dry as I looked at Jay's. "The only thing we can do," I held her close. "We find the others." I loved that she instantly understood what I meant by others. She nodded and held me tighter. "Don't go again, please." "I'm not going anywhere without you. I want to put a rightful end to this place," Jen said. "What do you mean by that?" Jay asked. "Can you, make it burn?" I looked at her confused. She shook her head. "I don't want her body to look like that anymore. It's still in pain up there. I want her to be at peace, return to the earth." "I can take care of that," Jay said, wiping his eyes. "You both shouldn't have to do something like that with your child at home. Just wait in the car, okay?" "Is this breaking the law?" "It has to be," Jen said. "Yes, but that doesn't really matter at this point," Jay said. "With something regarding this, they'd see it no different as what happened in Denver." "I mean, we'd be considered criminals," Jen said, hesitating. "Maybe it's not such a good idea." "We were probably already criminals in the eye of the law," Jay said, "and not for anything we did. Jack's got his hold in the police force around here, remember? He'd be able to pin literally anything on us and make it stick." Jen thought on it and then looked up to Jay. "Okay, then I want the whole thing to burn. It sounds bad, I know, but I just want them to be at ease." "I understand," Jay said. "Come here, I'll take you to the car and tell you about what happened after you left," I said. "Also, you'll need to help me up." "Anytime," she said. "So long as you help me in equal measure." "You got it." We took off as the blaze started behind us. I was in the passenger seat and Jen in the back. Jay was driving as fast as he could to the supposed meeting spot with this Gavin Daniels. We were on the road for 10 minutes before I told him to slow. "What?" "Your friend. Can he wait 15 minutes? I think. Why?" "Take a right here," I said. "Castle Rock is nearby, isn't it?" "You're looking for her?" Jay asked. "I told her that she could find a company in our merry band of freedom fighters," I said, attempting a joke. It came out terse and sad. Of course, I can't dare imagine what sort of condition she must have woken up in. "How much did you know?" "Enough." "Well, she only told me, so you'll have to play mum." He did not reply. "Just like that," I said. We turned off the exit to Castle Rock, and were headed our way to where I felt Lindsay was. I think more than ever we all needed another friendly face around us. I think more than ever we all needed to heal. And we'd meet this new friend of Jay's. I'd see if he wants to join the cause, and then you best be ready, Jack ADATA. Because we're coming for you.